my mug.
All right, we are live. I don't know if anybody's switched over to join us yet, but we did the first 6 hours on the other stream, and hoping that people come over to this side. It's been pretty long already, Sam. So I get your 5 hours yesterday was.
It's tough. It's tough. Like I feel like I powered through. I pulled my inner Scott Hansen, and I didn't leave a single second. Like I was on the whole time.
Wow.
I didn't get up to go to the bathroom. Michelle was laughing at me. She's like, I don't know how you're doing this, because she had to go a couple times, but it was so much fun. I think I was just too excited to like want to leave.
Yeah, well, you must be a camel, because I think I've gone to the bathroom 6 times in 6 hours already today. But I am drinking a lot of water and a lot of coffee in my Fantasy Football Funhouse mug. This is supposed to be me when I had hair over here, I believe. But yeah, all right, they're starting to trickle in. So, all right, so we have Garrett Price of Dynasty Nerds. Sam Holt has stepped in to be my co-host for this hour. Sam is coming off of 5 hours yesterday with the ladies. Let me tell you, Sam, I was jealous of that lineup for a few reasons. Number one, all very professional. We've had Liz on the Podathons before. Liz does a fantastic job. But a list of not only beautiful but smart women.
Yeah.
And, I don't know if you told Cynthia Freeland that I was single or not, but whatever. I'll have to try that another time. Rich is joining us now too. So now here we go. Look at that quad box. They're just Scott Hansen. Dynasty Rich is joining us from Dynasty Nerds. What's going on, pal?
Not much, guys. How and gals? How are we doing?
Very well, thank you.
We're doing really, really well. So, Garrett or Rich, whichever one, want to tell us about Dynasty Nerds and what you guys are working on, what you guys got going on.
Rich has been doing this longer than I have, so I'll let him start, and I'll fill in the cracks.
Oh yeah, just really working on a lot of tools right now over Dynasty Nerds, trying to be a one-stop shop for all things Dynasty, to put every Dynasty player that plays the game in the best position to pretty much just dominate, win your leagues. Make the best draft picks, make the best trades, make the best sells at the right time. So we're building tools. We got a new tool rolling out here in the next month. We got some really cool stuff right now for the Nerd Herd, where we got the Dynasty Film Room, where all these incoming rookies, you can literally watch all their tape of every snap they played, broken down per player, which is really nice. And a lot of things coming out in 2020. If we ever get back to football, we got some exciting things coming.
Hey, fingers crossed. It's going to happen.
Luckily, we haven't gotten away from football, right? Because it's the off season. All the off season activity has stayed on schedule, and the NFL, as we all know, the news as free agency broke last week. I put out a tweet that because the COVID tweets were coming out and the NFL tweets were coming out, and I put a tweet of them fighting in the middle of a UFC ring. It was 2 guys slugging each other out because the NFL was doing everything it could for those 1, 2 to 3 days to combat the sadness of what's going on in the world. But just to address that for a little bit, we've been talking about it for a little bit throughout the day. Not so much about the details and statistics and the horrible part about that, but for the fact that most of the country is in quarantine, or good parts of it are in quarantine, whether it's being forced upon you or you're choosing to do it yourself. Garrett, you live in Ohio. Am I guessing that wrong? All right.
No, you get it right. I'm actually in the Hall of Fame city, Canton, Ohio. So.
Oh, okay. So your governor was actually one of the earlier people to get out there and try to shut things down, if I'm correct.
Yeah, he's actually done a really, really good job of trying to be ahead of it, listening to people that know more than him about all of the behind the scenes stuff, all of the data, all of the science behind what we should be expecting. And honestly, for the state of Ohio, I would venture to say that most of us are really proud of what Mike DeWine has done and how he's kind of gotten ahead of all of this.
Yeah, much the same for Cuomo here in New York. I'm in New York, as you guys may or may not know. He's a guy who's been very much ridiculed in recent times, and then his handling of this, I would tell you that if that guy ran for president right now, he'd probably win. But I promise not to talk too much politics. But it's a scary time and an unsure time. And I know where Sam is in California. She is also in one of those highly locked down areas now, where you get arrested if you go out on the street at this point. And I heard a story yesterday here in New York where a friend's mom was driving in a car with another friend. They were pulled over. They each received $400 tickets because they were not immediate family. They were in a car together, out, not properly social distancing. So it's being taken very seriously in certain parts of the country. I know other parts of the country, you guys haven't had that massive, curve. But in areas like New York, and I haven't watched a bit of news today, and I try not to watch too much of it, just get the basics each day. So I don't know what the numbers are at now today, but my life hasn't changed much. I go to work every day still. So I have a job that I'm considered essential or deemed essential, which is nice. Mama said I'd be successful one day. So essential makes me successful. So I haven't really felt the effects of the quarantining that a lot of people are dealing with. What about you guys? What are you doing on a daily basis? Do you normally work from home? I don't know what your jobs, your full-time jobs are. Rich, this might be full-time for you. I don't know. If it is, I'm jealous, but
it's full-time work, that's for sure. I own a business too, this is probably our last week and then we're gonna be shut down. We're already at a kind of a limited basis. So I do Dynasty Nerds a third of my life. I do my business, a little bit more than that, and then I do the family. So it's a lot of grind and tape right now is what it is. Studying these rookies, it's kind of from a different way to look at it. For me, I know this is a pandemic and everybody's going through some hard times, but for me personally, there's ever a time I need to be quarantined in my life not to leave, this is the perfect time for me just to actually sit here and watch all these rookies and prepare. Usually I'm up at, late at night after the kids go to bed, just grind down this tape. And now I have all day to do it. So surprisingly, I've been home for a week straight and I still don't have enough time in a day, which is unbelievable to me. It does not make any sense to me whatsoever. I've always got something to do still. And we'll see how this week rolls out too. But yeah, I'm like Garrett, I'm in Ohio and we're locked down, man. Nothing really much going on, only if you're essential. And my business is not essential.
Garrett, how about yourself?
Yeah, so I've been preparing for this for a while, I guess. I do part-time work and volunteer work at church. We help start plant in the Canton area, in the downtown Canton area. And so for the most part, during the day, I'm home anyway. It's really in the evenings where, I'll go help run like sports leagues and different things like that. So obviously all of that has been canceled. But as far as like my normal, like during the day stuff, it's not too much different right now than it has been for the past 3 or 4 months anyway. The only real difference is now the girls don't go to school. So that's the only the only real difference. So it's a lot more of making sure that we keep them entertained, still engaged, still learning, and also trying to keep our sanity.
And Sam, I know from following you through social media, you work for, is it a supplement company or?
I do. Yeah, I work for a company called Sports Research. We make lots of different types of supplements, collagen, MCT oil, lots of fitness stuff as well. Something called Sweet Sweat, which is a gel you put on before you work out, gives you a better workout. And thankfully, I'm very, very blessed and lucky to work for them because we're busier than ever right now. Because what do people want right now when they're stuck at home and trying to just stay healthy? Supplements and trying to stay in shape, because all you're doing is eating snacks. Everyone's eating their quarantine snacks left and right and center. That's all I keep seeing is like, I already ate through all my Pop-Tarts. How could I eat this many Pop-Tarts? Yeah, exactly. And Sal's got his bag of Tostitos. So I'm very busy. I lead the graphic design team that we have. So that's marketing, packaging, anything you can imagine that's graphic design related. My team, kind of kills it. We have awesome packaging. So I'm very proud to work for them. And we get to do a lot of fun stuff.
If I remember back, though, one of the first things to be canceled was the Arnold Classic, right? And
it was. So thanks, Ohio. We really appreciate you for doing that.
Ahead of the game, man. We'll make sure everybody's safe out here. We had actually a good report today. We had fewer cases reported today. We actually had declining cases reported.
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
Like an hour ago. So we're pretty stoked. Yeah, we're pretty pumped about our governor here take the lead here to keep everybody safe. So yeah. I'm not really, like how you said that guy got a ticket in New York for riding with that person. Like, I don't even feel bad for him, man. It's like, the only way we're going to get back to normal is everybody just kind of chills out, stay home for a couple weeks, and let's try and get this, let's try and right this curve and get ready so we can get back to our lives.
Yeah.
And, I can't.
Yeah, I found it funny that so many people who never wanted to leave their house all of a sudden are just like, I need to do this. You guys are at home. You were already binge watching Tiger King. It's not new. You've already seen that. I mean, it's funny. People, if you tell them they can't do it, all of a sudden they want to do it. Well, you're not going to keep me in my house.
Well, yeah, it's like if you can't push the red button, all you want to do is push the red button.
That's it. Is there a red button? I'm looking for a red button now.
I know, but I, if there is one, I'm going to push it and run away.
The only red button I have here would say end broadcast. I don't want to do that. We just started this broadcast. No, it's like these kids who never leave their video games. All of a sudden, we need to be outside walking around with our friends. But listen, if nothing else, maybe it brings back actual socialization into this world.
Maybe we're better people after this because we miss each other rather than being stuck in our phones all day.
I met my friends last night on Zoom, and we drank together.
That's so much fun. I've done that a couple times. It's super fun.
Yeah, we've done House Party, which is another app you can download, get about 8 people on there and do that as well. And so I see, obviously, Rich, in the background, you're clearly a Cleveland Browns fan. Am I right? Clearly. Garrett, you as well. You're Ohio guy. You're true Ohio guy.
I am. I'm a true Ohio guy through and through.
Very good. I'm a New Yorker who roots for the Las Vegas Raiders. Don't ask why. When I was 8 years old, Marcus Allen ran for a huge touchdown at the Super Bowl, and I've been a fan ever since.
Done. It's over.
That hasn't served me that well in the last 20, 30 years. But, hey, it was good when I was 10.
Yeah.
Cleveland, obviously, let's talk about
There's so much to talk about that's going on in Cleveland. I have so many questions. Like,
the
big question is just
so many
why.
answers.
Why is my big first number one question. Last year, this time, all we were doing was hyping up the offense that was supposed to be a powerhouse. We all drafted these guys so high, and our hearts were broken and shattered. So please tell me why I should be drafting any of these players going into 2020.
All right. Well, first of all, your heart shouldn't have been broken because Jarvis Landry still finished as a wide receiver 1. Nick Chubb still dominated in the run game. OBJ was like a huge upset, but he wasn't Juju Smith upset because he still had 1,000 yards receiving. So my biggest encouragement why you should draft Cleveland Browns is that they were able to do that under Freddie Kitchens. And I cannot emphasize enough of how much was wrong here in Cleveland, Ohio. It was Freddie Kitchens' fault. When OBJ has to be told where to line up on week 16 of the season, that's coaching. So now we have a competent coaching staff. They just brought in Austin Hooper. They're going to run a lot of the 12 personnel, which actually Baker strived in last year.
Okay.
You're looking for a really a huge rebound year, not only for the Cleveland Browns and success. Getting a guy like Jack Conklin, the number 1 right tackle in free agency, who actually runs that zone blocking scheme, which Kevin Stefanski likes to run. This offense is poised to take a massive step forward. Everything we thought we were going to get in 2019, we should get in 2020. And if that produces on the football field, that will produce for your fantasy football lineups as well. I look for all those Cleveland Browns still to be high draft picks. If you're doing dynasty startups today, or you did a redraft today, you're going to see a lot of those Cleveland Browns be in the top 5 rounds. You're going to see Nick Chubb most likely be a first-round pick. You're going to see Odell Beckham probably still be likely a third-round pick. I would argue Jarvis Landry is the biggest value, not only in redraft, but in dynasty. This is a guy who's a top 28 finish his entire career, who consistently produces on the field, but everybody just wants to shove him by the side because they think he's a number 2. I guess we shouldn't draft Mike Evans or Chris Godwin because they're a number 2. Kareem Hunt could be a viable option in the run game as a running back 2, strictly out of the passing game as well. I'm actually really excited about everybody from a fantasy aspect of the Cleveland Browns, but I'm even more stoked for the actual NFL season to get here. That's why everybody needs to stay in their damn houses. The Browns will get in the field this year. This is my one opportunity to have a really good football team. And as a Browns fan, those opportunities don't come around once every couple of decades, okay? So I need this in my life. People, stay home. Garrett?
No, and just to add on to that a little bit more, you mentioned Conklin coming in. That's a huge addition. And if you look at all of the visits that the Cleveland Browns have had, it's tackle, safety linebacker, tackle. Like they're addressing the tackle again. And that was the biggest weakness, was we were good inside the center and the guards. But when you look at outside, you look at the right and left tackle, that was part of the reason Baker had so many issues early on, is he kept having to roll out, move. He never felt comfortable in that pocket. And so if he's able to feel comfortable in that pocket, getting an offensive system that's much more suited for his skill set, you'll see all of these other weapons flourish in it. Now, the one area that I will say, the numbers might dwindle slightly would just be the addition of Austin Hooper. That's going to hurt, obviously, Njoku. He's now going to be more of the tight end 2. And we'll see if he's even still a Cleveland Brown by this time next year. I'm not convinced he will be. But so the tight end not going to get as much production as you would have hoped, just because they're going to be stealing from each other. But as far as OBJ, as far as Jarvis, as far as Hunt, as far as Baker Mayfield, all of those main guys that you're going to be looking to draft, I'm drafting them relatively basically in the same spot that I was last year.
Bold prediction: Baker Mayfield will be a top 3 fantasy football quarterback next year in 2020.
Woo!
Top 3. It doesn't even take you that long to count that high. Book it.
Bold. That is
I have
bold.
never spoken to Rich before, but I have fallen in love with him. I own Baker in one dynasty league, and if he is a top 3, I'm trading him immediately. Do you guys see a scenario where OBJ is not on the team when the season starts?
0%.
Okay, I just want to know you guys
Agree.
are tuned in there in Cleveland.
His contract's too good. The pass. There's no reason to trade him. Get New York paid all his guaranteed upfront.
Yeah,
There's literally no reason to trade him.
Right, you won't get right. Okay. So,
I do have a question, actually. I mean, you brought up the running game, and you brought up that, Kareem Hunt will, be in the mix again. I mean, last year they only had him for 6 weeks, really? And then that was just kind of slowly working him in. Aren't you worried at all about him taking away touches from Nick Chubb?
No, because Kareem rises to the top when it comes to talent, and Nick Chubb is one of the most talented running backs in the NFL today. I feel like it's as a Browns fan, and be able to actually watch every single second that they play compared to other NFL teams, I feel like it's a privilege to watch him run the football. I really do. He's that good. And yeah, Kareem Hunt's really good, but he's just not as good as running the ball in Kareem Hunt. I think Stefanski is going to utilize him in what he does well, which is catching the football, which he does extremely well, one of the best in the league, and kind of keep each other fresh, make it a playoff run, and then Kareem Hunt will most likely leave in 2021 and be a starter running back at another team elsewhere. This is probably a really good opportunity in Dynasty League to buy Kareem Hunt because you're getting a 24-year-old running back that is going to be a major player on another team in the future. I'm not really worried about Nick Chubb. I mean, they did play the second half last year, and Nick Chubb did just fine. Everybody goes like, oh, this is going to hurt Nick Chubb. It's going to hurt Nick Chubb. And by the time Kareem Hunt got in the field, it really didn't hurt his numbers in the slightest. Like, there wasn't even really a mild dip where he didn't take a hit where it's producing. He just offset Dontrell Hilliard, essentially. So I'm not really overly worried about it. I think that if it did take a hit, it would be minuscule.
Yeah, I agree. And part of it was Kareem Hunt had ended up stealing quite a few touchdowns, which really isn't sustainable. It was kind of a much higher rate than you would see over the course of his career. So I expect a lot of those touches to be Nick Chubb's inside the goal line. It just so happened, some of their good drives were the ones that Kareem Hunt happened to be on the field for that one. He got to punch it in. I expect that to level back out. But I do expect that Kareem Hunt will still be the main receiving back, but you weren't counting on Nick Chubb's catches. All the catches he gets are bonus, and he's not bad in that area. He's just not elite in that area. He's still going to get you 25, 30 catches on the season. It's just Kareem Hunt will take a lot of that third down role. But I'm fully on board with Nick Chubb, and especially in Dynasty, it's much more than just, looking at 2020. It's looking at, the next 3 or 4 seasons and beyond.
Yeah, I'm looking at it as a buy-in window. Anytime somebody they re-sign Kareem Hunt, anytime you see additions like that and people look at a loss of value because somebody else comes in there, kind of like Mike Evans is the same way because Tom Brady's coming in and they're thinking, oh, Chris Godwin's going to play the slot. It's going to hurt Mike Evans because Tom Brady doesn't throw the football downfield as much, where almost no NFL team really throws the football down past 20 yards on most of the games anyways. I look at it as a buy-in window. It's always been a buy-in window on Jarvis. I think this is a good buy-in window on Kareem Hunt and Nick Chubb, where some people look down on Nick Chubb because Kareem Hunt is there. Again, that's a really good buy-in window in my eyes.
Guys, one question before we get away from any Cleveland talk. Somebody asked if there's any news on Jarvis Landry's hip injury. Have you guys heard anything that maybe we haven't heard about him healing up?
I follow Jarvis on Instagram. He's one of only I have a very small following that I follow people there, and he's out. He looks really good on there, working out every day, working on the hip. It looks pretty fluid. Jarvis Landry strives himself on never missing a game in his NFL career, and all reports here in Cleveland are that he'll 100% be ready by training camp and be ready to go for the season. So we look like we're going to be good to go for Jarvis.
Cool. That was from Zach Reed from the Dynasty Dummies, who, by the way, said that the dummies were created in an old Dynasty Nerds draft. So
nice.
So Dynasty Dummies was born. I don't know if you guys know that podcast, but they're part of the DFPN network. So we formed this network, DFPN, and D is for Dummies, F is for Funhouse, and that's the podcast I do. And we're doing some great things over there. So check us out on there as well. But you guys have been instrumental in getting them started. And Zach also just posted, I haven't brought it up a lot today. We do have a link open at fantasycares.net with Scott Fish to raise some money. If you are still working, if you are in a position where you can donate We have that set for just today, and whatever we do receive, we're going to give to some COVID related charity. We're up to $312. We haven't said really anything about it, so I don't want to bang a drum on a day when a lot of people are sitting home and not working, but it is there, and if you can get involved, it'd be awesome.
Yeah, there's any time. I agree what Scott Fish does with that, even what John Bosch does to help him as well. If you could help out in that Fantasy Cares, even if it's just $1, Scott Fish takes all that money and put it towards kids. So even if you have $1, $2 to spare, that is a great thing to help kids. And if there's going to be kids that are going to be kind of, if parents are hard up right now and go through some hard times, that's only going to trickle down onto the children. So there's never a time ever that you should always be donating, but they need it more now than ever, that Fantasy Cares, the donate right now. It's a great cause. Scott Fish does amazing work with it. I'll be jumping on there later today. I'll be making a donation. Somebody's got to point me in the right direction how to do that. But again, if parents are going to face some hard times, it's going to trickle down to the children. So anything we do to give back to them to make sure that they're not, feeling this as well from an economic standpoint, even if it's $1, if everybody that listens and follows all of us on Twitter, we all got a pretty good following on social media that can just give $1, that will go a long way to these kids, man. And, we got to make sure kids that not only to stay healthy, but, kind of get through this and stay happy and not suffer kind of that recession when it comes to getting gifts. Because kids,
it's real easy. FantasyCares.net. If you go there, Scott has a button you press, and it's very easy to donate. It's very simple.
Awesome.
Perfect.
You guys have not been on the SFB Podathon that I've going into year 3 of doing that. I definitely like to have you guys on that. This year we have raised in the last 2 years over $11,000 doing that Podathon.
Wow, that's awesome.
For Scott's charity, and thank you. I'm hoping that it grows every year. The level of analysts that we got, the level of analysts that I got today is fantastic. And it's what makes this community great. Guys like yourself, guys who have been around and been foundation pieces of this community. We could band together. Some of the stuff that you just said, Rich, was perfect. Band together to do some good. And this community always comes together. So definitely want to make sure you guys are a part of that. July 6th, I think, is the day, but it's the first Monday. It's the same day that the SFB draft kicks off every year. We do the Podathon. So
yeah, put us down, man. We're in.
Cool. Sam, any more Cleveland talk before I move on to something else?
I'm afraid you're going to segue onto my Steelers, and I'm a little nervous about that with these two guys.
You know what? I wasn't going to, but now that you said it, and Garrett,
since you brought it up,
how dare you?
Smiled in a devious way. Sam, do you have any Pittsburgh-related questions you'd like to present?
I mean, I know how much I have invested in my Steelers, and I know that we're going to be fantastic next year with a healthy Ben, finally, who says that his shoulder feels better than it's ever felt. Unfortunately, his beard is growing longer than, my hair, which says a lot because it's very long.
Yeah, he's looking homeless right now.
He's looking a bit homeless, and like he needs to, also maybe get on the treadmill a little bit. So I get it. Like, he's not looking 100% every way, but at least the shoulder feels good. And he's never been a big mobile quarterback, so I just need him to stand back and throw the cannon that he does. So I'm happy with that. Juju, watching his rehab on Instagram, he looks great and healthy. Hopefully, finally, we have a full year of a whole healthy team that's not snake bitten. So I'm hopeful for a very big bounce back for all of my Steelers players.
Yeah, I guess if you just get a couple fantasy points out of that squad, it's a bounce back because that was a poop show last year.
It was not good. It was not good.
My biggest thing about Juju is I wasn't really in love with him coming out of college. He had that one really good year, and I know he's really young, but people were like, oh, it was without Big Ben. It was out without Big Ben. I just want you to answer, what about all the drop passes and what about the bad route running? It has nothing to do with Big Ben. I'm actually more excited about Deontay Johnson than anybody else out there. I'd be selling Juju anywhere I could. James Conner is a big question mark. Do they draft a running back? Do they not? I know Big Ben's coming back, but he's 38 years old with a bum elbow. That's like a tough cookie to swallow by itself because once you start getting that age range and you start having major surgeries and major injuries, they're just harder to come back from. And you just don't get better after you have those kind of surgeries. I'm a little bit worried about Pittsburgh bouncing back. James Conner, like I said, he's somewhat of a question mark. Juju, to me, is a massive question mark. Could he rebound and have a great year? 100%. But he could rebound and just be like a mid-range wide receiver too. And for what you can get value-wise, his value is worth way more than that right now in the eyes of the community. He's a huge sell for me. He's just too much of a question mark for me.
I think last year is a really horrible example of the team was scrambling under every circumstance. I think Tomlin did a great job with what he had to work with at the quarterback position. I don't have to, restate how poor that quarterback play was for us. And the team having to deal with that type of, just that type of a mindset just completely rattled them. Plus, they kept getting dinged up. I don't know how many concussions Juju had last year, but he had quite a few. So for crying out loud, if they can just be healthy, have like someone steering the ship that they know the ball's going to be where I want it to be, not from someone that's throwing it to the stands. It would be nice to have a consistent year from that. I do agree that I think that James Conner's a little bit of a question mark. I think it would be really beneficial to draft another running back just to see what we can do. But I think that Juju is going to be a big surprise in where he lands at the end of the year. Top 10 wide receiver end of the year, for sure.
I hope they go 0-16.
I'm sure you hope that. I'm sure you do.
One of the things that I really enjoy, I do a lot of work with, obviously, Dynasty, but Devy stuff as well. And from everything that I'm hearing, everything that I'm looking at, all of the visits that I'm tracking and stuff like that, it looks highly likely are going to be selecting a running back. I wouldn't be shocked if they do use that second round pick on a Cam Akers, or if a Jonathan Taylor falls. That would be beautiful for y'all.
Yeah.
I would not be shocked at all to see a workhorse type running back, but a little bit later on, a guy like Zach Moss would also be a very good fit. But I think they really want that 3-down guy that they can just set it and forget it for the next 5 years and just let him do his thing. We'll have our feature workhorse running back. And then we'll just move on with the rest of the stuff and figure it out, because obviously your guys' defense was fantastic for how putrid the offense was.
Oh,
so
we did
you can get a couple
things.
of those things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm actually hopeful that the ship that seems to be on fire and sinking in the Houston Texans does so in such a way that J.J. Watt wants to leave and we get another Watt brother, because we just got Derek Watt. So I'd love to collect the whole set and just have a full Bash Brothers system set up for the Steelers, and it'll just be a beautiful, beautiful thing.
They're starting to rival the Gronk brothers. I think they might be more fun. They're making commercials now. They're a little bit more family, homely, family oriented.
Which isn't a bad thing. That's not a bad thing. We don't need more keg stands in the world. I think they've got that covered.
So somebody put up Ebron and 3 exclamation points. And the reason is I spell GOAT, Goate, as in tight end, because I love the tight ends. And I'm like the Eric Ebron fan, the president of the fan club. For some reason, I have no idea why. I've just always touted him. And he landed in Pittsburgh. And we know Vance is still there. But, guys, how do you see it breaking down between Vance McDonald and Eric Ebron? Ebron most likely plays a similar role he played in Indy, where he's a red zone type of guy, and Vance does more of the Doyle type of stuff. That's my opinion. But how do you guys feel?
I think at this point the hype has slightly outweighed what the actual production is going to be. There's a lot of question marks going on in that offense. And Ebron himself has been a little bit inconsistent. So I do agree that I think that he'll have that same type of role. But there's also a lot of other mouths to feed it. Juju's got a lot to say about that. Both Washington and Deontay Johnson, both are on the come up. So there's that going on. Then you do have Vance McDonald there. And then whatever running backs they choose to go with, whether they draft one, which I think is highly likely. Connor can catch passes. Obviously, Samuels can do that as well. So there's a lot of mouths to feed. I'm not sure how much he'll be able to actually do. So I think it's more likely that you're kind of hoping for that tight end 8 to 12 production, and you would be very, very excited if that happened. And I think right now you could easily trade him as the tight end 9, 8 in that range and get more for your money than what you're hoping, the upside will be, because I don't see it getting into that top 6 range, even in the best case scenario.
I don't think Rich agrees.
I think you're shaking your head a lot.
Eric Ebron, here's the thing. It's not even just Eric Ebron himself.
I think he's even more down than me, honestly.
Well, it's not just even Eric Ebron. It's a scheme and system they run as well. I mean, the last time Pittsburgh has even had a top 8 fantasy tight end, it was like the single-digit 2000s. The system doesn't really utilize the tight end from a fantasy standpoint. And, Vance McDonald, he's totally capable. Had one of the best stiff arms I saw in a long time last year.
So beautiful.
And Eric Ebron, I know he's young, but he just, besides that Indy production that he had, which only came off of touchdown production, that's literally all his fantasy points came off touchdowns anyways. Like Garrett said, they love to use the pass catcher running back in Pittsburgh, right? So they get a guy like Cam Akers. You're talking about Ebron's most likely the 4.5 option, splitting with Vance McDonald. The contract wasn't anything crazy out there. He does have a bad case of drops. Mike Tomlin's not going to stand for that at all. So James Washington, better talent. Deontay Johnson, better talent. Juju, better talent. Cam Akers, if they bring him in there, better talent. James Conner, better talent. So if for the way I look at it is anytime you start talking about tight end 8 to 16, you're almost talking about the same exact guy. The point differential between tight end number 8 and tight end number 15, it's not really that drastic. It's the reason I'm with you where I love the tight end position. Like I have to have one of the top end tight ends because that's a difference maker where it's such a narrow pool of talent and talent for fantasy production. Like if you have that, that's the one edge you can have over your opponent. Everybody can have good running backs, everybody can have good receivers, but everybody can't have a good tight end because there's just not that many out there. So to me, Ebron just falls in that mix of, okay, what if he has like a decent year? And like Garrett said, he is tight end number 8. That doesn't excite me whatsoever because I can go find that guy elsewhere. There's just as good a chance that Tyler Eifert is tight end number 8, and you can get Tyler Eifert for free out there in Jacksonville because they have way less mouths to feed in Jacksonville than they do in Pittsburgh.
I think that I agree with you guys to the extent that I don't see the value for Ebron really jumping that much higher. This is not a system that, like you said, we do not consistently use the tight end in that way. They are red zone targets at best. And I think that, if Ebron's there and he's open and you happen to get lucky playing him in daily, that might be the place to use him. But
Sure.
He's not someone that you would want to stash away on like a dynasty team in any aspect. It's just not someone that we're going to use. So if you are someone that does like to play the matchup, play the team that's got weak at the tight end position, like for coverage, then yes, you could end up throwing someone like Ebron or McDonald in, depending on how deep that league is. That's about where I see him, but I do not see him as being like the tight end to bring, success to us at that position. I don't.
It was like the Cardinals last year. Every tight end except for like 2 was like a top 3 tight end that week if they played the Cardinals. That's a good
Absolutely. So there you go.
Yeah, matchups when it comes to tight ends is if you don't get one of those top 3 guys, maybe to expand it. Well, let's see. The top 3 guys have been Ertz, Kittle, and Kelsey.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anybody else that you
Mark
feel
Andrews is my number 2 overall dynasty tight end right now.
Yeah, I like him.
Andrews.
Okay.
Evan Ingram in New York this year. Jason Garrett really likes to utilize the tight end in his system, so that's a really good spot for
You just
him.
got to stay healthy.
Yeah, his health issues are so bad.
Yeah, Noah Fant, we could look to take a big step forward. Definitely get like a guy like Henry Ruggs to offset Cortland Sutton out there with Melvin Gordon in Denver. He's a really good out tight end out there.
Hunter Henry,
of course, in LA, so it could expand a little bit. Guy like Hunter Henry as well. There's TJ Hawkinson was a top 10 pick in the NFL draft for a reason. So just because he didn't produce last year, tight ends usually take 2 to 3 years to become relevant, and that's another guy to take a big step forward. So we do look for that pool to expand a little bit. Hopefully, we need it desperately. We've been waiting decades.
I agree. Like I say, I'm always the guy who's touting these random tight ends, but it hurt me that you didn't say Darren Waller. It really hurt.
Yeah, and you can't utilize. Yeah, you can't take him on the market either. Darren Waller out in LA or Las Vegas is another option.
Yeah,
I do like Waller.
How long do you think it's going to take to adjust to say Las Vegas? It's going to. I mean, it's San Diego for Christ's sake.
I'm still saying San Diego. Yeah.
You still say San Diego.
I mean, I went to a game. I went to a Chargers game, and I was like, I'm going to the San Diego Chargers game. Oh, wait, it's in Carson. That was to see my Steelers, though, and it was a great game. We killed them.
I go to a lot of Chargers. Anytime the Browns play the Chargers, I always fly out there every time. Either San Diego or LA, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's a great place. I don't get to visit California very much, and maybe I'll just start going to Vegas now more often.
There you go. Flights are cheaper.
Yeah,
guys. Before we get into some rookie talk, I haven't had that much fun, just random fun conversation today. So, since you guys are big dynasty guys, who's one player on a dynasty roster that you're kind of embarrassed? You don't want to admit you still own them on a dynasty roster, and you're kind of holding out. The fact you're like, this is kind of for me, it might be Ebron.
I was just looking at my dynasty.
It's actually for me, it's actually Jordan Reed. I'm embarrassed to admit I still
really.
But Garrett, let's start with you. Who is somebody you're like, oh my God, I work in this business. I'm in this business. I'm embarrassed to have him on a roster.
I don't even want to say it.
You got it.
I don't even want to say it. Okay. All right. This is super gross. Like I feel like I'm going to need to get some Germ-X or some Lysol after I even say this. But there are a couple rosters, and these are deep, to be fair. These are 30 play. I have to preface it because it's so gross. I have to preface it. But these are like 30, 35 man rosters. But there is still like, I think 2 rosters where I still own Donta Foreman.
What?
Yep.
Wow.
He's still there.
He's not in the
He's still there.
He's still in the league?
He has one leg, but he's still on a couple of my rosters.
Oh my God, that's awesome. Okay, I think for me, I have one dynasty league that I've been in since college, and it's with a bunch of my best friends. We've had it forever. This year is the first year I've actually won it, but I don't have the trophy because of the damn COVID. So
oh no,
I might just like say sacrifice it and be like, it's worth the ticket, and just go and pick up my trophy from my friend's house because I want it so bad. But I won this league basically on, the back of Aaron Jones. So he's going to be someone that I'm debating this offseason if I'm going to hold on tight to as like my security blanket or if I'm going to sell high. But in the trade that I made to get him, I got Jared Goff, and my contract on Deshaun Watson's about to expire. So I'm not set up well for the quarterback position. I'm very sad about that.
So who's your nasty player? All those players are nice.
No, Jared Goff isn't a nice player. I'm not excited for him.
I gave you Donta Foreman and you gave me Jared Goff.
Jared Goff was tight end 4, the QB4
Okay,
overall
wait.
2 years ago.
I've
He's
got-
got a good rebound here.
Maybe my team is just that good. No, I had Adrian Peterson in my flex.
Okay, that's a little better.
That's a little bit better.
Closer.
Hey, but I won.
Okay.
I won with that lineup.
Yeah.
I'm going to read you, Rich, before I get to yours. I'm going to read you this one league. It's the Bar Tab League, which I'm in with John Bosch, as you mentioned earlier. And I took this team over 3 years ago, right after the original auction happened, and the team was kind of in shambles. And I've never really recovered. On this roster currently, C.J. Anderson, Des Bryant,
No.
Damian Willis. There was another terrible one in here. Wait, where did it go? Oh, Alfred Morris is on that roster, and Wendell Smallwood. I mean,
there's got to be waiver wire pickups better than that.
well, it's a 14-team league with 28-man rosters, deep, like Garrett said before. And yeah, like I said, I got into the league late. The taxi squads in there are obscene. When I got in there weren't even rookies to grab. So I'm working, and I basically just kept, mortgaging my future, and it's done absolutely nothing for me. That team is kind of embarrassing.
Oh my God. Yeah.
I have Joe Flacco on IR in that. Superflex. Tyrod Taylor was my second QB. Rick,
It's not a super flex, is it?
it's a Superflex.
Oh no.
That's gross.
If you know John Bosch, we don't do anything but Superflex with John.
That makes sense.
Rich, how about yourself?
I was going to say Jerick McKinnon, but I'm not. He's a great buy. I'm actually very proud of having him. I can't wait to see what he does in San Francisco if his knees stay together.
I've
But
been saying that for like 5 years.
and one day I'm going to be right. And like I told you, no, I think mine would be Josh Gordon, where I go big time Brokeback Mountain on Josh Gordon because I just can't quit him. He doesn't play in the league ever, and I just have to hold on to him no matter what. I can every time I need to make a roster move, I'm like, oh, I can cut Josh Gordon. I'm like, now he might come back. He's right around that age where he's still not old enough. He's still got the skill set. And now that NFL passes those new rules, where you go smoke as much weed as you want. This is heaven for Josh Gordon. So he's my biggest hold. I've held on to him this whole entire time since he's been pretty much a rookie. I've had him in multiple leagues, and I'm not ashamed technically to hold him, but
He's your ride or die.
He is.
Well, you're slowly dying.
Very, very slowly.
John is in the chat, and he told me he wants my 2021 dues for that league.
That's probably smart.
Stay up while you keep this bad team.
George Reed has been here all day. George is a guy I know about 5 years. I dropped out of this league recently. It's a 32-team, single copy dynasty league with IDP. And he has Buck Allen and DeMarco Murray on his roster. But
32 team single copy?
It's the worst, most excruciating, horrible thing. And after 5 years, I finally pulled the plug and left the league.
Yeah, that sounds terrible. Like, isn't DeMarco Murray like Hall of Fame eligible at this point?
Yeah, he definitely is.
Oh, that's brutal.
Not sure he's getting in, but definitely eligible.
Jeez.
So that was fun. We had one guy who said Adam Shaheen. Adam Shaheen is, it's possible he gets some run this year.
So you're saying there's a chance.
I think the most embarrassing Yeah. I think the most embarrassing one for me was for yours, Sal, with Des Bryant. That was just.
I actually picked him up last year when it was rumored that he might come back. So it's not like I've owned him a long time.
Whereas with New Orleans for like 2 days.
Yeah. It's like he's gonna be. And I was like, hey, that's the one guy in the waivers. Let me scoop him right up. Hey, let me ask you guys this question. You guys playing any of the kitchen sink leagues? Ryan McDowell's kitchen sink leagues?
I do not.
Good.
I'm in one.
Oh, you're in one, but you're not in Cinco. You're not in 5 kitchen sink.
No, I picked up at one of the orphans this past year, and the dispersal draft. That was probably the best I ever felt after a dispersal draft ever. Because I'm looking at these rosters and I'm like, man, there's like only so much talent to go around. But you get to do, it's an auction, so it's not just the snake, it's auction. So I was like, all right, there's only a few quality like players. I'm going all in with my budget to make sure that I get these quality players. So I ended up with Pat Mahomes. I ended up with Josh Jacobs.
Nice.
I ended up with Cooper Kupp. But then on top of it, it's also a Devy league, and you could take rookies because they're running around Devy team. So I got like Jerry Jeudy, Travis Etienne, Najee Harris, Rondell, like all of these talented players. And on top of that, I picked up all of these. The picks are an amount of money that you get. So like the 1-1 is the most amount of money, 1-2 second most. So I picked up the 1-1, the 1-5, 1-6, and 1-10, and available in there is Joe Burrow, and it's the super flex league, and Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Neither one run any Devy squads because they kind of came out of nowhere. So I feel thrilled about that league.
Nice.
So-
That's awesome.
I did the same thing last year. I jumped in a Cinco. I picked up an orphan. I was in a Devy. I was in a dispersal. It was only me and one other guy. And I ended up with running backs. I ended up with J.K. Dobbins. I ended up with Swift.
Nice.
I ended up with Etienne. I ended up with Chenault. I got a ton of great Devy players last year, guys who are going to be in the NFL this year coming up. And I also was able to buy the draft picks. I was able to get Josh Jacobs and guys like that. So I'm playing that for the future going forward. I'm not competing right now. I'm selling off everything I have. But when you do the Devy stuff, and I'm been doing Devy the last few years, but Devy light, not heavy Devy.
Sure.
Fish has the Capitals Pigs League, where it's kind of like not heavy Devy. Sam, don't laugh at me.
It just sounds like a dance that the kids are doing these days.
The heavy Devy.
I own tight end from Ohio State, Jeremy Ruckert, because I coached this kid. He was my soccer goalie when he was a kid. He's the same
Really?
son. Yeah, I know him since he's 6 years old. He was a phenomenal soccer goalie. At 12 years old, he was invited to the I forget what it was called, but it was the identification program for U.S. Soccer at 12.
Oh, wow. That's
Okay.
cool.
The kid was that good of a soccer goalie, and it explains why he has phenomenal hands now. I watched this kid grow up, and as long as he's healthy, I don't see a reason why he's not playing in the NFL in 2 years. He'll be a junior
For sure.
this year at Ohio State. So when you need to talk Ruckert in the future, and I tell Elliot Chris the same thing, call me up. I can give you all the inside information. He's been on the show.
I love it.
You can tell him what snacks he liked at halftime.
Yeah. He's,
Orange slices.
Or slices.
all right, guys. So let's move on to the rookies and the upcoming draft. Which hopefully, you guys see any reason why the draft will be moved? I think it's going to stay on schedule.
We already announced it.
Sounds like it's going.
It's on
Yeah.
schedule right now, but it's just not going to be the big blowout where everyone was getting in boats and going across the Bellagio, that type of deal.
Yeah, that would have been awesome.
Would have been cool. Would have taken a long time. That draft would have taken a couple hours to do.
For sure.
So I think
We're here in Cleveland next year. We'll take boats across Lake Erie.
There you go.
it's been pretty much a consensus that Burrow's going to go 1. But we had somebody ask earlier: is there any scenario where you see Tua still going number 1? I think I would agree with you, Rich. But let's talk about Tua then, because if the foregone conclusion is Burrow is going to end up in Cincinnati, do we think Tua goes number 2, or do we think a team jumps up to get him?
Whew, it's tough. There's quite a few scenarios there. So there is a real possibility that Washington decides that, you know what, we're not sold on Haskins. We're going to get our guy. There's a scenario where that could happen. I think most likely they're still going to go Chase Young. So I think it's the 3 spot that's kind of the linchpin in all of this, which is the Detroit Tigers. I don't see them taking a quarterback. I think there's some conspiracy theories out there that they would want to move on from Stafford. I still see that as unlikely. So I think the most likely scenario is Detroit trades out of 3, and then we see probably either the LA Chargers or we see the Miami Dolphins trade up into that number 3 spot and end up selecting Tua. So to me, that's the most likely scenario. But I wouldn't rule out something crazy like the Las Vegas Raiders saying, you know what, let's go get our guy. And they have tons of resources in this draft and they can fly up the board, or, not Tampa Bay anymore because they already made their deals and stuff for Brady. But I think the most likely scenario is either LA or Miami trading into that 3 spot.
Yeah, we had some good talk earlier about Mariota going to the Raiders, and looking back at who was the GM's number one. When Mayock was with NFL Network, his number 1 quarterback that year in the draft was Mariota, and Gruden did the Gruden QB thing with Mariota. They seem to actually really like him. I don't know that means he's going to play this year. They did sign him to a 2-year contract, and I forget who we talked about it with earlier, but it would be easier for them in year 2 to get out of Carr's contract than it would be to get out of Mariota's contract.
Okay.
As money goes. I think that Carr will be on a short leash this year, and if he costs them a game, or if he costs them a couple of games, I think that Mariota will get a chance to play. So I don't see them leaping up. I think that they're trying to keep their picks, and I wouldn't hate it, but I don't see it happening.
Yeah, no, I think the most likely is that 3 spot. Yep, somebody trading up there.
And I feel like the Chargers seem like the one that's going to do it, because they keep saying Tyrod Taylor's our guy, but it kind of feels like in the same context they're saying like, no, I swear, I promise, he's our guy. No. It's like the yes but no that they're doing with Tyrod, because like there's no way that Tyrod's their guy for the year. So I think that they're just faking, and they're going to kind of make a move to go up, because I think that having someone like Tua in there with the weapons that they have with the Chargers makes a lot of sense.
Did you not hear that he's my only other quarterback in the Superflex, Sam? Can you just ease up on that, please?
Sorry.
See, if I'm the Chargers, I'm signing Cam Newton, and I'm using that pick to go, solidify another point of my team. Either the offensive line, which was a big struggle for them, and this is one of the strongest offensive classes we've seen. Even on defense, you get a guy like Isaiah Simmons, or even possibly Jeff Okudah. And I would sign Cam Newton, who's only 30 years old and still, to me, a pretty good talent. And that team's built to win now, unlike Miami. I think that, like Garrett said, that's a possibility. I think there's a 0.0% chance that Washington would draft a quarterback, mostly because that's Dan Snyder's guy. Gruden last year was in a win now mode. Like if you don't win now, and he knew it. That's the biggest problem with Haskins last year, is because Gruden didn't want to play him because he knew he had to win, and Dan Snyder's like, no, this is my guy, so you have to play him. And he still got fired. So I think Dwayne Haskins is Dan Snyder's guy, which means he is going to play. He was just a rookie last year. He's only a 22-year-old kid. He's going to get another try there. So you can't pass up on a guy like Chase Young. I don't even think they move out. Tua, for me, he's an intriguing prospect, but, I mean, he's had 2 ankle surgeries. He's had that, trauma, hip surgery. Those are things that you have to worry about. He's a little bit smaller in stature as well, left-handed quarterback. Really good, really accurate, but we've seen a lot of those quarterbacks come out in the league and not have success as well. I think Miami's probably his number 1 option, and we'll see if they even have to move, really. I mean, if I'm the Chargers, and all the rumors are the Chargers like Justin Herbert a lot too, so do you really even have to give up capital to move up to number 3? Because the Lions are there, even no matter what, are going to probably put a bidding war on it. Like, oh, well, what's your best offer? We're hearing from this team over here, like, give us your best offer, kind of playing these teams against each other. Yeah. I'd be somewhat surprised if that happens. If I'm Miami, I'd almost stay put and just stay at 5 if I could. But they're probably the most likely team to move up because they do have all those first-round picks. Maybe they give their last first-round pick to move up and just get their guy in Tua.
Yeah, I had something to say, and I completely forgot what it was, Rich, because
I had something that I wanted to ask, actually, because you brought up Cam, and I think that he's going to be a very interesting person that once he finds a home is going to answer a lot of questions that we obviously have, because we're speculating him going everywhere. I mean, we've talked about him going to the Patriots. We've talked about him going to every different place. But right now, with the situation, the way it is with the coronavirus, he did pass his physical with the Panthers on Monday, but all teams want to have their own one-on-one, have the doctors look at him. How much can they really get out of a video conference physical with someone like that? I feel like, could we see Cam not sign with a team until after the draft? that would be even crazier too, because there's a lot of teams that now don't need him. So I think that drives his price down. Right now, his price is probably super high. I'm just wondering how long, due to the current circumstances, that will keep him without a home.
Yeah, I think he's pretty driven and he wants to prove himself right. That's why he put on these Instagram videos. And, a baseball card could be worth $1 million, but people are only offering you $5 for it. It's only worth $5.
Yeah.
So if I'm Cam Newton, I'm signing a 1-year incentive deal, go in there and bet on myself. I think Jacksonville's a really good fit for him. I think the LA Chargers are a really good fit for him. I've been saying for almost a month now that I think that the Patriots are going to tank for Trevor Lawrence personally.
Yeah, I think that's probably going to happen. Yeah. Belichick's just going to watch his team burn and then be like, I will rebuild.
Yeah, it's like, oh, we just want to see what Jarrett Stidham has. It's like, no, you don't, Bill.
No, you don't.
We see through you, Bill.
Tom Brady quarterback out there, you fibber. So
well, and we still have Jameis Winston out there too. Who's a very capable quarterback in his own right.
Yeah, that's why I like these Mike Mayock takes. Well, Mike Mayock had Marcus Mariota as his number 1 quarterback at the time. Okay, well, you know what? A lot of teams had Jameis Winston as the number 1 quarterback on the board, too, and he's still a free agent. Who cares where Marcus Mariota was 5 years ago? We've got to see him play football for 4 years. And guess what? He's a poop sandwich, and I don't want to take a bite out of that.
Yeah, that sounds gross.
Very gross. You're right. Correct, Sam. Very gross.
Well, to be honest with you, Rich and Sam, Cam Newton was the thing I forgot to bring up, so I'm glad Sam brought it back up. I agree with you. He's been one of my favorite quarterbacks for a long time. He's one of my son's favorite quarterbacks, so that's why he's always been one of those guys I've kept an eye on. I would have loved for him to land in Las Vegas. And I think that the Chargers would be foolish not to bring this guy in. He is going to make somebody look really smart when he lands somewhere, and he's going to be a steal for what you're going to get him for.
All he's ever done is he's won 2 college national championships. He's rookie of the year, winning Heisman's, NFL MVP, going to the Super Bowl. This guy is just a winner. And he's not even like Phillip Rivers, where he's like 30, like 8 years old. He's only like 30 years
with
old.
1,000 children.
he's got to social distance himself from his whole family. Like, sorry, little Philip Jr. the third, you got to move out. There's only 10 of us allowed.
Philip Jr. the third.
Guys, we're closing in on the end of the hour. It was a ridiculously quick hour. So real quick with wide receivers, what did you guess of how many wide receivers will go in the first round of the NFL draft?
There's so many good ones.
I'm saying at least 6.
Okay.
I think 6 is a good number.
Yeah, and do you have a far and away number 1, or do you have a couple of guys that you feel are interchangeable to be the number 1 wide receiver taken?
For me, I feel like CeeDee Lamb is the far and away number 1. I really want to hear what you guys think about where Henry Ruggs is going to land, because I feel like a lot of people have him as like their pivot point as far as like the 3-4. Just based on, his time, but also his personal skills. I mean, you can run really fast, but you're not the same route runner that other players are here.
I think it's the biggest misconception about Henry Ruggs out there today is that he's just a really fast receiver. That's not the case. He can run really good routes. He's got really good hands. He can work the sideline. I don't know where, like everybody's, I think it's just, all these other really fast receivers over the years. Like I tweeted out during the combine, they showed all the fastest receivers in the NFL and they all stink. None of them have ever produced. So I think he's kind of fallen into that outlier perception of, hey, he's really fast, so he can't be this really good receiver. So to me, I think he's a really good route runner. I think he has really good hands. I think he's extremely fast. I think he's a game changer. I think he's even, I like him for my dynasty team, but I think he's even more mouth-watering for an NFL team, even more so. So it wouldn't surprise me if he's a top 15 pick easily. Denver's the number 1 place you keep seeing him land in mock drafts because Denver's been out there adamantly saying we need speed at the other receiver position. So everybody's putting him there. I have CeeDee Lamb as my number 1 receiver, like hands down. It's not even close. I like Jerry Jeudy, but Jerry Jeudy plays a lot softer than those guys. I think Henry Ruggs isn't too far off from Jeudy, more honestly, than I think Ruggs is closer to Jeudy than Jeudy is to CeeDee Lamb. But it's a really good class. So like I'd be happy for all 3 of those guys personally. And we even talk about T. Higgins, Jalen Reagor, Denzel Mims,
Justin Jefferson.
Nobody's going to talk about Brian Edwards because he had that foot injury. He couldn't compete at the combine. That guy's a really good receiver. Garrett, you love him.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I've loved Brian Edwards. I think he's uber talented, and even you saw guys that we didn't even know they were going to test that well, like Michael Pittman Jr. He was a guy I loved his tape, and he ended up testing really well on top of it. So he was a better athlete than people realize. So not only are we going to see 6, maybe even as many as 7 receivers go in the first round, but we're also going to see another 10 to 15 receivers go in the next 2 rounds as well. So, I mean, there is going to be juicy wide receiver options in your fantasy drafts. The running back class isn't going to be as deep as we thought a year out, but the wide receiver class is as good, and if not way better than we even originally anticipated. So it's going to be fun.
Yeah.
Landing spots.
Yeah, well, for all intents and purposes, if the Raiders stay still and not trade up, we expect them to go wide receiver.
CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah, why wouldn't they?
Yeah, Lamb, Judy, and Ruggs are all options.
I don't know if you've seen my team over the years. You know, we might.
They do tend to like just, the fast little guy just get. It's so consistent. The Raiders always take the same guy.
They can take Henry, so that means they're taking Henry Ruggs.
Hey, congratulations on your Henry Ruggs Raider.
I think when you're making these rookie picks for these receivers or any player, you're always kind of like it's like a roulette wheel. You want to put your chips on the best odds that you can. So for me, I think the guy who profiles the best as the highest fantasy production year in, year out, and they reach that DeAndre Hopkins kind of level, to me, it's CeeDee Lamb for sure. But, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me, like, if we're sitting there 5 years later and, a guy like Denzel Mims is Michael Thomas, where he was like the 3rd, 4th receiver taken, but now he's a top 5 dynasty asset too, because they say Denzel Mims lands in Green Bay, which you see a lot of those mocks land in there, and he gets a pair of.
It'd be a great spot for him.
It'd be a great spot for him. So it's like, where do these guys land? Like, if you remember Leonte Crew out of Arizona State, a lot of dynasty analysts and a lot of people in the media had him really high, and then he landed up as the 4th receiver in Miami, and you're like, oh, never mind.
Yeah. No, this is going to be a class where if you've managed to secure the rookie picks and you get a couple of these guys, these are ones that you need to wait on. And I mean, depending on their situation, they're going to be players you do not want to drop just because you need somebody for the week for waivers. You got to hold on to them in dynasty because for, like you're saying, for years to come, these guys are going to grow and they're the people that you do want to hold on to.
Especially this year because of the coronavirus. I expect some of these guys, because they're not getting the OTAs and some of that kind of stuff, we might see slightly slower starts than we have seen in other years. So you got to be patient with these guys.
Well, real quick before I let you guys go, I had asked this earlier to Elliot Christ, because this is a good year for rookies, right? You probably don't want to trade out of this draft, but knowing that they're going to start slow and it's take a bit longer to acclimate, do you trade your rookie picks this year and then hoping that those guys have slower starts to the season or not as big of a year, maybe buy back into those guys? Or do you not run the risk of not getting these guys and hold on to your rookie pick?
I think the price is going to be overinflated later. I think this is you got to buy now.
Okay, cool. Sam, tell everybody where they can find you on a regular basis, what you're doing.
Absolutely. You guys can find me on Twitter at Samantha R. Holt, and I am a part of the Fantasy Focus team with those guys, and I have my own show with them, The Fantasy Debate. We did our 5-hour-long marathon with all the women yesterday of football, and you guys can still find that over on YouTube at the Fantasy Focus YouTube page, and you find me every Sunday morning doing Fantasy Debate with my co-host, Derek Tate, so that's where you can find me.
Very cool. Thank you, Sam, so much for helping me out in this hour, and, I sound a lot smarter than me. Rick, you want to let us know about Dynasty Nerds? And I think most people out there watching this and in the Dynasty and fantasy industry know about you guys, but just give another briefing.
Yeah, I mean, you obviously follow me on Twitter at Dynasty Rich's site at Dynasty Nerds. No better time to become a member of the Nerd Herd now to get you prepared for that rookie draft, because that's where you really take that big step in your Dynasty League. So make sure to just check out dynastynerds.com. Make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel, which we have a lot of cool things coming that way. So from a visual aspect as well. And then, I mean, the site kind of just speaks for itself. Jump on there, see what it is, and you're going to be in the best position possible to dominate your Dynasty Leagues.
Cool. Garrett, anything to add?
Yeah, I'm at Dynasty Price on Twitter, and we have another show with the nerds that we've been doing for the past couple months called Film Nerds, and it's basically us just sitting and watching tape of all and just showing you how we did it when we played college sports, and just showing the little nuances of things here and there. And so hopefully it gives you an opportunity to get better. This past week we had DJ Dallas on from the Miami Hurricanes. He came on with us and got to break down his own tape. So that was kind of cool to get to see him come on and do that. So it's a neat show, something a little bit outside the box. So something else good to check out in the Dynasty Nerd family.
Very awesome. Thanks again, all three of you guys. If you have never seen my next guest, the Aussie guys, these are some wild dudes, and it's 7 a.m. tomorrow morning where they are right now, and they are waiting to join us. So
wow,
if you're clicking out, get on the YouTube feed, get on the Twitter feed, and watch these guys. They never disappoint, and they always bring the energy. Thanks again, everybody.
Awesome. Thanks for having me.
We'll see you guys.
Bye.
Wake up, G.
G,
Wake up,
you're
G.
on. Yay,
I'm
G.
so asleep. We got him. There he is.
I'm trying to nudge him. Like
What's up, fellas?
hey,
What's
Sal,
going
how
on?
you doing?
Sal, how are you, dude?
So normally when you guys join me, it's usually what, later in the evening when you
Oh
go?
shit! I touched my hand with my mouth and my mouth with my hand. That's all right. Wipe it clean. Wipe it clean. We're good. We're good.
Guys,
All
it's
right,
good to see you. It's good to see your smiling faces. Normally when you guys join me, you're together, but I think because of certain circumstances or because it's 7 o'clock in the morning, you guys aren't together. But man, I've been talking to people all day from the United States about what's going on here, but I don't think it holds a candle to what's gone on in Australia in 2020. I mean, starting with the wildfires that went on over there and the hellishness that came along with that, and on to you guys almost killing Tom Hanks. I mean,
I didn't even know he was out here.
how are you guys making out? What's the situation with COVID-19 and coronavirus in Australia?
Well, I'll let AJ talk because he's probably got more first-hand information from the fact that his wife has gone back to nursing to help with everything that's going on. So, AJ, fire away.
Yeah, and I was listening to the first hour of the show, Sal. It was midnight, so it was just before Hit the Sack. But I heard Kevin say his wife is in the medical field as well, I gather. She's either a nurse or a doctor or something.
She's on the psychologist end of it.
Ah, right.
She's dealing with people who deal with anxiety and stress and stuff like that at a time of something like this. Yeah.
Yeah. So my wife is trained as a nurse, and she's a couple of careers sort of post nursing. She was an ICU nurse, but they're calling back everybody. So her phone was ringing off the hook, and they've sort of rushed her, updating her registration and all that sort of stuff. And she's back at the front line. And there's lots of people in that boat. And I put I'll just move my head a little bit, and I might have to. I'm in the way of the logo. I'll just put a little thank you on the wall there. Yeah. I just wanted to give a shout out. And I know that you guys are raising money through Fantasy Cares, but also wanted to give a bit of a shout out to all the people on the front line. There's a day. I'll give a shout out to Dave, grumpy paramedic who comes and joins us on the pod every now and again. But paramedics, nurses, doctors, but not forgetting police, fireys. There's a lot of people that are on the front line of this thing, really kind of putting their lives on the line, literally, because they're kind of dealing with people, people who are sick or people who need kind of, attention. And they're really kind of putting themselves out there, including my wife, who, she had a family discussion with us and sort of said,
hence why I'm not there.
Yeah. She sort of said, listen, this is the situation. Are you happy if I kind of do this? I mean, it wasn't sort of much of a question because it's like, well, it's not something you kind of say no to, but it's something you kind of consider because it's like, well, you're putting yourself right on the front line. I mean, she's sort of trained in using ventilators and all that sort of gear, and she was really needed. But she's basically in contact with COVID-19 people,
But it's not just the nurses, the doctors, it's the families as well. The families know they leave every day to go and deal with these people, and then they come home to the household, and it's how it's amazing from the family's point of view as well. Is that the support that they give? Adrian gives his wife and everybody else that does it. That just to know that, the dad, the husband, the wife are going off every day and going to be in contact with these people. And look, we know that it's not going to affect most of the population, but it's going home to elderly, if you have elderly parents that live with you, or, like I don't see my mum now. I've told my mum and dad, I'm not coming to see you. I'm a pretty fit guy. But I could be someone that has it and don't know I have it. Mild symptoms. Go and see my mum once, who's in treatment for breast cancer, and they're the things we got to think about. Unfortunately, I don't think it's really gripped the younger generation here.
No,
They don't seem to worry about it as much. It's just like, hey, it's not going to affect us. We're young, and hence why there was tens of thousands of people down at the beach 3 days ago because it was a nice day. And if you look at the news footage, most of them were probably uni students and that. So unfortunately, they don't actually see what's been going on in Italy, where you just pass it from one young generation to an older generation that suffers from it. So, but no, it's a big call out for everybody. Everybody's doing it, and the families that have to these people go home to as well.
Yeah, it's a very real thing, and we had that going on here in the States as well. It was spring break week for colleges, and both of my kids had spring break. I have a 20-year-old and an 8-year-old who are both in college, and they had planned vacations, one to Aruba and one to Puerto Rico, and they were both out of the country when everything started to be shut down here in the country. And we had kids in Florida right on camera to the news saying, "We don't care. I'm not a threat. I'm not worried. If I get corona, I get corona. I'm not going to stop me from partying." And it was so blatantly ignorant, but it took so long. And we still have people here who it hasn't filtered into them that it's a real thing. And I know that Dr. Fauci, and who's been doing the briefings every day with the president, has said we're looking at 100,000 deaths in the United States. That's a big number. Whether you want to say, hey, we have 330 million people here, or whatever you want to say we have here, that's still 100,000 people losing your life. So I'm glad to hear you guys are taking it seriously. And it's starting to, I posted a video the other day. I don't know if you guys saw it, about me in Manhattan. It was a Thursday at 10:15, and it was empty, which was good to see. It was eerie, but it was good to see because it's what we need to do. And, bless your wife for going back out there and doing that. And we had Tyler on from Dynasty Happy Hour earlier, and Tyler works in janitorial for a hospital. The housekeepers in those hospitals are people I think that are largely getting overlooked. They're cleaning these rooms. They're cleaning all the stuff, and they're so there's a lot of people putting themselves at risk. So bless every single one of them.
Is he still at the haunted hotel? The haunted hospital? We did a podcast with him once, and he says he was there at night by himself. I think he said it was haunted.
I believe he's still in the same place. And next time I have him on, I'll definitely.
Yeah, we got to get him on ours, actually. Get him on the pod just for a chat. It's been a while since we spoke to him. But yeah, we've been through this. We had the bushfires, which were just crazy. We had out of control bushfires, just people trapped, couldn't move, death, obviously. And then in another part of the country, we have floods. It's just been a really bizarre summer here. We're past it all, obviously, but the devastation that's left, and then to throw this on top of it, it's just it's been a really wild 6 months in Australia.
Well, I appreciate you guys taking the time to come on, and let's maybe try to distract ourselves for half hour, 45 minutes, whatever we could do to just entertain the people who are tuning in to watch and distract ourselves.
For sure. People must be so sick of rookies, aren't they? Like, can we hear any more about CD Lamb and guys like that? Jerry Jeudy, what's the difference? I've
tried to go free agency with some of the people. Some of the people try to spread it out a little bit, but tell me what it is.
Mate, we've got some more questions, some more. Our trivia, mate. Our trivia.
Let's go. I'm here. Let's go.
Hey, you got some? Okay, we thought we'd just do something a little bit like we did last time, just to break it up. Everybody sort of can get rookie overload and free agency overload. So, mate, we're going to go and do our questions again. We found that 10 probably questions last time was enough for you guys. You seem to you want more, so I've given you 20.
Oh, good.
Now, G.
Yes.
Now, Sal's using StreamYard, and I don't know how many people are watching right now, but certainly play at home.
Join in.
Play at home, and if anyone wants to kind of post a bit of a guess or an answer up, maybe Sal can shoot it up on the screen. We'll see
Yeah,
how
if
we
it
go.
pops up, I'll put it up. We switched over streams. We lost a few viewers, but we have somebody here now. Definitely, and they've been very active. And thank you to everybody who's been watching and joining along all day.
Oh, and I
Yeah.
must also say, just by way of, I was going to say by way of apology, but yes and not really. We did kind of think about, because we've got a bit of a reputation to uphold here.
Oh,
We usually have like a big entry, but it was like, well, we're going to be in separate rooms, and also it's a bit more of a somber occasion.
we had a band lined up. We had strippers. We had drugs. We had it all, and then it all just went to, mate, it all went to the shit. Just AJ's wife stuffed it for everybody.
I cannot wait till the Potathon now in July. I mean, you guys have really built up quite a.
Mate, we got everything. We got animals. We've got it all.
All right, Zach Reed is in the chat saying he's definitely ready to help me out. So let's see. I'm going to post his name.
Okay. So I had to. I got my daughter to help, and her boyfriend, who I give credit for. My daughter and her boyfriend have been great through this. They haven't caught up with any of their friends.
Excellent.
Raised a smart kid there. I've got to give credit to my wife. Okay, so first, former Australian Prime Minister Bob Hawke set a world record for what?
A world record for jumping jacks.
You haven't seen him, obviously.
He's a big man.
No, he's an old guy now.
He's an old guy.
When he did this, he wasn't prime minister at the time. I think he was.
He was.
He was at Cambridge University in England or one of those. When he was going doing his university, so he did it while
It's a
he was
pretty
there.
Aussie thing, isn't it, G?
It's a pretty Aussie thing to do.
Yeah.
So no answer. Okay, he set the world record for the fastest sculling of a yard glass.
You're gonna have to explain that to me.
Sculling, sculling is chug a beer.
Oh, okay. No, I never heard sculling is okay.
Sculling, and we call it sculling. And a yard glass is basically, it's like, what's it look like? It's like a long test tube with a bulbous end at the end of it, and you hold it up, and it's full of beer.
Okay, I know what those look like. I know what they look like, and it gets to the bottom and it's wadded. Yes.
Yes, yeah. So he held the world record for that. So we're very proud as Australian people.
Well, let me tell you before you move on, the one answer that I did get was squats.
No, he's not a fitness guy.
Alan Whitworth, he came in a little late and he said shotgun beers. So I don't know if he actually knew the answer or when that came in, but he might have actually known the answer. So
I'll give him that.
Very nice.
All right.
Great work. Okay, question 2. How long would it take to visit every beach in Australia if you visited one per day?
If you visited
now, remember an island. So, we got 4 corners covering. There's a lot of beaches.
I was gonna say it's just one big beach.
Yeah, you could say that.
Because it goes around the whole place. I'm going to say
my kids weren't even close. Not even close.
Your kids weren't even close, and they
not even close.
They were born and raised in Australia.
Yeah,
I'll say 15.
Whoa.
15 what?
15 beaches.
What, 15,000?
No, are you serious?
How long would it take? 15 days. 15 days.
Oh, Australia is the whole country. Wait a second.
Yes, the whole country, man. Come on.
All right, not 15,000. I might have got a little bit of help there. Okay, I will say. Okay, let's say 1,500.
1,500. It actually take 29 years. There's 10,685 beaches in Australia. And they're all glorious. No, they're not all glorious, but
So I had one day vote by George Reed. One day. I had.
We had 3 years.
65 days.
Oof.
I had 3 years, which was the only person who really even gets
put a year on the end.
Ballpark.
Yeah. Wow, guys, that's amazing. So when do I fly?
29 years. Yeah, we got a lot of damn good beaches. You want to some of them you want to only spend 5 minutes there, and other ones you probably want to spend a week. So, okay, question 3: what is Australia's highest grossing movie?
Of all time?
Yeah,
And is it an Australian-made movie or is it an
Yes.
American movie in Australia?
no, it's an
No.
Australian-made movie.
So Crocodile Dundee was made here, right? Or is that it? Crocodile Dundee?
Yeah, I'll give you that. Yeah, Crocodile Dundee. Well, I think they shot the second half of it in New York City, didn't they?
Yeah, I think that was in
Sure.
part 2 was when he comes to New York, right?
Yeah. Just should have just stuck with the first one.
Do you know that Matthew Berry was part of the writing team on Crocodile on the second one?
Is that why it was no good?
The movie was terrible, and he'll tell you that it was terrible. But
Oh yes,
but
shocking.
he was a screenwriter, and he worked in television and movies before he became a fantasy football analyst. And he wrote a few episodes of Married with Children.
Okay,
Um,
so
yeah.
he takes credit for being wrong for something then.
Oh, he yes, he does.
That's good. You got to own up to some faults. Okay, question 4. Of the world's 25 most deadliest snakes, how many are found in Australia?
25.
Oh, that's not
You
a
went
bad
big.
guess.
Went large.
Not a bad guess.
All right, so I'll say 19.
That's not bad either. 21.
Nice.
So add that on top of all the other stuff we got going on here. You just wouldn't leave the house. Question 5. Name 2 Australians playing in the NFL.
Oh,
Give you an easy
God.
one. Oh,
It's not that easy for me because my brain is fried. I've already been on for. I'm going into my 8th hour here,
AJ, you can answer this if you want.
guys.
Have you been spelled at all, Sal, or have you been just doing the whole lot all the way through?
So hold on, Scott Fish corrected me. He wrote Crocodile Dundee 3, not 2. 3.
Oh, that is even worse. He should
Oh.
definitely be owning up to that one. They should have stopped after the first one, but to go to 3, mate, he's just looking for easy money.
I'm going to ask the guys that are watching to help me guess 2 Australians currently playing in the NFL. I need you guys to help me.
AJ,
Yep.
you can answer. Because I read some of these questions out to Mike, and they had no idea, and they live here.
By the
Well,
way,
they
Not this question, but other questions.
Zach Reed's son guessed 21 for the Snakes.
Perfect.
Oh, very
On the-
good.
on the
they're
money.
coming in a little bit behind. I got a lot of votes. I got a lot of 19 guesses, of 16, and one guy saying I'm terrible at this.
You guys weren't too good last year either.
No. Listen, I'm not ashamed. I don't know my Australian. No, I've gotten no answers for the Australian players from anybody.
AJ, do you want to give a couple of guys? We only need 2. Come on, one of them's got to be one of them will be a punter because that's all we know.
90% of them are punters.
Yes.
That's what I was thinking. The kickers. You're going to say the name, and I go, of course.
Well, it's Adam Gotsis.
That was
Who's,
not one of them.
Oh, really?
That was that one I was going to say, of course.
So that's my contribution. G, you can throw it.
No, I'm not going to this. I only ask the questions. I don't answer.
Well, we are getting nothing from the guys at home, so I think we're going to have to take the L on this one and get the answers from you.
There's a kicker in Seattle. Any names?
There is. That is.
This is sad that you have to actually look this up, AJ.
I know it
I
is,
feel-
isn't it?
I feel vindicated right
Who's
now.
who's the kicker in Seattle? I was going to say.
That's what he asked you.
Okay, no, G, you tell me.
I got Darren Bennett, a punter, for more recently,
Darren Bennett.
and Ben Graham.
Both of those guys have been retired for some time, but
We need current players, Alan, but good guesses.
they are good guesses. Okay,
Kicker
G,
for
tell
Seattle.
us.
Kicker for Seattle. I'm putting it out there. Come on.
Okay, G.
Kicker, punter. Punter, I should say. Kicker.
Hunter.
I'm not currently Googling this, okay? I'm not currently. Seahawks. Is there 2 Ks? Kicker. He's the punter, isn't he?
He's a punter.
It's not Blair Walsh who came up. These are all the kickers. I need the punter.
It's Michael Dixon, isn't it?
Dixon would be the correct answer.
G is
Yeah.
so disappointed.
So, okay, let's hope we do a bit better with this one. Now, this one, this surprised me. My kids didn't even realise this was an Australian band, which was just ridiculous. But
You're joking.
Bon Scott was the lead singer of what Australian band from 1974 until his death in 1980?
AC/DC.
Bang. Good work.
Good
So,
work. Good work.
my daughter turned around and says, "Is AC/DC Australian?" It's just like, my
That's
God. I looked at my
blasphemous.
wife. I looked at my wife and said, "What have we raised?"
I look at my wife and think that, I'm separated. We live together. But whenever I see her, I think of the same thing. And I usually get the blame for it.
Oh no, I get the blame for everything, mate. Don't worry. It's a common thing. AJ's the same. Okay. Easy one. What is the capital of Australia?
Melbourne?
No, but I like it.
Sydney?
Nice
No.
guess. We like to think it's a
Melbourne
capital.
or Sydney?
No, it's a bit of a Canberra. Canberra.
Canberra.
Canberra. Okay. Name the world and Australia's largest rock.
Say it one more time. Name.
Name Australia's and the world's largest rock.
Is it
It's
Gibraltar?
also our biggest tourism point when people come out here.
Yeah, is the Rock of Gibraltar in Australia?
No.
So the biggest
Spain.
rock. What was that?
That'd
you
be
been there,
Spain.
G?
Rock
Have
of
you been there,
Gibraltar.
G?
Yeah.
No, not the Rock of
oh.
Gibraltar. The other
Oh,
rock. Have you
Yes,
been
I have been there, and I actually got to climb it before.
Me too.
They stop people from climbing it now. So
Yeah, it's not PC to climb it now, but yeah,
No.
I've been on top and I walked all the way around.
And let me tell you, mate, it is absolutely huge. Like, you get on top of it and you could play at a game of American football and not worry about, or Aussie rules, and not worry about losing your ball over the side. It is huge.
So yeah, I mean, losing my balls over the side has been a problem for a long time. We have. Here's the guesses I have so far: Sitting
Yep.
Rock, which was a joke guess, I believe,
Okay.
and Ayers, Ayres.
There we go.
That's right.
Ayers?
Ullaroos, the Aboriginal name for it. But yeah, well done. Whoever put
Nice.
that in there. Great effort.
Tom Hepworth, who's playing along well, but probably Googling most of the stuff. But I will say this: I've seen what Al looks like. He's old, so he might know this stuff.
Hey, mate, wisdom comes with age. Except if you're this generation, and I call my son Google, mate, because he just knows everything. So that's his nickname. Okay, what Australian animal has a tail like a beaver and a bill like a duck? It's a weird looking thing. Platypus?
Yeah.
Yes.
Hey, well done.
Well done, so yeah. Two for 9 so far, mate. That's good. I think you've doubled what you did last time already.
I could play for the Mets.
Okay, name Australia's most famous female model.
Australia's most famous female model now,
Yeah.
currently.
No, I'd probably like, my kids answered one thing, but it's not the answer that I thought of. She would have been back in the days of, the Cindy Crawford.
Oh, yeah.
Naomi Campbell, sort of that generation.
I feel like I could see the face, and I feel like the name is right there, and I can't friggin' get it.
Can't say it.
She still looks pretty good, G.
Yeah.
Oh, she,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh God, give me a second. I'm going to try to actually get this one.
But
Well,
she'd have
I
to
look-
be. What would she be? 50?
She'd be 50. She'd have to be 50 easy. Yeah.
Was she married to Seal? Was that the one? Was married to?
No.
No.
At one point, who am I thinking of?
Was married to Seal. I know the supermodel was married to Seal. No, but she wasn't Australian though.
You know what stupid name keeps popping into my head? And she was a singer, Kylie Minogue.
Oh, if you call that singing.
Well, she did the locomotion.
Oh, she did the locomotion.
Somebody wrote Nicole Kidman, but she was.
Oh,
she was
no. Yeah, she's redhead. Come on, please.
Stop it. For Christ's sake.
I put Elle Macpherson.
Elle Macpherson.
Yeah, no. My kid said Miranda Kerr, who was married to who's the actor?
Yeah, I remember the name.
The guy who was in Lord of the Rings.
No. Who's in Caribbean? Yeah, what's that one? Pirates of the
Oh.
Caribbean.
Pirates of the
Yeah.
Caribbean.
And Lord of the Rings.
Was he in that as well? I've never
Yes.
seen. I don't watch Lord of the Rings, mate. 3 hours is a long time to sit down and watch something.
I've never seen any of them. No.
No.
Oh,
Okay.
I said it was Heidi Klum. She's German, right?
Ah,
She's German.
yes.
She's German.
Okay. What
Her
is Australia?
nickname, G, was the body.
Yes.
So we did get somebody who said McPherson
Yes.
/ or something.
Yes.
We got Scott corrected me and said Heidi Klum was married to Seal for a while, and that was it. And so
Scott's very good at correcting people, isn't he?
Oh, yes, mostly me. He's on. Scott is on 5 o'clock. He's on not too far behind you guys.
Well,
Nice.
he can't correct me because I've got the answers, so that's okay. Okay, what is Australia's biggest export? It helped us with our boom, a decade ago?
Yeah.
With that country we no longer talk about.
It's not
No,
Forsyth Lager. Okay.
Oh,
In fairness, we don't export a whole lot, do we, G?
uh,
I don't
I
think
don't-
there's a lot primary industry. We don't bloody tapping any
Meat.
oil here.
mate, no gas, natural gas.
Oh,
We're
yeah,
big
natural
towards
gas. Yeah. True.
Yep.
Yeah.
Fair bit of it that's in our podcast room on any given night. We're doing the pod.
I'll tell you what this is reminding me that I have to study for July.
Yes. Iron ore. So, not an exciting question, but
What
we're
was,
going to
what
struggle.
was the answer?
Iron ore. You make metal. To make metal,
Oh, okay.
steel.
Steel.
Okay.
Scott's answer was actors.
Yeah, we got to export something, I suppose. Who won the AFL, our equivalent to the NFL, grand final last season?
Now,
Name the team.
actually, just pause on that, G, because I don't know if Sal or people who are listening will know. So our season, this is interesting in context of the NFL.
Yeah.
Although the NFL is a little ways off, but our footy season kicked off, well, officially what, G? 2 weeks ago, maybe?
2 weeks ago. Yep.
So they started off and they didn't even get through the whole first round, actually, as it
Well, they
happened.
did.
But
They finished the first round.
did they
in,
finish the
in
first
front
round?
of empty stadiums.
They played the empty stadiums.
And some of the games, one of the first game that kicked off the season which is my team, which is the answer to this question. They played in a stadium that holds over 100,000 people, and there was
Empty.
no one there.
It's a crazy looking thing to watch, right? When you're so used to, especially an event like that, where you're so used to having 100,000 people at it. It's
Yeah, well, this usually tops about, because it's the first game of the season, the two really big clubs here, like big supporter bases, like our clubs aren't privately owned. They're owned by the members,
Okay.
Members buy memberships.
Yes.
So they're all, that's how, we make our money, TV rights and all that. But you got two really of the biggest clubs in Australia playing each other in the first game of the season. Everybody's starving for football. So you usually get around about 90,000 people. And there was just nothing. It was just the most. I watched it we play 4 quarters. I watched it for 1 quarter. And you just can't watch it. Watching sport without atmosphere, it's a bit of an anomaly and it's something a little bit different. But after a while, it just doesn't seem right. So I just turned it off.
We had some guys on earlier that they do fantasy football, but they also do a wrestling podcast. So we brought up WrestleMania, which is going to be airing next week. And they already filmed it. From what I understand, it was filmed this past Thursday, Friday. They're going to air it next week. And they both felt like it should just be canceled because without the crowd in wrestling, especially, you play off the crowd and the cheering back.
Yes.
And so it'll be very interesting to see what goes on with that. Just a late addition to what do you guys export? What cool shark tooth necklaces just came in.
Mate, there's plenty of sharks that go along with the snakes and spiders and everything else we've got going on here that can kill you. So
I would be lying to you if I knew any of the names of those clubs. So I have no guess to give you, and I'm sure none are coming in.
no, it's the Richmond Football Club, better known as the Tigers.
The
So,
Tigers, which
yeah.
is very topical with Tiger King being all the rage on Netflix. Is Tiger King popular in Australia?
I don't watch Netflix.
What now?
I don't watch a lot of TV.
Oh,
Especially not at the moment. All I'm doing is coming home from work and spending 3 hours in front of my computer watching prospects. So to get ready for our rookie show. So
well, with quarantining being such a large thing in the United States and other places in the world, there's a show on Netflix called Tiger King. I have not watched it yet, but it's been talked about so much. I could give you a brief idea of what it is. In the Oklahoma area here in New York, there is a guy who owns a sanctuary for lions, and he breeds these lions. And evidently, there's a lot of criminal activity that went on at this place. A woman who possibly covered her husband in sardine oil and fed him to a tiger, but claims that he just disappeared or something along these lines. So much criminal activity that goes on at this place, and it's a hit show on Netflix because Americans they don't really hold out for a lot in their entertainment.
Is this like a made-up show, or is this like...
It's a 100% real show that was filmed over the course of about 5 years. From what I understand, and Shaquille O'Neal's in the first episode just happened to randomly be visiting. He was traveling to an Oklahoma OKC game for an NBA broadcast, and he saw it and went there and randomly happened to be there and while they were filming.
Just happened to find himself in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, and there's a scene from what I understand where the owner comes into the gift shop and tells the people, "You're going to see it on the news, so I'll let you know now. One of our workers had their arm bitten off by a tiger today. If you'd like your money back or you'd like to come another day, I understand it." And then a few episodes later, or maybe even later in an episode, that woman's working without her arm.
You're kidding.
Oh,
this is what I've heard. Again, I haven't watched it, but it's been talked about so much. That these are the things I'm getting off of local radio. So
that is way better than the shit that we have to watch. My wife watches so much crap, like Married at First Sight, where they put two people together that never met each other by marriage counselors, and they get married and live together. It's just the biggest love. I'd rather watch a woman get her arm ripped off. That's way better.
I'm sure Netflix is available, correct, in your country? I'm sure.
Oh yeah.
So if you guys get curious, it's 7 episodes, I believe.
Okay, have a look. All right, we'll do that.
Nice.
That's just, oh my god. Hey, now my son told me today that this is generations influenced way too much by, what are they, YouTubers? What do they call them? All these people that make money off putting stuff on YouTube.
Oh, YouTubers, yeah.
And he said to you guys, do you know that what's his name? Putin, the Russian president, Vladimir Putin. Putin. They've released the lions from the zoo to roam the streets.
Yes.
If you're walking the streets, which you shouldn't be, just be aware that we now have wild lions roaming the streets.
I did see a lot of people post that picture on the different chats that I'm in.
Oh, I said, come on, mate, not everything that gets posted on the internet is true.
Are you sure?
Mate, he keeps telling me this stuff all the time. Just, mate, just calm down.
We're in a world of YouTubers and TikTok famous people.
That's the, yeah. Oh, geez, my kids are doing TikTok and the dances, and it's just, oh my God. I think my daughter's done, I suppose she's going a bit nuts at the moment. She's just dyed her hair pink because she's bored. And my son wants to dye his God knows what color, because when he's at school, because he's at a private school, mate, you can't even get a weird haircut.
Okay,
like a boys' private school. So having this time off, they're just going a little bit crazy. So I said, mate, if you want, we'll give you a mohawk. I'm happy to do that. It'll grow back. You've got plenty of time. I think you'll be off school for a while. Okay, we'll move on back onto the questions. Complete this sentence. Throw another what on the Barbie?
Shrimp.
Very nice.
Great work, sir. That's a pretty easy one, though. And look, a lot of us don't put shrimps on the Barbie.
No.
Like that's sacrilege to put seafood next to your meat. Barbies are for meat only.
Well, I like to eat plenty of different kinds of meat, and if anybody at home makes a joke about that, I'm going to punch you right in the mouth.
Okay, what's the Australian's equivalent to 911?
Oh Jesus, I don't know how your phone system works at all.
It's 3 numbers the same. It's 3 but 3. Yeah, 3 digits. Yeah.
What is? I'm going to say, since you guys are down under, I'll go 119. This time I went backwards. Hey Jay, don't. I'll say, Jesus. What are the chances that it's the three numbers are the same? Is that possible?
Oh,
No, you're close. You're very close. Yeah, well, you're on it.
Up the right tree there.
Mhm.
Hey, incidentally, and this is completely irrelevant now, but we've obviously had this number for a very, very long time. And in the days of old rotary phones, this number was maybe the worst
Yes.
number you could possibly think of.
So is it triple zeros?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh. and you have your old man giving you a clip on the back of the head because you're actually putting your finger in there and pushing it back.
Yeah.
The other way.
Trying to force it back quicker.
You're trying to force it back and go quicker. Yeah, my old man, he was a mean bastard. He was.
Complete opposite for me.
Really? Oh yeah.
My mother was a mean bastard.
I saw something. I saw something on YouTube, like that some dad put a phone, which I don't, in front of his two young kids, and they would have been teenagers, and he wanted to show them how to use it, and they had no idea how to use the old what do you call it, rotary phone.
Right.
Yeah.
Just yeah.
It's crazy how the time, and it's really not that long ago when you think about the evolution of
I like to think it's not, mate. I like to think because that means I'm getting really bloody old. So when I hit 50, man, it didn't sit too well with me. That wasn't
you're
good.
hanging in there. You look better than most of us. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I'm starting to get. My son pointed out the fact that I'm looking a bit grayer these days. I said,
I
"Thanks,
haven't
mate."
I haven't shaved in like 2 weeks, and my hair don't grow that fast, but it's all gray. Even my
All
head,
great.
bald. It's and I'm only 46, bud. So don't worry about it.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, just for men works a treat. Just a little rinse through and gets rid of those greys. Okay, what is Australia's most consumed beer?
Yeah,
Consumed by Australians, I should say.
Yeah, I was gonna say, the fourth.
Don't say the F word.
It was kind of a joke earlier when I said that because commercials were popular here in the country.
That is our worst beer. That to me, people ask about Foster's. It's the stuff that it spills on the floor and they hose it up down the drain, and that becomes Foster's pretty much.
I feel like when you say it, I'm going to have heard of it, but I don't know that I know any other Australian beers. Any of my people watching at home know what the most popular beer in Australia is? Anyone? Going once? Bueller.
Incidentally, I think Foster's is just an export brand, right, G? Like you can't buy it here.
Right. It's not even available in your country.
No.
I don't look.
Yeah.
So
no one would look anyway.
No. And I'm not a beer drinker, so I like my bubbles, you know.
You got a sweet tooth.
I am a beer drinker, so when you tell me what it is, it's going to be the next beer I put.
Okay, yeah, at Carlton Draft.
Carlton.
Yeah,
Carlton.
CARTLTON.
Is it a green can?
No, that'd be VB.
Yeah.
Which is the second most popular. That's a bitter. This is a draft. That's the second most popular beer in Australia. Carlton Draft. It's actually a good drop.
Next weekend when I'm having a quarantine party. So what I'm doing, we do social distance drinking. I live upstairs. I rent upstairs for my best friend, and he owns the house next door to his parents. So he sits in one corner of the yard. I sit in the other corner of the yard. His father sits on the porch, and we're all like 20 feet away from each other. And we drink right now, just to keep our distance, and we still get to hang out.
Ah, perfect. Mate, you have four walls. Everybody sits on a wall. You're fine.
So to just show you how Americans think, I got 2 Foster's votes. I got I never got it. I have never got it. I don't know what that means, but somebody wrote Carlton Drought, but I'm pretty sure he Googled it. And then J Mike from the Open Bar podcast, he wrote Victoria Bitter.
Nice.
Which is VB, right? But I don't know if he's cheating, J Mike. You got the look of a guy who Googled. I don't know.
Well, Open Bar, you think he'd know something about alcohol.
Yeah, I'm hoping. That's a pretty good thing. You guys have never been invited on that? I'm going to see to it that you guys are on the Open Bar podcast. And how that works, it's him and it's Gabe Gearing. And I think sometimes Russ Fisher is involved in that maybe now. I don't even know. I might be talking out of my rear area. But You go on, you talk football, but everybody drinks the entire time. So
Oh, we do that. We have a drink of the our pod starts with a drink of the pod.
Yeah.
Every week it's a different drink.
you guys
So-
would be perfect for this podcast then.
Oh, mate, there's been plenty of times. So when I've got to the end of our podcast after an hour, and my English has got worse than it is now. It's just
Impossible.
it's a slur. It's just a slur at the end.
A continuous slur.
Oh yeah. Okay. What is a ute?
A ute.
Yeah.
In my cousin Vinny, it was young people. Right?
To you.
The two what? The two utes.
Good movie.
Is
Good movie.
Is a ute a type of animal?
No.
No.
A ute.
And it is short for something, isn't it, G?
Yeah.
It's a shortened
It's
version.
short for something.
It's just what we call it. Australians call it a ute.
Yeah.
They have like in sort of outback Australia, they have like massive festivals and get-togethers for people that have these, and thousands and tens of thousands of people turn up.
And you don't have one, G.
I used to have one.
Yes, but you
Yes.
don't now.
I don't have one now.
So you had.
It's not an STD either.
Oh, I thought you had surgery.
He's had treatment and he's all
I've had
better.
treatment. The cream worked a treat.
You look remarkable, I'll tell you. People are guessing youth and kids, and I don't know. Somebody guessed Native American Indian.
No, these are Australian questions. We
So I
don't
don't know
have- we
how.
don't have-
Yeah, Native Australian Indian.
Aboriginal. No.
We have no good guess over here. What do you got?
Okay, it's a vehicle with an open cargo area. So I suppose a pickup.
Okay, yeah, pickup truck. Yes.
Yeah, pickup truck. We didn't
Utility
have.
vehicle. Utility
Yeah,
vehicle.
we didn't have pickups. So what a ute started out of here would be a 4-door car, a 2-door car. They'll cut it off behind the driver's seat. They weld it back up, and then they put like a tray on the back on the rest of the chassis. Farmers did it to carry around hay and feed and stuff like that.
So they
That's
were
how-
makeshift utility vehicles. That's
how it started off, and now we've got pickups and
Yeah.
things like that. So,
That's
all right.
Long, I tell you.
okay, if you were to use a dunny, what would you be doing?
A dunny. If you were to use a dunny, what would you be doing? Would you be building something? No.
No,
Would you be cooking something?
no,
No.
no.
What is it? Is it a condom? When I say would you be
No.
cooking, you made some eyes like
No.
a dunny. God no, dunnage. The word dunnage over here, I believe, is something you use to prop stuff up to build stuff
Okay.
off of the floor. But no, dunny, I wouldn't know what a dunny is.
Now, G, a clarification, right?
Mm.
Does a dunny need to be outside?
Well, technically, it probably used to be,
Used
but
to
I
be.
think they all used to be.
Yeah. Oh, true.
But now you have them inside your house, and I think people still call them a
Do you
dunny.
call your one inside a dunny?
No,
No.
no,
It feels like it's come from that outside
inside.
aspect.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Somebody guessed diving for sharks.
no. It's you'd be going to the toilet. You'd be having a shit.
Oh, so
A dunny's
It's a toilet.
another name for a toilet.
AJ was referring to outhouses
Yes.
or porta potties.
Okay, we've got 3 more to go. If you were to be enjoying a gay time, what would you be doing?
You would be happy
You would be happy.
Yes,
Yes.
it would be.
celebrating and celebrating in some way.
Possibly.
Yeah.
I mean, the Flintstones. We'll have a gay time. Yabba do. Will you be having a yabba dabba gay time? Is that what it is?
No.
My guess would only be a happy time or a good time.
Well, that's fine. Yeah.
That's what it
no,
refers to, I guess.
I got some friends that probably be looking at it different, but they'd still be having a good time. No, you'd be having an ice cream.
Ice cream.
Yeah,
Yes.
we have an ice cream here called like a Cornetto, or I don't know what you have in America, but we have one here called a Gay Time, which is like a it's a ice cream covered with chocolate dipped in nuts, which probably correlates pretty well with Gay Time. Perfect.
Listen, I'm going to eat ice cream later, celebrate, and I will be having a gay time.
And dip it in some nuts.
Lovely.
Fantastic.
Okay. Who was Ned Kelly?
Hold on a second, because you guys know JJ Zachariasen?
Yes.
Yes.
Here he is. Here he is. JJ's with us now. JJ, I'm with the Aussie guys, AJ and G, and they are running me through a series of questions about Australia and Australian culture. I'm failing miserably. So,
Yeah, I heard some of it. I would be failing as well.
so you're here now for the last two.
Okay. All right.
And the question was, who is Ned Williams? Was that correct?
Ned Williams.
Ned
Ned
Kelly.
Kelly.
Oh, Ned. Who the hell is Ned Williams?
Ned Kelly. Ned Kelly, you've had. I'm trying to think if he's had movies made about him. I'm trying to think if it's ever been played by an American actor.
All right, so we have a guess. We have a guess in the chat of he is
Yep.
Jesse James of Australia. So
Oh, that's
Yeah,
That's
no,
on the money.
Yeah, Josie Wales. Any of those guesses are perfect. He was an outlaw. We called them bush rangers back in the day. When was he around, AJ? Maybe the early 1800s.
1800s.
Oh, 1800s sometime. I mean 1900s.
between Gay Time and Bush Rangers, I don't know what the hell where we
But
shifted.
he
in
is
this show.
famous for one particular thing.
Yes,
What is that?
he
Well, no,
wore.
that's
He
right.
made.
Well,
Yeah,
They'll
so I
never
thought
get
you were
that.
asking me. I thought you were asking me.
no, G,
Nah.
you say.
Okay. He made body armor. He's like one of the first people to make body armor out of steel. So
Like
he
a
had
helmet and a
a
breastplate.
chest plate, a helmet with a slot.
Well, he was a Mandalorian.
Yes.
Well, yes.
You'd think that the intelligence of the police force back then, like he didn't have anything down his legs. Like shoot him in the leg would have been a good thing. But how about we just keep shooting him in the chest plate?
So
Like, he won't die.
I got to
Go
put
figure.
this answer up because I said Ned Williams. And Zach Reed, who's from New England, says Ned Williams is the greatest Australian hitter of all time. And Ted Williams is former Boston Red Sox, who's probably considered the greatest hitter in baseball of all time. So Ned Williams is clearly his Australian counterpart.
Yes. Yes. Okay. This is the easy one. Come on. I've left
Is this the last one?
Yeah, question 20, easy one. I've left it wide open. There's a lot of answers to go with this one. Name one famous Australian invention.
Ooh,
Just one. Just one.
I'm going to say the boomerang.
Mate, you're not going to... When I looked up the top 20, boomerang was number one.
Boomerang's number one?
Yeah, it was. But I was probably hoping that we'd come up with something a little bit more,
Well, I'm
a
going
bit
to
more recent.
JJ on that because I've clearly done my job.
I have no. I can't even. What Australia's produced things? That's the no. I'm just
Hey, mate, inventions. Mate, there's
Um,
some big one, mate. There's plenty on there. That
I'm sure that there's.
people
I'm sure
use.
that they've done better than we have of late.
we punch above our our weight
yeah.
division.
Yeah. I honestly can't think of anything. My brain isn't working in an Australian way right now.
Let me see if I could come up with anything else. Like on Seinfeld, they imported the chips.
Come on, come. We're trying to be serious with the last question. Just just-
Listen, G, I got the number one answer. Okay,
you did. You did. Boomerang was great. Have you ever thrown a boomerang?
I have
As a kid,
You have?
not well, not
Not
well.
well, mate.
Yeah, not
trust me, they don't come back.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever thrown one that's actually that I haven't had to like run 20 or 30 meters to go and pick up off the ground.
So it's a
Yeah.
but yes, or did you just not throw it correctly? Is there a correct way to throw it? Maybe.
Oh, there is a correct way to throw it.
Mate, I've
It
even
has to be.
seen experts throw them, and it's not like you don't have to move for it to come back to you. Like you got to chase it a little bit.
All right, I'm going to give you. Somebody wrote the cot is a cot, which is a fold-up bed. Is that Australian? I don't even know.
I don't. Neither do
Is
I.
it?
Oh my god! Don't give me answers. I don't know the. You know.
Somebody again says shark tooth necklaces. I would say that us we're very embarrassing as Americans in what we
Incredibly.
Okay. How about we had pacemaker,
Wow.
the bionic ear,
What's that word? Say it again.
The
Bionic?
ear?
Oh, okay. The bionic
bionic ear. Spray on skin.
spray on skin.
Yeah.
Okay.
For burns victims, stuff like that.
Wow.
Penicillin.
Wow.
Oh, we
Big-
could have found that if we left the bread out long enough.
Eh? Wait, mate. The lawnmower.
The long. Well, thank you for me having to work harder. You sons of bitches.
that's kind of a strange. Do you guys have grass in Australia? Like that's a strange invention.
We
You
got
shit me
tons of
now,
grass.
aren't
I know. I'm just messing with you.
Yeah, I know you miss it. When I traveled to America, I seriously got questions like, "Do we have cities? Do we have made roads?" I think because when I traveled there was a while ago now, and it wasn't. To be honest, I haven't been back to the States for a long time. But it wasn't long after the Crocodile Dundee movie came out, so everybody saw Australia like Walkabout Creek. That's
Yeah.
where
Yeah.
and it's nothing like that. But it did help at the bars.
Oh, I bet.
Oh, mate, don't worry about pickup line. Just order a drink. That's all you have to do. Bang.
some Fosters, right?
Oh Jesus, JJ, you're gonna get.
No one drinks Fosters here.
Gee, if I'm correct, last time you were on, you told me you have family nearby where I am. Correct?
Yeah, I have in Poughkeepsie.
Yeah, not too far from where I am in New York, in Long Island.
Yes,
Yeah.
somewhere that you wouldn't go as a tourist.
It's definitely not the touristy
Yes.
area. of New York. Nope.
No, you might go up there to see the Hudson. I think didn't Roosevelt has a house along the Hudson up that way somewhere.
He may. I'm a bad New Yorker. I don't go visit the tourist sites. And hey, listen, Kevin wanted to come in and say hello to you guys.
Hey,
Yeah,
Hey, guys.
how you doing?
Hey, listen, I know that I'm not supposed to be on right now because you guys are way more important than me, but I couldn't
please.
not say hello to the Aussie guys. So how's
No,
it going,
thank-
fellas?
Great. And
Appreciate it.
sorry,
No,
sorry we
no,
haven't
go,
given you any content on football at all. Zero content on fantasy.
Did I miss the history quiz?
You did miss the
did.
all 20 questions. We had 20 this year instead of 10. So when we get back on for the Scott Fish Bowl,
Did
When's
JJ
that?
do better than everyone else at history? Is he?
no,
No.
he sucked. He
I
sucked.
know nothing.
JJ just got here for the final 2 questions, but I got 3 right out of 20.
Mate,
That's better than last year.
Oh, mate, he had 2 right out of 9. He was on fire, and then the run home wasn't good. Few
No.
stumbles, trips,
Right, I was
face plant.
right.
He did so well for a second there, but
That's great.
yeah, but not much content on football. So
Well,
just like
we-
to bring something a little bit different. You know, than
Always,
just
guys. You
talk
always
about
bring
football.
something different, and I always love when we have you on. You guys make me smile. My face is hurting. No, it was excellent. We did 7 hours of football talk before that, so trust me when I tell you, everybody needed that. Everybody that was here definitely enjoyed it. We got a lot of laughing emojis right now in the chat, and you guys are welcome back every single time that we do one of these shows, and we'll definitely see you in July. So, AJ, much blessing to your wife, who is, if you guys weren't here before, she returned to work as a nurse right now. So she's out there in the front lines, and and G is he's hiding out. So thank you.
Well, I'm going off to work. I'm risking it.
It's 7 a.m. in Australia, everybody. These guys just got up out of bed, and they look a lot better than me. So bless both of you guys, and be safe today, and we'll speak to you soon.
Thanks so
Sal.
much.
Thanks,
Sal.
guys. Nice to meet you all. And,
Love
speak
being
to you
on,
soon.
and
Take care.
anytime. Take care, everybody out there. Take care. Just keep safe.
All right, those guys, JJ, the other guy's AJ. When they came on, they've been on both Podathons. They came in last year with a candle because they were up to like their 100th episode. That was the first year, actually, right, Kevin?
That was the first year. The first year was the candles. This last year was the full on
laser light show.
Yeah, laser light show, smoke machine.
Smoke machine. But 3 years ago with the candle, their fire alarms started going off.
Love it.
They always bring the heat.
They are great, and they really did not talk 1 ounce of football, but it was still fantastic.
Perfect.
So fantastic. So thank you so much to those guys for hanging. JJ, I feel like every time we get you on, you're on with somebody else. And Scott and the Bull Rush crew are going to be here shortly. But last time we went with Matthew, and Matthew's volume was so low, we were all trying to hear him. I felt like we cheated you out of your answer.
Nah, it's all good. It's all good. He demands the room whenever he's in it.
I have to actually go to. Hold on. Why does it keep doing that? Let me get out of there.
There's nothing better than when Sal's trying to figure out technology live on the air. That's really
I'm
like
impressed. It's crushing it.
Shut up, kids. I'll get it eventually. JJ, what is up?
Nothing, man. I'm just trying to stay safe as is everyone else, trying to keep my distance and wash my hands a lot, and just thinking and supporting as much as I can, you know, all the doctors, nurses, grocery store clerks, you know, everyone, just hoping that everyone stays safe.
I said it's amazing. You had a lot of kids either drop out of high school or graduate high school and become cashiers, and people thought, what a bunch of losers. And they're just as important as the people working in the hospital.
Yeah. It's crazy, man. I mean, the amount of pressure that they probably feel right now is just nuts. So, I mean, I'm definitely an anxious / you know, just someone who doesn't necessarily, you know, I like a lot of you guys, you know, I'm thinking the worst in some situations, and you kind of go through these like weird emotional fluctuations where you're like, oh, everything's fine, I feel good, you know, everyone in my family group is healthy right now, and this is going to pass. And then, you know, the next hour you might feel complete existential dread. And it's just the way that it is right now.
Yeah. Where do you live in the country? I apologize.
Oh, it's okay. I'm in Charlotte, North Carolina, right outside of Charlotte. Okay.
So what's it like there now as far as are things shut down? Like in New York, obviously it's completely shut down where I am. So I'm trying to get the feel for the rest of the country.
Yeah.
Is it recommended you stay home right now, or have they demanded people stay home?
So our governor was pretty aggressive, at least in the context of other governors in other states. So we've been shut down. We have a mandated stay at home order that's been in place for the county for the last week, because I'm in the Mecklenburg County, which is where Charlotte is. Sorry if you hear my daughter screaming in the background. But so we've been in place for the past week, but I've been at home with my wife and daughter for the past 2.5-3 weeks at this point. You know, our daughter goes to daycare, and her daycare is still open right now because they need a daycare in the area to stay open for the healthcare workers and stuff. So we technically could take her in, but the way we felt was if we have the ability to stay home and we're staying home to get away from this, there's no way I'm sending my daughter to daycare during all of it. But we've been, the schools have been closed a little bit earlier than the rest of the country here. You know, they've been smartly pretty aggressive with things, all things considered, you know, with what's going on elsewhere around the country.
Speaking of schooling, let's bring in the teacher right now. Here's Ryan McDowell.
There he is.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
So, Ryan, where are you in the country again?
I'm in Louisville, Kentucky.
So that's another part of the area we haven't spoken to anybody from there today. Where I'm just wondering, I'm trying to get the feel for what is going on in each state or city, and
sure,
are you guys shut down or recommended quarantine? Where are you at? And as a teacher, I guess, are you teaching from home now? What do you have going on?
Yeah, I guess in Kentucky we're basically recommended as far as quarantine, but schools have been shut down across the entire state for the past 2 weeks. So yeah, my wife is also a teacher. We've been teaching from home, lots of Zoom meetings, lots of emails to parents because we both teach elementary school. So I'm sure some of that is maybe a little easier with middle school and high school, but it's been a challenge for us. Our governor has been great. Honestly, really feel like he's kind of been ahead of the curve. And even if you're not from this area, you might have seen the Kentucky versus Tennessee chart, and it's a scary one. It's not it's like nothing to brag about. I feel confident with what we have going on in our state, but it's scary for Tennessee and Florida and so many others that seem to be making some poor decisions right now, not considering all the information that we have. So it's scary. We're still getting out, for groceries and for the occasional drive-through or curbside, but no, we're basically in the house for or on our property for the past 2 straight weeks.
Yeah. So here's Frank. Dynasty Frank has shown up, and
there's the man. Frank
will tell you. Oh my God! I got to get them both in here. Look at this. So before we get to, has been correcting me in the chat all day. Frank is here in New York, like me, and Frank, have you ever seen anything like what's going on in this state?
No. First off, what's up, everyone? It's a pleasure to be here. Nice to see everyone. It's been so long. You guys are alive. That's great. Thank God. It's crazy out there. It's insanity. I've never seen. I mean, everybody says the Bronx is kind of tough as it was, but this is nuts. It's nuts.
Yeah, I posted a video the other day. I was in Manhattan on 5th Avenue and 15th Street, and I was there for work. I'm deemed an essential worker, and it was completely dead. So I put my mask on. I have a double-layer carbon-filtered mask, gloves, and a whole deal. And I went outside and did a turning shot of the street. And 10:15 on a Thursday morning in Manhattan by Union Square, there wasn't a soul in sight. And frankly, that is one of the busiest areas of Manhattan. So it's in a sense, it's good that people were getting the hint and staying home, but it was a very eerie type of uncomfortable thing to see.
Yes. And I need a haircut. I mean, look at this thing.
Scott too clearly needs a haircut.
Yeah. Barber's not essential.
I'm growing a quarantine beard here.
No, I haven't shaved. I'm going to work every day, and I still haven't shaved because nobody else is showing up. I figured I could get away with it. Scott, how about Minnesota? We had Tyler Guthner on earlier, and Tyler actually works in as a janitor at a hospital. So that's a job where I think they're not getting as much attention as the other employees that work in hospitals, but they're in a position of cleaning up stuff that is extremely dangerous to them as well. Mm-hmm. What's been your experience home with the kids? I mean, you probably do a decent amount of work from home as it is anyway, but you haven't been able to go out to the office and do that stuff. So what's going on with you guys?
Yeah, kind of like JJ, we have a really upfront progressive governor. Our governor shut us down, and his plan is to shut us down for a few weeks, build up places to have hospital beds and build up the care facilities, and then reopen things up knowing like 40 to 60, 70% of us are going to get it. But he wants to, shut it down just long enough to build up facilities around the state in different areas for people who, when they get it, they can be treated and we'll make it through this thing.
Yeah, it's amazing to me how these governors in these other states were just ahead of the curve, and we took longer to get to it over here. I mean, I don't know Frank's feelings on Cuomo, but I think he's done a good job. I think that he's a guy who's been very abused before and not very liked before all this happened, and he's done some things that New Yorkers might not be happy with. But in this time, I've actually liked what he's done, and I feel like he's been the most voice of reason compared to some other politicians.
Listen, if I was in his spot, who knows what I would do. I mean, this is insane. This is a crazy circumstance. I'm not going to knock anybody, including a politician, which I love. I can knock any politician, believe me. In this time, you just can't. It's just do what we have to do. Let's just get over and let's just do what we have to do and get this over with, basically. So, yeah, Cuomo, I do like how him and his brother are going back and forth. I do like that little the chops they keep busting.
For those of you who don't know, that is Andrew Cuomo's brother is a CNN reporter.
Oh, yeah.
They have gone back and forth with each other and kind of taken, jabs about, stuff in the family and stuff. It has been pretty funny.
I thought Frank was a Fox News guy.
Oh my guns! No, I'm not that. Listen, whether you're Fox News or CNN, whatever. That's not me. I'm not. You are what you are. I don't care. I don't care.
I promised earlier today that mostly we would avoid doing politics, so we'll try to get away from that. Now we get a feel for everything around the country, and then we can move on to some football talk or what we're watching, which is a Bull Rush staple, which might be even better of a category or topic right now. Scott, maybe you wanna take you said he texted me earlier and he said, are you really on by yourself all day? How are you you have enough questions for everybody? And his response was, I know when we come on, it'll just be easy. So go ahead.
It is easy. We can just do an episode of the Bull Rush right here.
That's it.
Can I just say hi, JJ? I think this is the first time we've ever been on a podcast together, and it's a privilege. It's been finally.
Yeah.
This is a staple day for me. I mean,
heck yeah, man! Right back at you. It's been a long time coming.
A very long time. Just when I'm out of football too. So.
Frank, something you don't know is I asked JJ to come on the Bull Rush so many times, and he just kept saying, "I can't be with Frank, man.
That was the sole reason. Yeah,
I can't handle all that swag on one show."
Yeah, he does have good game. You got a good hair game too, JJ. So.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
You should see it in real life. It's surreal.
There we go. Just as long as you guys let Denny Carter know that I'm the one side that has the better hair. That's all I care about.
Well, see, I've met you in person like 3 times now, JJ. I haven't met Denny yet. Maybe when I meat Denny, I'll fall over.
I mean, you probably will. I mean, his hair game's out of control. Good. So.
Oh man. Yeah, Sal. What am I watching? I just watched the Tiger King thing you were talking about earlier. I just recently watched 100 Humans on Netflix as well, and I tried a bunch of comedy specials that I turned off because they just weren't good on Netflix.
And Netflix needs to just be pumping out comedy specials with anybody who gets on the stage.
We just need more Nate Bargatze on Netflix. That's what we need. Oh, yeah. That guy's amazing.
I started to watch. I can't even remember his name right now. He's one of the guys who's on with Joe Rogan all the time. I started to watch him.
Mark Maron, maybe.
Say it again.
Were you watching Mark Maron? That's one of the newer ones.
No, not Mark Maron.
Joey Diaz.
No, I love Coco Joey Diaz, but no, I even like this guy. I can't think of his name, but it just wasn't holding my interest. I think they're rushing.
A buddy of mine was one of the comics on the Netflix show, Adrienne Appalucci. I forgot. It was like, she had, what was it called? It was just recently. She's as blue as it gets. But if you like that kind of comedy, she is hilarious. You have to check it out. Adrienne Appalucci. It's so Italian name. But it says, don't watch it with your kids. Let's just.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think we watch much Netflix with the kids at all. They're 2 and 7. It's a little young for that. I'm just imagining my son watching Tiger King with us. I wouldn't. That'd be scary. By the way, Carol totally killed her husband, right? For those who watched it, 100% killed her husband.
Has everybody here watched?
Wait. You have to say spoiler alert. No,
that's not a spoiler. That's like.
Yeah, that's like episode 2 or something.
Yeah, it's episode 2, I think.
I haven't finished the finale we're watching tonight, so we have the last episode, but we're pretty much
doing that part for JJ. But I'll say this, Scott, you heard me explaining it to the Aussie guys. I've never seen the show, not a single episode, and did I do a fairly decent job?
You did a fairly decent job with it. Never haven't seen it.
I mean, everybody is talking about it.
Twitter's good about that. They'll throw everything out there.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
I'm still watching. Tom Segura, by the way, was the comedian. Tom Segura was the one I turned off the other night.
Gotcha.
Oh, yeah?
I turned it off also.
Yeah. Ryan, what are you watching? Zoom Media?
Yeah, Zoom with my 9-year-olds. I thought 2 weeks off, I thought I would be able to catch up on a lot of TV, but it hasn't happened yet.
Really?
No. I mean, I've watched some of the Tiger King. I haven't finished either, but I'm a little over halfway through. Yeah, I guess Ozark is next on the list, but haven't started that yet. Season 3.
Frank was tweeting about Ozark. I have not seen. I'm still watching episode 1 of season 1. I haven't started that. I've never watched Ozark.
You're in a good spot. I wish I could watch it again fresh.
Yeah.
But season 1 is awesome. Season 2 is okay.
But neither finale was good.
Yeah. So
I like the seasons in general. I thought the finales for both seasons were
I agree with that.
meh on that.
Yeah.
Right. The seasons are great.
Yeah, the seasons are absolutely. In fact, that was one of the what I put it out there that when I watched season 1 that I thought the season finale of season 1 was terrible, and I thought I'd get pushback. Not a single reply was pushback on it. Apparently that was justified. But
they're struggling to tie things up.
Who's you've watched a bunch of season 3, right, Frank?
I'm up to episode 6 of season 3.
Is it filmed as dark as season 2? Because that was a little bit of an issue for me. I had to turn off the lights to watch it because it felt so dark.
No, you know what? I haven't noticed the lighting, but now I'm gonna have to go back and check it out. I'm definitely
Well, if you haven't noticed, then it's probably fine.
right, but I haven't seen season 2 in a very long time.
Okay. All right.
Is it basically like Scott's microphone on the Bull Rush? Like some people don't notice it. Scott uses it, but
my old one that was amazing though. That was the best. My old microphone on the Bull Rush. If the cord would wiggle too much, I would sound Darth Vader-ish.
Right. And we wouldn't tell them.
Let them do the whole show like that.
They wouldn't let me know when it happened, so I would just talk like Darth Vader for a while.
Somebody about his son, he's like, my son, and it was hilarious.
I love us reminiscing on a show that airs twice a year.
Right.
Our podcast.
that's right. I told Scott the last 2 episodes of Bull Rush were my Potathon and Dawson. And today.
It's good when it happens.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna snip this into 1 hour and release it. It's gonna be my best episode of the year. You kidding me?
We just can't find the time, guys. We can't.
Everybody on quarantine we just can't do it. We can't figure it out.
Rona, so little time. It's ridiculous.
If we can get everybody home at the same time.
Yeah. I tell you. Oh man. I just hope the NFL season happens because my job very much depends on it. JJ, how's work going for yours? There seems to be a lot of free agency news though.
Yeah, there's at least free agency news and stuff, and that kind of the draft obviously still happening, so you're able to talk about that a little bit. I just want sports to start again. Like I'm not it.
Yeah.
Like what I have realized through all this is that I think that there are definitely people who like sports way more than I do. That I thought that I was like here, but there are people who are like, I can't live right now because sports aren't happening. And I'm not I can this isn't that big of a deal. Like right now, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, like I'm just trying not to think too extreme and think about football not happening. Yeah. That's really the scary part for me.
I keep thinking about. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Scott.
I was just going to say, I keep thinking to myself, this is playing out perfectly for the NFL, right? Like the NFL season opener will be the big return to sports for everybody at this point.
What's really interesting is I saw a report on ESPN today how in China they are for the Chinese basketball league that they have, they moved all the teams to 2 cities. And then those so that limits travel and they're all in a compact area. And they're talking about that with the NBA, which would be imagine a world. So let's just say they can't get fans into an arena, right? For the next few months, let's just pretend. And then you have basically an NCAA tournament schedule in a way where you just have back-to-back games where these NBAers are just cycling in and out and playing in this empty arena. That could at least unite sports fans and imagine the ratings of those games. Everyone would be watching those games. Yeah.
There was advanced thinking. There's always the Chinese. with their advanced thinking. Problem solving. They're always problem solving. That's ingenious.
It's a smart plan.
Think about it. It's ingenious.
There's been discussion about doing that with Major League Baseball, just having them stay in and play in the spring training facility.
Yeah, nobody cares about like you can stay home and watch baseball. It's the same thing. Sorry, baseball fans. I'm just saying. Like you can stay home and watch baseball.
Yeah. Well, what was the last live sporting event you guys watched, and probably didn't realize it was going to be the last thing you watched? Do you remember what it was you watched, and then sports?
Yeah. That I was to live. Right?
You watched live, yeah.
Not in person, just that you watched on TV.
No, live. That was on TV. You were watching, and then the next morning we woke up and everything was shut down.
It was probably basketball. I think it was a Raptors Mavs game or something. My son got really into basketball right before everything got shut down. So I think it was Raptors Mavs. It was the last one.
I think mine was a Pitt Hoops college game.
I'm gonna get it was a soccer. It was either Juventus or
Franco.
That's right.
Ryan, you remember what you watched?
Yeah. Mine was my Wildcats. Kentucky came back and beat Florida in the last regular season game of the year. Down 20 in the second half, came back and won. And I had no idea that would be the last game of the season. So, I mean, I think for me, it's like I really haven't accepted that there's no March Madness. Like, even though it's not happening right now, like I feel like it's going to start in a couple of weeks or in a couple of months or whenever. And obviously that's not going to be the case. So
yeah, I take off of work for those 2 days. That first.
Oh yeah, for sure.
We usually just go to this local bar and drink all day and watch. And yeah, that was definitely something I missed this year. The last thing I watched was a UFC event, but they had already removed all the fans, and that was in Brazil. It was the last thing on a Saturday of that week when everything had started shutting down, and Dana White said, "We're pushing through. We're going to do all this." He got through one event.
Yeah.
But I did see where they're planning on doing it April 18th. They have a huge pay-per-view April 18th. Other than that, I've watched marble racing. Who's watched the marble racing?
My parents, my dad was texting me and he's like, "Yo, did you check out the marble racing on ESPN?" It's like, what?
How much money did you put down on it, Sal?
Let me tell you what, I won't divulge that. I don't gamble.
You're nickel on the green.
Gambling is illegal in New York, Frank. I don't gamble. But the powder blue, the Charger blue marble kicked ass. Well, I know I'm out of it, right back in.
It's like Tyrod.
Oh, man.
Oh, that's really happening, huh? I swear to God, I thought I was like flashback to when I was paying attention to I was like, oh wow, Ty God's still a thing? That's gonna happen in San Diego?
They're gonna draft. They're gonna get a quarterback early, and we'll see how that transition.
Yeah.
I mean, generally, if you're getting a quarterback that early, he's gonna play at some point in that rookie season. So,
well, Frank, I had the guys from Dynasty Nerds on earlier, and I have Tyrod. I have him on a roster on a super flex where he's one of only two quarterbacks who I own, and the other one is Garoppolo. So I need him. But in a callback to the Bull Rush days, we won't do the entire game, but who is a player on your roster, on a Dynasty roster, you're embarrassed to still have? Now, it used to be the letter, Scott, right? But we'll just do one. I want you guys to each tell me the player you cannot believe you still own on a Dynasty roster. Scott, go ahead. You go first.
Oh, my God.
I'm actually looking at my leagues right now. I think you go to someone else, but I know I still have Gronk and Luck in leagues, which I should be dropping them.
I have both of them.
My leagues are
I have a great one. It's a super flex, best ball super flex where we can't make we drafted last year.
Yeah.
We're not making moves until after rookie draft, so it's just it's a low maintenance one, similar to the 6 month one that we're in, Ryan. And I it's a super flex league. I still have Swag Kelly on my roster.
Oh man,
That is a good one.
oh man.
Frank, who's around?
I don't have too many embarrassing ones here. I mean, Jeff Driscoll is Mike Boone maybe.
I know I held on to Calvin Johnson a lot longer than I should have. I might have dropped him last offseason, maybe. You know what I mean? I had 40 roster spots. I'm like, there's no way I'm dropping him just in case he comes back. Just in case. But
my worst has to be Ross Dwelly or Jeff Driscoll. Somehow still hanging on a roster.
I had a roster that had Alfred Morris on it still.
Oh, yeah.
I'm taking a different direction. I'm embarrassed that I still have Todd Gurley on my roster because I should have traded him a year and a half ago.
Yeah, I was going to say Dante Pettis. Is that?
Oh my God, that's right.
I thought we could play a game where Frank just names NFL players, but it might only take a few minutes. So
yeah, no, I'm done. I think I'm done.
I thought Scott's son was going to prepare a list of food for us, but
oh no, my son has not made a game for us to play recently.
He's moved on to creating his own sports leagues. That kid,
he's creating his own sports leagues that have been pretty entertaining. I actually bought a shirt for the the Extreme Beanbag Championship. RotoWare made a shirt for it. It was pretty amazing.
How many of those shirts do you think sold?
I don't know. I bought one. You bought one. I saw a couple other people bought one.
Zach, the Tacit Assassin, Zach Reed bought one also. So I think 4 between you, your son, and the 2 of us.
Yeah, that's insane that RotoWare made money off of a 7-year-old making up a game and someone making one tweet about it. And
it's the most RotoWare thing ever.
Yeah, really.
Speaking of which, I'm wearing some RotoWare right now.
So am I.
There you go.
By the way, I mentioned it earlier. The Bull Rush RotoWare T-shirt is my favorite. It fits. It makes me look like I'm really in shape. It's the best shirt ever. But it was the last one I could get in large. I had to move to an extra large after that because Kenny started getting a little funny with his sizing. Started selling more and he got a little funny with the material.
Yeah.
So, but man, that shirt fits good.
That's what happened. That's what happened, Sal.
Thank you, Ryan.
That's why you had to move up.
Thank you for noticing.
Yeah, it's not like we order in every day now with this quarantine. It's not helping things.
The COVID-19, as they're saying, instead of the freshman 15.
Oh, I like it. I like
COVID-19.
Oh, I like that. Yeah,
we can still use it, right? I'm using it.
What was that, Frank?
I hope it's only 19.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's a weird situation where you probably shouldn't, but on the other hand, like those of us, like my wife and I still have jobs. So like we feel like it's a little bit of responsibility to like try to support some of the local places that we love eating at.
Yeah.
And it just, it's putting on some weight, I'm sure.
We literally just ordered like 4 times the amount of food that we typically would from a local place. Just like mostly just to support. Hopefully we can eat through it. But
yeah,
we'll see.
I did that last week. I ordered $50 worth of ribs, and I still have half a rack.
Yeah,
it's a full week later. I haven't finished it.
Yeah,
you can't go wrong with a half a rack of ribs. You just a month long.
Spend hundreds of dollars on ribs. That's all you need in quarantine.
I might just go cook them right now and you guys take over the show.
It's really, and I know most of us, we all have kids. It was really weird the other day. My son had a play date. He's 7 and he had a play date with another first grade girl. And this is after everything. We're in quarantine now. And it's weird telling your kid, okay, you have to stay on the opposite sides of the sidewalk. You get and everybody has to be away from each other. They did a little scavenger hunt around the neighborhood, look for a pine cone, look for a squirrel, etc. They had, fun, but it's weird trying to tell your first grade 7-year-old kid, you can't touch them. You can't touch the parents. You can't, it's such a weird normal we're going to be in for a little while. Yeah. I wonder how many things are going to change on the other side of this. Like, do you think people will order like groceries and stuff more often now that they've seen the ease of it? Or
that's the thing. I try to like latch onto the like the optimistic things that could come out of it. Like I think work from home is going to become a lot more frequent because companies are realizing that they can afford these people. I mean, it's cheaper for them to work from home too.
Yeah.
I mean, this is coming from a guy that's living in his mom's basement, but I think we're going to see a lot of that. But hopefully, and also people are probably going to wash their hands a lot better and a lot.
Yeah. I would hope so anyway.
Just like after 9/11, it was a whole mental shift about, security, even if it was online or a lot of, there's going to be a lot of, I don't want to say germophobia, but there's going to be a lot of washing hands. Like you said, I guarantee you there's going to be masks. People are going to be older people. Just like, you're going to see older people wearing masks a lot more often now afterwards. It's just
especially in Manhattan and stuff. I mean, up in New York, there's just it's gonna be. I mean,
gloves, latex gloves. Why not?
And that's what Asian cultures have and Asian cities have adopted and adapted to because of all the breakouts that they've had. We just haven't, I mean, fortunately until now, experienced something of this magnitude.
And it's it's just gonna change. It's gonna change it. Hopefully for the better, Renegade. I see, New Yorkers are tough, whatever. We had that bullshit persona, whatever. But you kind of like, yo, how you doing? Good. All right, whatever. I'll see you later. You're keeping your distance.
Yeah.
It's definitely going to change some behavior.
I still get so irritated though whenever like the pictures are coming out of Florida and they're all still on the beach and stuff. It makes me want to legitimately throw my laptop out the window. It's just it's so tilting.
Yeah, it's every time.
We were in that mindset too, and that age. Like if you're 22 years old, all you're hearing is that you're not going to get it. You know, like fucking old people are going to get it. Fuck at 18, you thought 30 was old.
Yeah,
you're like, fuck that. I'm going to the beach. Yeah, man, we're not doing it. We did some stupid shit at least I did when I was 18 years old. So I kind of like. Now and at 42, you're like these morons. But when I'm 18, you're like, I was there.
JJ, I'll give you an example. I have an 18-year-old and a 20-year-old, both in college, and they both had spring break trips booked. And one was in Puerto Rico and one was in Aruba when it happened, when everything started to get shut down. So getting back was a little difficult. My daughter, who's definitely more intelligent than my son, and if he's watching, it's true. She was in Puerto Rico, and when stuff started to happen, she found the first flight to Buffalo, and she couldn't get to JFK, so she went to Buffalo. She's in an Airbnb until this coming Tuesday, which will be 2 weeks. She self-quarantined, and she did the right thing. He stayed in until the end of the week.
Yeah.
He came home on Friday instead of Saturday, which was that was a sacrifice. And he was actually there with his girlfriend's family, and he's self-quarantining at her house with the mom there, thank God. But yeah, I
thought you said he wasn't so smart.
I know.
Yeah,
it sounds like he's got this figured out.
I was told there was a guest room.
Oh, yes.
We both might have it. We have to quarantine together.
We have to quarantine together.
Would you believe, Pop? Would you get unbelievable? We both got it.
I think that we got to do it for 3 weeks instead of the 2 weeks.
Why are you breathing heavy every time we call? We got it, Dad.
It affects your lungs.
I haven't heard from you as much, son. Oh, I've been sleeping a lot. Can't get to the phone because his phone is never not in his hands. All of a sudden, I'm not getting any messages. I love all the kids who haven't left the house in 5 years playing video games, and now, damn it, you're not keeping me in. I'm going out.
Yeah, right. Like I won't lie. Like the quarantining and like the staying in isn't that difficult for a fantasy football analyst. Let's be honest. It's not the most like insane. I mean, I work from home all the time. I've been working from home for 6.5 years now. It's not like this isn't that drastic of a change. What the change is I have a 20-month-old at home, and now my wife's working from home, and it's just like complete madness all the time now.
Frank, Alan Hepworth says, Frank is wearing goddamn long johns. It's taken me an hour to work through this to be able to say something. Fucking
It's taking him an hour to what?
To work through getting up to say something.
I gotta give a shout out, by the way, to Scott in this nice chair that he recommended me get.
Oh yeah, we're
chair bros.
Listen, I'd like to get
an amazing chair.
I need a new chair, so send me.
It's amazing, and it was on sale.
Yeah, that was a good deal. You got it cheaper than I did.
I got it for like $130 or something.
Post it. I need a new chair. This chair is ridiculous.
Dude, I feel like I'm sitting in a throne right now.
Half the industry is going to have this chair by the end of the day.
Yeah, it's true.
We got a guy who wants to know how many people are going to name their kids COVID 9 months from now.
Oh,
do you think that? Well, let me ask you this question: what will there be more of when this is over? The new baby boomers, because we're going to have baby boomers, divorces, or alcoholics?
Oh boy.
Or a combination of two of any of one of those.
I could see a lot of divorces. But speaking of JJ and his wife working from home, and just me working from home with my wife, it makes me realize that my job is kind of a joke.
Yeah,
Like-
same.
My wife is assistant director. She works for the Department of Revenue for the state of Minnesota, so they're like heavily involved in major stuff right now. And I sit and listen to her meetings every single hour. I don't listen in, but I kind of overhear some things, and I'm like, man, like what she's doing is crucially important to everything that's going on in the state.
Exactly.
And I am talking fantasy football on podcast, whatever I'm doing.
I'm trying to sell more safe leagues.
Yeah, exactly. It's man, please let's have a season. Oh, I don't even know how to do that. I don't even know how it's gonna work if there's no season. Like in dynasty leagues in general. Yeah,
it's depressing.
I got to imagine they've stayed on schedule so far. And,
that's the way you got to play it. I mean, they're having the draft. You just got to keep going with the mentality that it's going to happen.
I want them to do a one round a night thing and just stretch it out for 7 days. Usually I would be so pissed at the NFL for doing something like that. It'd be the most NFL move ever just to get as much money as they possibly can out of it. But with nothing else going on, like get everyone amped for the 7th round of the draft. That'd be great.
So have you put this out there on Twitter? We need to tag the NFL in that every day.
I think that people were proposing it, which is how it's in my mind right now. But that would be like it'd be unreal. Like imagine like the betting that would go down with like 6th round picks and stuff, and just like the way that we would react to like James Robinson being drafted to a random. I mean, just the most random stuff happening.
Seeing as Scott does a shot cast for the draft every year, that would be 8 nights of us getting absolutely.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's I do not fare well the morning after that shot cast. That's a good 4 hours of drinking is what that is.
I keep forgetting to put it for the day off every year, so I'm putting in for it this year and hoping that it goes off.
Oh man. Yeah, that's a good 23rd through the 25th or something like that.
Yeah.
So we got a Bull Rush reunion. Oh my goodness, is this heaven from somebody in the chat? And then we got
one of our 7 listeners is in the chat.
And then
amazing.
Mom,
Frank's mom.
You, Mom. What goes on?
And somebody,
how do I say I hated you, Franco? I hated my son.
Oh, I could just hear your mom yelling like that, making her amazing pasta gravy.
Oh God.
It's a big thing, JJ. Pasta gravy versus pasta sauce.
Where do you think that hate of that disrespectful word has come from? It's from my mother. And I swear to God, if I called my mother, I go, Mom, what would you say to somebody that called sauce gravy? You would hear the most profane old Italian spitting venom over the phone.
You need to record this.
Right. So, no. Hey, listen, call it whatever you want. As long as you know it's wrong. You can call it whatever you want.
What is pasta gravy?
Exactly. Thank you, JJ.
Exactly. There's apparently like a what would you call it, like a cult following of Italians that like weird Italians that call it pasta gravy.
At least in my surroundings in the tri-state area of New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut, for some reason they think that you take tomato sauce and as soon as you put a piece of meat touches that sauce, it turns into gravy.
What?
Exactly. I go,
the thing, JJ.
Yeah, it's weird. That's weird.
Because the juice from the meat goes into the sauce. But so what? It's still sauce.
Yeah.
We need an expert on here. Sal, could you send Frank's mom a link to the StreamYard?
Right now.
That's partially from George Reed in the chat.
Right. Do you go bolognese sauce or bolognese gravy? I like some gnocchi with bolognese gravy, please. No. No. And I'm sorry that your grandmother called it gravy and she was off the boat. But she simplified it for you so you could she assimilated, and God bless her and God bless them, but she was wrong.
Yeah.
My grandmother loved Mussolini. She was wrong.
Oh, Frank.
I can't wait for Clipcast to take that one part out of the show and put it out.
Oh yeah. I miss having Frank on shows. What else are you watching, Frank?
What haven't I watched? I've watched Expanse. If you guys like sci-fi, watch Expanse on Amazon Prime. It's amazing.
Did you say you were watching Dev too?
I started watching Dev. I got stuck on one thing, and I love it. The writing's amazing. I'm really into it, but just one thing keeps gnawing at me.
Yeah.
And it's
whenever I have one of those, I generally just stop watching the show.
I kind of stop watching. Does anybody watch that? Does anybody watch?
I'm only one episode in.
Yes, but it happened in the first episode, so that's why I was like, this is gnawing at me. Like, why not? Can I say it, or would I be ruining it? Because it never mind.
No, say it.
It's going to bug you for the next 20 minutes.
All right, so if he's so smart, why not just take the phone?
I haven't watched the show, so I don't know what that means, but I agree. Why not just take the phone?
If you watch the show, you'll go on and you'll be like, yeah, why not just take the phone? And that's it. And then the whole show, the problem is, then the whole series won't happen. Like, then
it's kind of like, I get that.
You know, it's
they gotta make the scenario that makes the whole thing work. I get
right,
it.
but it hinges on a very minor detail that somebody as smart as this genius that makes whatever he's making, I would think of that. But I mean, some moron in the Bronx thought of it. Wouldn't this genius in Silicon Valley think of it? I mean, but okay. But other than that, it's fantastic.
You know, I'm not a reality show guy. I know a lot of people love that Blind Love or whatever on Netflix.
Love is Blind. Amazing television.
So that hurt.
Amazing television. I love bad television. Like there's nothing better than The Bachelor. The Bachelor's great.
Man.
My wife is exactly the same, and I don't mean that in any slight whatsoever. My wife is exactly the same way. She loves all those shows.
It's just amazing. It makes you take a step back and be like, you know what? I'm actually like I feel pretty good about myself right now.
Yeah.
Like this is not like my situation's pretty good.
I'm okay. I'm pretty normal.
Yeah.
Did you watch the whole season, JJ?
I did. Yeah. I'm also watching.
I've got a couple left.
I'm watching The Circle now. I have because I'll watch if I'm on the elliptical or something in my office, I'll just put something on or whatever. Something I either have I'm going back and forth from depending on my mood, I'm in the middle of Mr. Robot, and then I'm going back over to depending on what I'm feeling that day, and then I'm like, oh no, I'll just go to The Circle, which is one of the most ridiculous concepts / shows. And also, it's what I've realized too. You get Love is Blind. So The Circle is just these 8 people that go into an apartment complex and they just chat with each other, and they're they have a social network amongst each other, and then they rank everyone each whatever X amount of period of time, and then the top 2 people who are ranked number 1 and 2 vote someone out, and this is all just based on conversations that they're having via chatting.
It sounds like Twitter.
Yeah, right. It's that's exactly what it is. So and then they kick these people out. But then you have that concept, and then you have Love is Blind coming out at the exact same time, where these 2 shows, the entire concept of these shows is basically a quarantine, and then coronavirus happens. And it's so bizarre to me that these ideas of being isolated in these shows are happening, and then all of a sudden that's how we're actually communicating with each other now.
So you're saying a reality show planted this virus?
That's just one conspiracy, Scott. One.
Amazing.
Nice.
But yeah, The Circle's great. I mean, I'll go back and forth. Like I said, I know I'm late with Mr. Robot, but
Robot.
It's pretty crazy.
I like season 1 a lot.
I watched it. So the first the thing that frustrated me with that show for the first season and a half is you just have no idea you have no idea what's real and not, and you're just trying it's almost frustrating because of that. But then you realize that's the charm of the show in a way. And once you flip the switch, it's this is dope. This is a really, really fun show to watch. So I just kind of go back and forth between what's easy watching and then what's kind of more intense depending on my mood that day.
Yeah.
Right. You can't scroll with your phone and watch Mr. Robot. Mr. Robot, you put your phone away and you're like, okay.
Right. Exactly.
Circle, you can
you can be on social media while you watch people on social media.
Right. Ty Miller recommended The Circle. He swears by it. And the very first guy, that Guido that was on, the very first guy who was introducing himself, and no offense to any Guidos, including myself, but I was like, oh my god, there's no way I can watch. This V-neck, this guy's got a V-neck. He's like, oh my, I mean, it's over the top.
He hits every stereotype.
Yeah, most Guidos hang around in long johns all day. I don't know.
This ain't a long john. This is thermal shirt, sir. A thermal.
Are you sure? Are you sure you didn't just wake up for Christmas morning?
I'm wearing a giant blanket.
They make long john shirts. So I'm starting to get concerned about the amount of content production out there, though. So many places like content. I'm talking like TV content shut down. That like maybe what we have now is about what we're gonna have for a while. Like how much of a backlog is there? So where I was going with the reality show thing is I don't watch much, but I'm starting to.
You're gonna be forced to.
Yeah, people are talking about him so much.
Just hit my DMs when you get going. I'll let you know. Yeah,
I'll do that.
We're good.
That is a perfect time for any content creator to try to do it on YouTube or anything, any social media. Yeah. Everybody's home.
Frank, TikTok.
TikTok is crazy. I kind of dug their algorithm in the beginning because if you swipe, let's say if you don't like the stupid dancers, like these kids dancing and these like. And there's like some self-help, like there's artists on there that are amazing.
Yeah.
And if you like them, the algorithm funnels a lot of them towards you. There are some crazy people. They're using it kind of like Vine. There's some witty, hilarious, clever people on TikTok. And as long as in the beginning, when you first start, you're not liking these stupid kids dancing with these stupid moves like this, and you search.
What if I did like those?
That's
Ryan's thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then you'll get a lot of those videos, and you'll also get arrested. That's
it. Then you're like,
that's the dangerous part about that app, Ryan. Don't do the Renegade. It's not for you.
Right. No.
I didn't need you to tell me that. No, their algorithm is good though. Really, you're exactly right. Whatever you're clicking on is what you're going to start seeing. It's way better than Twitter or Facebook or something.
Seriously, it's like I'm sure they've got that.
I can sit there for like an hour just watching just scrolling through those videos. It's crazy.
Yeah. Yep. That's always the same thing. Like for instance, see that? They're listening.
What is going on?
That was the Renegade.
It was Renegade, right? Like I get my funnel now has animals, dogs. If there's a dog in the video, I'm like, this son of a bitch. All right, I'm like, all right. I'll do some funny stuff, and I'm like, shit. All right, dog, yeah, like stuff. It's all that.
Wait, what is going on?
Oh my.
Like.
Okay.
That's my dog that passed away 3 weeks ago, guys.
Is that like a Springer Spaniel? Is that King Charles Spaniel?
King Charles, yeah, Cavalier. Yeah. I put it down 3 weeks ago, but that's my boy. I got a nice canvas made. I got one made up for everybody in the family. I haven't hung it yet, but I'm going to be okay.
That's tough. I still miss Fred, man.
That was my boy. For 4 years, sleeping on the couch before I moved out. That was my bunk mate.
Yeah.
Let's not get down saying my life.
Yeah, it's tough. It is. It's tough talking about losing pets, man.
Yeah.
5-6 years later, you still feel it from time to time. Time helps, but man, it still sucks. Yeah. Way to bring it down. Good. There you go, Ryan. Ryan fixed the mood.
Hi.
Hi, Gray.
He doesn't want to make eye contact.
What's up, buddy?
I can't blame him.
Look, say hi. No.
Hey, Ryan, do you and Gray watch Lego Masters?
We do actually, yeah.
That show's awesome.
Yeah,
I'm a week behind. I'm actually watching it too. I'm a week behind.
You're lucky. There's no show this upcoming week, so just
catch up.
Fill it in.
It's amazing what those people can build.
I don't know how they do it.
Put on your mouth.
I sat down with my son yesterday because we're doing this Lego. Like a bunch of parents have gotten together to do like this Zoom Lego Masters with the kids, and the kids build stuff. So like there's a bunch of families in it. And I sat down, and this week's is you have to build a school. So we built a superhero training school because he's got all these superhero characters. And we sat down to build it yesterday. And I'm like, man, I suck next to these guys on this TV show. It's taking me 3 hours, and this does not look like a school.
The first one, they said they gave them the assignment or whatever, and they said, like, you have 15 hours to build this. And I'm like, well, what? That's crazy.
You need that.
And then it came down to the wire.
Yeah.
It was unreal.
You need every minute of that.
I think that might be some use of editing, Ryan. They always make it seem like they're building it. Like I've watched those cooking shows.
Well, true.
A second to put the last thing. Oh, I'm going to put that gumdrop on. 1 second.
Right.
Yeah. No, that show's great though. I love that show. I can't recommend it enough. That's
when those two guys were moving their big tower a couple of weeks ago and the top fell off. Oh my God, it felt horrible.
You knew it. They showed that preview in the previous week that it was going to happen, so you knew that wasn't going to be the end of the show.
Yeah, I don't like the way they cut the previews. I'm like, I know what's going to happen next week now. I'm like, but I know that's going to happen. Why are you showing it?
I've done away with all previews. The minute the preview is coming on, I cut it off because they do that.
Good idea. That's a good idea.
Then how do they get people to watch? Yeah, I it's kind of like the NFL thing. They cut out letting the rookies during the NFL draft being able to see their reaction before the pick. Right. I kind of like that. I kind of liked watching the guy on the phone, tearing up, getting drafted like that. That was one of my favorite parts about the draft.
Yeah, but they didn't want to tip off the picks, right? Wasn't that?
Yeah, that's what it was. And I'm like, I don't care. Tip them off. I don't care.
But they're already being tipped off anyway all over Twitter.
Exactly.
Yeah, try watching the NBA draft.
Yeah.
He comes out with who gets picked before the team even picks them. I'm pretty sure he's making the picks himself.
I do not block any more people than I do on NFL draft weekend.
Yeah, same.
If you're tipping picks, just get off my.
Agreed. I'm trying to enjoy this thing.
Yeah.
I do not block it. I don't block anyone. I have a mute list of like 20 something and maybe a block list of like 3 or 4 or something, which is insane.
Yeah.
But it tells me if you make one of those 2 lists for me, you're pretty garbage.
I think my block list is probably at like 40 something. My mute list is probably 150-ish, I'd say.
Oh no, my block list was in the hundreds, and I went through and unblocked everybody.
Set them free.
Set them free.
Are we talking about how many people have us on their block list? Or is that what's going on?
I love that when you randomly find someone you randomly find someone that has you blocked and you're like, what? Every once in a while that'll happen.
It's happened to me countless times. I'm like, but I've never interacted with this person. I have no idea what the fuck. That's probably because I say fuck. That's probably why.
You swore too much, Frank.
I do swear a lot, but
Remember the early days of the Bull Rush when we would put a guitar lick over your swears?
And I swear I was trying to stop. After I heard the first Bull Rush, I'm like, my God, do I really have to swear that much? And I tried. I've actually, I've stopped swearing, believe it or not, a lot. But it's
It helps though. It helps on game day. I mean, it's necessary.
It helps. It helps. As soon as my daughter was born, I stopped a lot.
Well, I just meant the come on.
Punch! You come on, Daddy! You son of a dog! What's wrong with Daddy? Nothing's wrong. It's the same old, my love.
Gettleman.
Yeah, Gettleman.
Speaking of that, Frank, talk about the Flowers' new contract. Go ahead.
Wow, you saw that? Who was that? Washington? No, was it Washington that gave him like $30 million, $10 million a year, something stupid?
Yeah, it was a terrible contract.
He's going to be a guard. PFF says he's a great guard. He's a great guard. Yeah, you've never seen him play, but God bless. God bless. He was horrendous. He's a horrendous football player, but he's an amazing human being, I bet.
Hey, guys, look, Kevin joined us. My old
it was way too New York in here. I had to do something.
What's going on?
What's up, guys? How are you?
Good. Thanks for killing the mood, Kevin.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I ruined everything. That's great. I'll just go now. Hey, look. At least I'm not Steve.
Yeah. Did I ever tell you my plan for a Bull Rush episode with Steve?
Wait, hasn't Steve been invited like 3 times and then canceled on 3 times?
No, this is the time when like people really wanted to come on the Bull Rush and like people wanted a guest on the Bull Rush. And my idea was to invite Steve on and like he'd be able to brag to Sal and Kevin that he got on. And so I was gonna bring him on and we talked to him for like 20 minutes. But then when I edit the show, it'd be like, and we're bringing on Steve Marcus. How you doing, Steve? And he goes, hi. And I'm like, bye, Steve. Like I would edit him completely out of the episode. And then we just do the normal show.
I mean, you could have done that without him, really.
We really could have. But I needed him to think he was actually coming on the show, but we never did it. And I don't think I could be that mean either. Like that.
Right. Yeah.
No, that's evil. Scott is the best. I say all the time. I put Scott on notifications on Twitter because Scott will tweet stuff and instantly delete it. But if I'm on notifications, it still stays there. So I get to see everything that he tweets.
You guys have to see the tweets he says to us beforehand. He goes, I wish I could send, I wish I could press send. I'm like, right, son, this would be cool.
Yeah.
We need Scott Fish Unleashed.
Yes. For those listening who don't understand what Frank is saying there, I will have a tweet that's just it's probably should never be tweeted. And I will put it to Ryan and Frank and be like, should I tweet this? 100% of the time they say yes.
Yes.
And I never do.
Actually, 100% of the time, Frank says yes.
Yeah,
I was just going to say, I could
never
see it
not
being
tweet.
Like Frank saying, go ahead, and Ryan being like,
Just what you see. The thing is, if it was constant, if like Scott constantly said yes, then I would be like, all right, now Scott, now you're being a little bit crazy. Now these are absolutely ridiculous tweets. And he never says yes. Just once. I want to hear. I just want to say, I want to read Scott go F it and then press send. And I don't know why you're an asshole, so and so. Because I'm like, God!
There's been a time or two that I came close.
No, Scott always takes the high road. Always. Every single time. And it's very frustrating, Scott.
Mr.
Scott's the reason I got Voxer Pro, so I could like save messages that he deleted and things like that.
Oh, there are times you get me angry enough, I'll get upset. But
yeah, I'll tell you a thing or two about a thing or two.
A thing or two about a thing or two. So we're gonna record a show this week, Frank.
I'm down.
Really?
Yeah, I'm down. I mean, with that. Are we talking football? Because that's like impossible.
How much football have we talked in the last hour?
Yeah,
zero.
JJ came on here expecting to talk football.
I derailed the whole.
I talk enough football. This is a nice break.
No, it's a nice break. Like I said, we had the Aussie guys on before you. We didn't talk any football, but before that, it was 6 hours or 7 hours of football. So the people who have hung in there needed this break.
I got a question, a football question, as the experts on the panel, right? How dumb, in hindsight always 2020, so let's just really lean into this one. How dumb is David Gettleman for drafting the running back at 102 with all the available great running backs in the free agency market that their value is absolutely fucking nothing, worthless, but we wasted that draft capital. I would like to know your opinion. Your guys' opinion at 102 with Saquon Barkley. Please go ahead.
You don't even need hindsight to say it was bad. It was bad when it was happening. Yeah, it's terrible. He's awful.
How frustrating is it to see like Todd Gurley and capable running backs for pennies, nickels on the dollar, not worth the 102. And yeah, okay, all right,
awful.
All right, that's it. That's as far as. This is why I stopped football. It's David Gettleman. David fucking Gettleman stopped me in fantasy football, so maybe I should thank him. All right, let's spin it around.
Well, guys, we're coming towards the end of the hour. JJ's been for an hour and 15 minutes. You are currently the leader in the clubhouse outside of me and
I didn't even realize that. Yeah, I should probably head out. Let you guys do your thing.
So, that's
true.
Well, if you want to say a farewell now, JJ, go ahead and let the people know what you got going on, what you got coming up, and all that stuff.
Yeah, I'll be producing podcasts still, even though there's no sports going on. So I got the Late Round podcast, which is my solo show, and then I'm on Twitter at Late Round QB. And I just want to tell everyone, just be safe. I hope everyone's able to stay in as much as possible, and like I've been saying on my podcast, just love on your family as much as you can, and wash your hands. That's also very important.
Yes,
amazing that people didn't know that before, right? All right, JJ, thanks again. And,
all right.
Looking forward to speaking to you soon.
All right, thanks, guys.
JJ, it was awesome.
Easy, JJ.
Take care.
All right, you guys want to slowly fade out? We'll start with Ryan. Say your goodbyes, Ryan. Tell people what the hell you got going on.
Yeah. Well, first of all, Sal, thanks for hosting us. Thanks for hosting this whole thing, and this is a big undertaking, big commitment from you, and thank you for doing it. Hopefully, getting some more awareness out there and doing your thing. We appreciate it.
Thank you. I'm starving, but go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, go get some of those ribs. You can find my work at DLF, Dynasty League Football, and occasionally Roto World as well. Still doing a ton of podcasts, including possibly a Bull Rush maybe coming up this week. So
Bull Rush and Commission Impossible, right, Ryan?
that's right. We're gonna knock them all out. We have no excuse now. And I'm even on spring break this week.
I can think of a few excuses.
Yeah, we can come up with a few good ones.
Well, I know you got a lot of work going on with the kitchen sink leagues. Go make sure everybody puts up those restricted free agents and tags
That's right.
players.
I'm gonna go yell at some people. Take
Thank
care,
you,
guys.
Ryan. Have a
Thanks.
good night, man.
See you, Ryan.
Take care, Ryan.
And then there were 4. And then there's 5 again.
Hey.
Who do we got popping in here? Oh, no, it was just Ryan for half a second. Oh.
Gentlemen, it's been fun. It's been a pleasure. Sal, thank you.
Hey, thank you, Frank, for coming on, man. You definitely carried the show. If I had to just deal with Scott and Ryan, I don't know if we would have got through.
No, we're terrible.
You mean chop liver? No, it's fine. Guys, you guys are the best. Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
No, not even chopped liver. We're like pickles.
I love pickles. You guys
Pickles are the worst.
work so well.
Worst topping ever.
All right. Chopped liver, maybe, but not pickles.
Pickles are the worst. No, I'm with Scott. Pickles are the worst. There's no redeeming value in pickles.
Frank, I'll stay and fight this
Right
one.
before I say something, before I flip off. No.
Frank,
Thank you.
did I ever tell you? Oh, I was going to tell Frank my pickle story at a restaurant.
Stay here, Frank.
I at a restaurant once. I told them to make sure no pickles. Don't put pickles on the side. She I'm trying to remember exactly how it went. She came by. Oh, and I said, she came by, she took my order, and I said, and throw the pickle away. I don't want it on the side. Throw it away. and I think I tweeted this. And so she said, oh, okay, no pickles. And I was like, no, you don't understand. I want you to throw the pickle away. I don't want anyone else to accidentally have that pickle. The world needs less pickles. Just throw it away. Oh,
the whole world trying to save food for everyone, and Scott's throwing away pickles.
Yeah, well, this was a few years ago. This was a few years ago when I was really deep-seated in my pickle hatred.
John Bosch was trying to get on during the Bull Rush thing, and then Kevin jumped in to make it 6, and he blocked you. He blocked you out, John.
That's Kevin for you. What can you do?
Also joining us, which is way more important than John Bosch, is Mike Beers. What's up, Mike?
Hey, how's it going?
Mike Beers.
It's good. Scotty, you going to stay around? You want to stick around? You're welcome to.
I'll head out in a couple minutes here. I gotta have some dinner before.
Whenever you're ready to go, just log out. But
that Lego Masters for the kids thing that we do is in about an hour. So
all right, cool. Mike, I feel ignorant with some of the guests. I don't know where you live in the country. Where are you from?
So Connecticut, Weston. So I mean, I'm like 45 minutes outside New York City.
All right, cool. So I live out on Long Island. I work in Queens every day. So you're in this general vicinity. How has your life been affected with what's going on as far as quarantining and what's going on in your neighborhood? Is it basically, I presume, much like us here, they're kind of forcing everybody to stay in unless you're essential?
Yeah, so we're not forced to stay in, but there's not really anywhere to go, and people are staying in their houses anyway. For me, it's been other people have said the same thing. I work from home normally, right? And usually it's just me and more recently in the last year, a dog. And now I'm trying to do the same thing, except I've got our 3 boys who are we got twin 8-year-olds and a 10-year-old, so they're home. And, we're doing the like distance learning school thing. And my wife is working from home, so she's home also. And, it's definitely an adjustment. I'm an introverted guy who's used to working alone all day. So very little of my work is getting done at all at this point. And I'm very much the like homeschool administrator, I think is probably the best word, because I don't know how much teaching I'm doing. But it's like, making sure the kids actually move on to their next subject and, have any idea what they're doing with like navigating the Google Classroom and opening the right documents and actually turning in their assignments and stuff has been like a nightmare. But we got through the first week and, everything mostly got done. And I got a tiny bit of fantasy football related stuff done. So that was good.
I'm of the belief that no matter what your kid does, they're all going to matriculate to the next grade. It's just the way it's going to be. Because if they don't, that parent is going to go yell at the school until they move them on. I mean, you didn't give my kid what he needed. It's just the way it's going to go. John, you have how many kids at home?
I got 3.
And they're what ages?
They are 12, 10, and 9.
So who's handling the? I hope it's not you, but who is handling the teaching or the school administrating?
Well, my wife is actually a teacher's aide at the school that they go to, so she is clearly doing the most of it. I do get to play with the math and stuff.
But you're still going to work, I presume, right? You're a pharmacist?
You are now looking at my home office. This is now where I am processing prescriptions in the basement of my house.
Really? So you're loaded with drugs at the house, or what's going on?
No, we actually.
And what's your address?
The facility I work at, we actually don't have any medications on site at all. We do everything else, but put the medication in the bottle. So we deal with all the interactions, all the counseling, all the fixing stuff when it's messed up, all that stuff. So we are. I can do that remotely now. It's quite nice. The state of Kentucky used to not really allow it, but they made some temporary measures. So it's been quite nice.
You're going to have a hard time going back?
Yeah, I've dreamed of this day since I graduated pharmacy school in 2006, working at home. So yeah, I honestly, I'm okay with working at home. Everything else that's going on, there's a lot of suckiness to it, but the working from home part, I'm kind of okay with this part.
Mike, seeing as you haven't gotten much fantasy football work in the last couple of days of the last week, but let's try to shift to a little bit of football. We've gone away from it for the last 2 hours, which has been entertaining for me because I'm in hour 9 right now.
Bless you, Sal.
Maybe 10. I don't even know what time it is. But
yeah, how are you still awake?
I'm gonna take off.
I got a good night's sleep.
I gotta take off. So nice seeing you guys.
Take care,
a lot of fun. You have a good one.
Mike, we do a 24-hour show, Kevin and I, in July, wrapped around the Scott Fish Bowl to raise money for Fantasy Cares for the Toys with Tots that Scott does. So this is amateur hour, what I'm doing right here.
Yeah, this is nothing. All right, fair enough.
So, and I made it from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., kind of right in the middle of the day where I could sleep and then actually be done with enough time to clear my brain and go back to sleep. But most people should know who you are. Most of the people who are following us, you've been around for a while, but just give people a quick rundown of what you've been doing, what you're working on, and what you're up to these days.
Sure. So these days I'm with RotoViz, on the ownership team there, and sort of running the NFL data and analytics. So the apps they put out, all those tools. If they weren't already there when I got there, I probably built them in the last year or so. And That's been great. That's been a lot of fun. I got into a position where they're letting me basically almost do what I want. I'm servicing the old stuff that was there, and then I'm building what I think is the most useful stuff for fantasy football players. And we've made a bunch of jumps forward in the last year, so that's been really cool. My focus sort of over the last several years has been, besides just this data, apps and visualization, stuff like that, has been best ball. 2 years ago, I was running something called the Best Ball Command Center, which was just focused on just helping people with their best ball drafts. The people who are really into it will do, 50 to 100 to 200. Some people even do, close to 1,000 drafts over the course of the summer, and just sort of coaching them on roster construction, stuff like that. And that was a lot of fun. That only lasted for 1 year. And before that, I was with Roto Grinders, writing about best ball. So best ball is kind of my thing, but I'm doing a lot of this sort of app development stuff for RotoViz now. It's been a lot of fun.
Now more than ever, it would be a great time for best ball drafts, right? For people who are quarantined, stuck at home,
right?
And you could do them. We used to be able to do them on draft. What a time for draft to be bought out by FanDuel, and for us not to have the option to do that. But where do you recommend? You could do the MFL 10s, which are out there, but is there a place that you go to for your best ball drafts, or what do you recommend?
Yeah, so I did a lot of draft last year. Particularly, I took some shots at that the big tournament they had. But I've always liked the MFL 10 format. So, at FanBall, doing the best ball 10s, and then FFPC also I really like, and it's different. They're like complementary. FFPC has 28 rounds in their drafts. The scoring's a little different. The rosters are a little different, and both of those have been sort of my go-tos. And yeah, it's a lot of fun. I mean, I like about best ball that there's this added layer of sort of portfolio management, for people who play it a lot. You think about how you're building your roster and how you're spreading your exposure to players across a bunch of drafts. And so, I do a lot of drafts. Well, I don't know what's a lot. When you're talking to fantasy football players, maybe 150 drafts last year or whatever I did, 250 last year. Maybe that's not a lot, maybe it is, but to most casual people, that's an insane number. And I really like that element of the portfolio management for it, and I do it across both of those sites.
Yeah, are you still in Fog of War, John's insane league that drove me crazy? Did you smartly do like I did?
Yeah, I dropped out. Man, I didn't expect that to come up. I'm sorry. I got it over my head.
Mike, don't feel bad.
Mike,
we're doing it together. I dropped out too. Don't feel bad.
I'm not worried about that at all.
It is a great idea, and the draft was awesome. It was just, I'm down to one dynasty league now, which is actually doing its rookie draft right now, which is fun. But I just had to. It was too much for me to manage. I was going to be a drag on the league.
Not a problem at all. I tell everybody that I never care when people leave my leagues at all.
No,
doesn't bother me one bit.
John's John's first of all a great commissioner. John looked for really different ways to reinvent leagues and create it, and he loves the damn auction. He loves it. He loves that auction. But yeah, I understand. In that one dynasty league that you're in, do you guys normally do your rookie draft before the NFL draft every year, or did you do it different this year because of what's going on with the quarantine?
No, we do it that way every year. I think we're in our 5th year now, and it's been that way every year, and it's makes it a lot harder, especially because I'm not I'm in one dynasty league. I'm not like a dynasty guy. I'm not a college football guy, and most of the people who I rely on for analysis on dynasty, particularly rookie rankings, are in this league. Yes. Which is kind of nice because I got a tab through RotoViz where I can pull up their rankings during our draft and just to make pretty confident assumptions about who they're going to pick next. But it's it's tough. I mean, before the draft, we know that guys are going in the 2nd round or 3rd round right now in the rookie draft. might be first rounders in, a month because of how the draft plays out. Somebody lands in the right place, right? Or the opposite, first rounders are going to drop. So yeah, it makes it tricky. It's fun though.
Yeah, and I know from the little bit that I do, we've been doing podcast. I've been podcasting about 4 years now, and a little bit of writing and stuff. I work a regular full-time job. It's never been a place where I've looked to make any kind of money or anything like that. But just putting stuff out there, I get sniped all the time in leagues that I'm in on purpose. For me, I'm a Raiders fan, and I was very high on Hunter Renfrow last year in a lot of dynasty leagues, and I have him in pretty much every single one except for one. And in that league, the guy knew how much money I had to spend and overpaid for him immediately just to make sure I didn't get him. and I
you put a target on your back.
Yeah, well, a guy like Hunter Renfrow. So for a guy like you who does best ball, what is your opinion of a guy like Hunter Renfrow? He's a touchdown guy. He's a boomer bust hit or miss wide receiver. But do you think that he has stayability? You think he's a guy who could come back again this year and be a touchdown getter?
Yeah, I mean, it all comes down to price, especially in best ball for me, right? And yeah, he's a guy I've drafted on several teams so far. It's just a question of where you can get him. And I have the luxury of, even if I, made rankings and published them, which I did a couple of years ago, I don't usually do. I'm doing so many drafts that I'm going to draft Hunter Renfrow, and I'm not going to get sniped on him because I'm drafting him when he falls like later than his ADP, like when it looks like a relative value, right? So, I definitely have him on a few teams. I think there's an opening there, or, he's already there and he was filling it last year. I mean, there are targets there that can be had. And that's, especially later in the draft, that's what you're looking for, just opportunity, right? I mean, a lot of picks later in the draft are going to miss. But if the opportunity is there, it has a very good chance of working out, especially in best ball. You're covered if it doesn't happen half the weeks or 3/4 of the weeks even. But if he's contributing a little bit, that's definitely good for a best ball player.
John, you got anything?
Football related? I've been wanting to ask him since he's got two boys. He said 2 8s and a 10, right? You said?
Mm-hmm.
What are you doing with them? Because I assume, if I recall, your boys were pretty active, involved in stuff that I'm guessing has all been canceled now.
Yeah.
What are you doing
sports
after the school? Because like our schedule is empty now. I mean, we usually every single night have at least 2 practices of some sort. Now we don't have that. I'm guessing you don't have that either. What are you doing with that kind of time?
Yeah, it's been a mix of trying to just like create activities for them, like trying to get them outside as much as possible. We've had some crap weather recently, so that's been more difficult. And then, we're having movie nights. We've watched a lot of movies over the past couple of weeks. But it's like we're focused on I think a lot of parents are like, the amount of screen time that the kids have, which is like so hard now with them always home, right? Like if you're trying to do anything other than take care of the kids during the day,
they're on their phone immediately.
Right. Like, keeping them busy. I mean, you create an activity for them or something and they're done with it in like 25% of the time than you thought it would take. And, it's tough, but I did one thing. I was trying for a while before the actual like distance learning started. The kids were just home from school, like without a curriculum or anything. And they love to play Minecraft, all of them. So I created like a little project that we could work on. We're playing Minecraft, trying to learn some math and geometry and stuff like that. And we would do it for an hour a day, and that worked. But then again, that's just 1 hour out of the day. And then toward the end of the day, it gets to the point where my wife and I are just like, you have to go outside right now. Like that's it. Are there no screens when you come back? So it's a mix of that. It's been really hard. I mean, they were all over social media for a while with like those schedules, like we had every half hour mapped out for our kids and they hated it. But we had them doing a bunch of different stuff and it kept them busy. And it was like, quasi manageable. It's harder now though, actually, with the school curriculum, because they're supposed to be handing stuff in and like getting grades, and they're just in elementary school, 3rd and 5th grade. It's not that big of a deal, but
everything's going to be, if you turned it in, you passed. Good job.
Yeah, but but we got to make sure they're actually turning the things in, right? Yeah. Whereas last week it was just, if they didn't do the homework for their Minecraft dad project, that was okay. So it's tough. We're just trying to get them outside as much as possible. It's been cool. The sports teams sent out like workout videos. Like they made their own little YouTube videos. The soccer team that one of my boys is on, the lacrosse team, the other one's on, and so they could just do those like at the end of the day by themselves. They like watch the video and then go do the practice. That's been pretty good, but it's a constant battle.
For you guys, so I don't have any young. My youngest is 15, and then I have 2 college age kids. But are they requiring a phys ed type of thing? Some of my friends told me they're like for you to send a video of your kid doing something physical, right? In order to get a phys ed. Is that going on for you guys?
Yeah, I've managed successfully to push that job off onto my wife because they're doing a yoga unit right now, and this is I couldn't be talked into a yoga class. I couldn't be bribed into a yoga class, but my wife has stepped up. She's running it for them. But yeah, they have a requirement. They have to fill out a log, and we don't have to send any videos, fortunately. But they've been doing that, and they've got art, they've got health, they've got like all the quote unquote specials during the day. And we got to make sure they're doing that stuff because they all have some kind of way of checking, assignment, maybe they actually did it.
Thank God my kids are not relying on me to teach them art. Straight line has been a problem for me my entire life.
What exactly would you rely on yourself to teach your kids? I'm just curious. What would be your specialty?
How to cut class and not get caught? Well, Kevin, I was a jock, played a lot of sports in high school, so I can handle the phys ed part. Maybe not yoga. Like Mike, I would hide if the yoga part came up, but I'd be really good at study hall. Be one I'd be great at. So
Sal's prepping lunch for him, that's for sure.
Philosophy, mostly philosophy, Kevin. Is there a philosophy class in school?
Yeah. Lunch, free period. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm all about the free periods. Kevin, you want to get back to football?
Yeah, we could try and get back to football. I guess. I don't know. Is there anything going on right now that we can actually talk about?
Well, we haven't had Mike on earlier today, so we talked about a lot of stuff with free agency and stuff. But in the aspect of best ball, Mike, which is what you're focusing on these days, any of these free agents that landed anywhere, entice you to want to draft them earlier, or any landing spots of these free agents? Tom Brady, Amari Cooper. Not that Amari Cooper changed places, but anybody where it changes. Does free agency affect best ball for you?
Yeah, it definitely affects it. I think it affects everybody's rankings, right? I've been traded for, I don't know, it feels like, the 10th year in a row. I'm drafting Greg Olsen a lot with the move to Seattle. He's just, he's a guy in most of the best ball drafts I'm in, going like the 13th round or something. We saw what guys who are nowhere near as good as him were doing last year. So I like him quite a bit as well as more under the radar signings, I think. A lot of guys, though, when guys move teams, I'm not really excited to go get them. I feel like there's an adjustment period, usually, at least for part of the first year, that really is a drag. So, it's something I'm watching, and if they, that's actually a red flag for me if they actually move. But there are guys, the Olsen in particular, and then the guys that, they're backfilling them, right? So now, Ian Thomas in Carolina is a guy, for sure Olsen's gone. He's a guy you're going to draft. And Curtis Samuel, he didn't move, but Robbie Anderson came in. I'm not drafting Curtis Samuel at all. He's just off my list. And a lot of the guys, for like Jameis Winston, I'm just not drafting him right now. I'm wait and see where it comes out, because there's a chance that he lands somewhere great. But until I know where it is, like, what's the point? What's the upside of gaining, a couple of rounds of equity based on where he lands? Whereas, it could end up, or Cam Newton, same thing. Like, they could end up somewhere or nowhere. And, it's kind of that, like, asymmetric risk, right?
Yeah, we had a question from Michael Hoff, who was on earlier from FF Faceoff. So for anybody in the group, if Curtis Samuel was in fact traded, what do we feel is the best potential landing spot for fantasy football? Johnny, you got any?
Yeah.
I have honestly, I have no idea because I like Curtis Samuel and I still don't hate him where he is. I don't think he has the same upside as he did before Robbie Anderson is there, but I don't mind him just staying for one of the reasons that Mike said. Guys that switch teams, they're behind when they come in most of the time. So I kind of want him to just stay there and be settled in. Now, granted, he's got to adjust with a new quarterback coming in, but it's going to be better than last year. I don't really want him to move. I kind of hope that he stays in Carolina and maybe his role is a little bit better than people are expecting right now.
I don't know. See, to me, the new quarterback, new coach, new offensive system. They brought in a guy that they like in Robbie Anderson. They have DJ Moore. It's just there's a lot of factors to me that make it almost worse than a new team. I would definitely prefer seeing him go somewhere else. Now, having said that, I don't know who it is that it would be a good place for him to go to. I could see, but anywhere that he can get some targets, because I just don't see an avenue to a lot of targets for him in this offense, particularly with Christian McCaffrey sucking up 100+ targets from the backfield. It's just it's hard. It's going to be hard for Teddy Bridgewater to throw that much, in my opinion.
Yeah, one place that just came to mind was with the Rams. I mean, if assuming they move on from Brandon Cooks, I'm not sure where the contract is right now, but I don't think Samuel is a guy that's going to be like the alpha. But without Cooks, that would be a great role for him. I mean, he's got the speed to sort of fill in the role that Cooks might have had, and he could add a lot of value for that team. But there aren't any other. I mean, just generally speaking, if you just look around the league, any of the leagues that have a softer depth chart, I mean, it's all about opportunity, right? The Rams aren't really that. That's kind of a special case, but maybe Oakland, right? I mean, they don't have, that much going on at wide receiver besides Hunter Renfrow, obviously. So there are definitely some spots where he could do some more damage, I think, than in Carolina. But the Rams are the only one that really come to mind is sort of a really good fit for me.
Go ahead, John.
If it was a different year, I would be more on board with him moving. But kind of like what Zach asked in the chat, guys that are moving around or rookies coming in this year, how are you treating them? Because we don't know what the offseason is going to be like for these guys. That's what makes me a little bit more nervous about anybody moving basically anywhere or a new system being put in place, even if they're on the same team. Like, I'm a little bit nervous about all of those players. Granted, it's a level playing field because they're going to be playing against defenses that are in the same situation with new guys that have had very little time to adjust or, a new coaching staff, new defensive philosophy. But are you making any kind of adjustment knowing that these guys are going to come in and their learning curve is going to be delayed?
Yeah. Well, I think I already mentioned I have this sort of negative bias toward guys on new teams. So I think I'm just sort of sticking with that in most cases. But yeah, I mean, that makes sense. I'm one of the people who's not sure that the season is going to happen.
I'm not sure either.
Yeah. And it has me kind of concerned.
I'll be shocked if it doesn't, but
right. So in some way, right. Like, even if it were an abbreviated season, like it's probably going to happen, but I'm still, just thinking about it, like it might not happen. Like that's really a thing. But for rookies, this is a time of year that I'm at running back. I'm just drafting all the rookie running backs. I do this every year. Before the NFL draft, I just drafting a blanket statement. I won't put them all on the same best ball team because that's a little too crazy and aggressive and risky. But anytime there's an opportunity, I'm putting these guys on my team because I've been looking at this for 6 or 7 years now. Every year, these rookie running backs, there are one price in terms of ADP before the draft, and they are another price after the draft, and it's almost always higher, like 80% of the time, because people figure out who these people are, right? It's the combine. There's usually a bump after the combine, and then there's a bump after the draft, and a lot of it is because people didn't even know these guys' names. Like they hadn't seen them before. They didn't know anything about them. And if you're looking,
they don't
at this,
show up in the ADP. You got to scroll all the way down to see their names.
Right. Yeah, but it's just like a pattern every year. It happens. So I like to just, because I draft a lot of teams, I'll get a lot of these rookies, around this time of year. And then I'll just pump the brakes like shortly after the draft, because they all are just sort of moving up in price. And I'll say to myself, I got my exposure. I'm kind of done with them. So I'm not any more worried about those rookies than I am about sort of the rest of the league in general. And I would continue to draft them at least for the next few weeks. Yeah.
Mike, do you have one? I mean, I'm sure you don't. I mean, you drafted 150 to 200 teams a year. Do you have really one format you stick to, or one way that you draft in best ball, or are you a let the best guy fall to you type of guy, pick up the value in every round, or do you kind of stick to one plan?
No, I don't stick to a plan. Importantly, I stick to like 30 or 40 plans. And all of them are on the table at the start of the draft. So what I'll do is best player available for the first, 4 or 5 rounds. And then that's going to tell me, okay, this is the direction I got to go. Right. So if I thought a tight end in the second round was the best player available and I took him, that's going to tell me how many tight ends I'm going to draft overall, or when I need to get another one. There are some things that I always do. I'm not going to be the first guy or the second guy to draft a quarterback in any of my best ball leagues. I'm not going to be the first guy to draft a defense if you're playing in a format that has defenses. Those are things that either, in the case of quarterback, we tend to get it wrong. I still, Lamar Jackson, he's my QB1. I think he's the best bet to be QB1, but we tend to get it wrong, and the payoff, if you're right, just isn't enough. If you're spending a second or third round pick on him in best ball, when you can replace that production with guys much later, the 10th, there's always a league winner in the 9th, 10th, 11th round in best ball every single year in all leagues. You look at Lamar Jackson himself last year, Patrick Mahomes the year before, there's 1 or 2 or 3 guys every single year. So I avoid those early quarterbacks. Defense, we literally always get wrong. Like the number one defense is always a bad pick. If you're looking at ADP, whoever is in your draft taking the first defense, particularly in best ball, they just made a bad pick. So those are rules that I do stick to, but generally, I mean, I've spent so much time, like an unhealthy amount of time, thinking about best ball roster construction, and it's all about adjusting as you go. It kind of think of it as like balance at each position. So, if you got that early tight end, you're waiting a long time for your second tight end. You're only taking 2 of them. If you got one of the earlier quarterbacks, you're definitely only going with 2 quarterbacks. If you start, if the value just tells you start wide receiver with your first 3 picks, okay, well, where you got to take the running backs after that. And, I built all these tools at RotoViz that was kind of illustrate this stuff, but it's that's really the way I go into a draft. It's totally like a decision tree that with like 40 branches, and you just you're cutting off half of them every single round as you figure out who you're actually going to pick.
Is there a position you prefer to go for studs at, and then maybe another position that you say, I will attack this position with? If you have a choice on which branch you follow, do you have a preference to say, I want the studs at this position and I'll attack this other position with volume since it's best ball? Do you have a preference between those, or does it even matter?
I don't have a big preference. I mean, I think last year there was a clear sort of top tier for the running backs, more so than this year. I think we've got a bigger tier. But if I got one of those running backs, if I had a chance to get one of those running backs, particularly McCaffrey, but I was going to take him, and then I was going to sit out running back for a while. That was just the overall strategy. This year, this year's interesting. You got so many running backs going so quickly in your drafts. I mean, by the end of the second round, I think we've got 5 or 6 more running backs gone than last year, and that's been really sort of interesting for me. I'm not diving into the zero RB thing. It's really interesting because if you pass on a running back or whatever, everybody's still taking running backs, and there are good receivers later, available later. So if everybody's pouring into running back like they are this year, it might make sense to just take your running back and take your second running back because they're all going to be gone later. So I've been doing mostly just sort of a balanced approach in most of my drafts. I'm letting the value dictate the first few rounds. I haven't been chasing the top tight ends too much. I've, over the last couple of years, sort of decided that I like to attack, maybe 3 of them in the later rounds in the teens or something like that, instead of going after, your Kelsey or Ertz, Kittle kind of guys. Because there's a guy like Kittle, who emerges every year. Last year it was Waller, and there were others who came on late in the year. The year before that, it was Kittle. So, I like to just throw a lot of darts in that range.
Do you I keep talking about him and this will annoy Kevin. I'm going to bring up Eric Ebron. When you go for a tight end like that, if say you don't get any of those early tight ends, so you're going to load up on guys later, is a guy like Ebron who's touchdown dependent but does catch a lot of touchdowns, does he interest you more than a guy who might be consistent on a weekly basis because you're looking for those boom weeks? Yeah,
I mean, I think if you're going to sit out, particularly the first, 3 rounds, but then really the first 7 rounds. I mean, you got the guys, all the guys with consistent volume are kind of gone by then. If you're not going to go after those guys, I think you want to just pile up touchdown guys, depending on the format, how many roster spots you got, you get 3 of them, and they'll patch together a good tight end, and you won't need as many wide receivers or running backs or whatever, that you gave up that roster spot for to get 3 tight ends. Those are the kind of guys you want. I mean, spike weeks are, big random weeks when you don't have to pick them. You have to figure out who it's going to be, right? Not having to set your lineup really makes a huge difference in the kind of guys you can target. And Ebron's definitely one of those. I would not expect him to be a good, just regular redraft tight end. He's not a guy I want on my team, and I would decide which week I'm going to start him. In redraft, I like to get one of those stud guys. I like to just have my starting tight end and just forget about it. But in best ball, it's totally different. And those guys become really valuable.
Yeah, that's something, I got away from doing the best balls last year. I did so many the year before. Like we Kevin and I host a podcast together, and we were sponsored by Draft when they first came on the scene. And that first year when they came out, and they were actually around for a while, but when they finally got the best balls, we just did so many that year. How many would you say you drafted so far this year? Do you have an idea? When do you usually start?
I started earlier than usual this year, but I usually will have started by now. And at this point, I've already drafted about 50 teams. But I've actually totally stopped in the last 2 weeks. I meant to, free agency was just warming up. My plan was to get in. I've been playing on Fanball, the tournament they have, like with the $20,000 grand prize, the best ball 10s. I wanted to do 50 sort of before free agency, and then kind of take a break, let ADP settle, and then dive back in, maybe do 50 more or whatever. But with everything that's going on, I'm kind of just sitting out. I mean, I've got my 50 teams in there, which is a lot. I understand. It's not like I haven't been playing at all. But, when I have a better handle on what's actually happening, like, maybe if I'm not worried that the season might not happen, I'll jump back in. But there's just so much going on. I'm kind of pausing right now, and just, obviously I've got this stuff going on with the the kids and family, fortunately, we're not dealing with health problems right now, but we're dealing with the other stuff around this. So just kind of sitting out for the moment.
So with your plan expecting to change going forward, when and if we know what's going on with the season, do you mind discussing your exposure to what players you've already been exposed to, or do you kind of a handle of who you've been mostly exposed to in those 50 drafts?
Yeah. So give me just a second. I can pull it up here. This is one of the things we track at RotoViz. So I just got to punch in my team name and it's going to tell me who all my players are.
When you get it up, I want to know that, was there a player that you're surprised you're more exposed to? Was a guy that maybe you didn't think would be somebody you'd have a lot on one of your teams, but you did end up with a lot of them?
Yeah. So there are a couple guys. One of my highest exposures, 29% of my teams, is Jamison Crowder. And I don't have any, special feelings about him in particular. I think he's a pretty good player. But his volume is probably going to be pretty stable, particularly with Robbie Anderson out, but I think more than that, more than the things I think about Crowder, is just where he is in the draft. If you just think about like the shape of the draft and average draft position, I just find myself, when it comes to the 8th round, or ninth or 8th, 9th, 7th round, I'm looking for a wide receiver there. It's just the way it's played out in terms of these best ball drafts. And he's just always there, just sitting there like, oh, okay, there's a solid wide receiver I can add to my team. So that's one where I've just sort of ended up with a lot of exposure and I wasn't really planning on it. One that, I sort of believe in more is DJ Moore. I really like him. I was all over him last year, on him again this year, even though he's gotten materially more expensive. But part of that, again, is sort of this whole shape of the draft deal. Like I'm not drafting running backs at the end of the 2nd round or the beginning of the 3rd round. It's sort of the big run has happened. I've got, if I'm drafting there, I've got one of the, McCaffrey or Barkley, somebody that already, and I'm really happy to add a guy like DJ Moore to my team. So, he's on, I think, 25% of my team so far.
What do you do? What do you do if say you did take CMC with your first pick? Do you worry about teams? Does that play into factor at all? Is it a deciding factor if there's a tie between DJ Moore and another receiver? Like, do you try and separate some?
At that point in the draft, not at all. It's two guys, and particularly with best ball, I don't worry too much about stacking guys or not stacking guys because really it's an entire season kind of thing. Mm-hmm. What it might do is later in the draft, I might bump up like Teddy Bridgewater. I might say to myself, okay, I've got an investment in Carolina. If Carolina is, a total flop, this team is probably going to lose. That makes Bridgewater, a better investment for me, particularly, in these more top heavy kind of payout structures. If you're playing for first or second or nothing, then it makes sense, given you have McCaffrey and Moore to get Bridgewater. But I don't go into that draft thinking I want a Carolina stack, and then maybe later in the draft, if I already had, a couple of wide receivers from the same team, my dart at the end of the draft is not going to be another guy from that team. Hey, who's this?
Kevin has checked back in with his daughter. What's going on, Kev?
Hey, how are you? So obviously I told her she had to be quiet unless she was allowed to talk. She knows that we're live, but I figured she wanted to come in and say hi to everybody. So I figured now's as good a time as any. Sorry, Mike. I don't mean to interrupt you.
No. I'm sure she has more interesting things to say than I do.
So this is Mia, and this is Mike. That's
Hi.
John, and that's Sal. That's Uncle Sal.
Uncle Sal.
Hi, sweetie. How are you?
You can go ahead. Go ahead. Say hi.
Wow.
Is there anything that you want to tell all the people that are listening to these guys talk about fantasy football? What do you want to say to them?
Oh, this sounds like something she was trained to say all day.
Nope. It's off the cuff. I have no idea what's going to come out. Go ahead. Anything?
Tom
No.
Brady is a traitor.
What do you think? Who's Tom Brady?
He left the whole town.
He left the whole town. He did leave the whole town. You're absolutely right. He did. All right, kiddo. Thank you.
It's warmer where he went, though. I got to give him credit.
You just have to be quiet. You can stay.
Yeah, you can't blame him.
Well, Mike, talking about Tom Brady, obviously last year we had two breakout wide receivers. It's not that Mike Evans broke out. Mike Evans has been good for a few years, but Godwin broke out. But they were both, before the injury, top 5 wide receivers on the season, and they were kind of trading off weeks at one point because in one of John's leagues, I actually ended up with both of them because in an auction, I already had Evans and Godwin was going too cheap, or I believe it was vice versa. I ended up with both of them. I held them all year. I played them both all year, and it worked out for me. I went undefeated on the regular season. Unfortunately, it wasn't a championship. But before we get to how do you think Brady affects them this year, do you ever find yourself with 2 wide receivers on the same team? And I know I've done it almost as a backup plan because you could end up with 2 guys like that, or do you kind of stray away from that type of drafting?
Yeah, I was kind of was touching on this a minute ago. It doesn't really bother me, particularly for best ball, but like in a regular redraft league, I might try to avoid it. I mean, I think you're capping your upside a little bit. I mean, in a best ball league, you still have 3 guys from the end of the draft. Like say you got Evans and Godwin, you have 3 guys that you took later in the draft who might have a big week to fill your second wide receiver spot, right? When Evans has the bad week and Godwin has the good week. But in your regular redraft league, you're not benching either of those guys any week, right? So it can be a little frustrating to have only one of them go off on a given week. So I might avoid it a little more there, but it doesn't bother me too much in a best ball format. So
Do you feel like those guys? You feel like Brady is an upgrade for those guys? Do you think those guys are going to do what they were going to do regardless of who the quarterback is? I mean, I selfishly said earlier that I would rather Jameis stick around because he doesn't care. I mean, he had 30 interceptions. He don't care if he's throwing the ball downfield, and that's better for our wide receivers. Just don't draft Winston. But how do you see it working out in Tampa?
Yeah, it's good for Tampa, in terms of winning games. But for those guys, I mean, I think it's a downgrade, maybe a lateral move, but I think it's a downgrade. They just aren't going to be throwing as many passes. I know the numbers don't support this, but it felt like, Winston was throwing 2 pick sixes a game, right? I mean, they were always trying to catch up. They had to throw the ball.
Oh, we lost Mike for a second, but an interesting.
Evans.
There he is. You're back. We lost you for a second, Mike. Sorry.
Oh, I'm back. All right. No, I was just saying. I think it is going to hurt Evans a little bit more than Godwin. Evans was like the air yards king. Last year, I don't know if he was number 1, but he was up there all year, right? And he was getting those deep targets. He was getting a lot of targets. I don't think Brady's going to feed him like that. So his volume might dip just because of the game script, and then in particular those deep balls to Evans just aren't going to happen as often. So I think they'll both be very good. I think even if they were both healthy, you're not going to have both of them in the top 5 this coming year. It's just not going to happen. There's no way.
What are your feelings on O.J. Howard? You think O.J. Howard could live up to what we thought he would be with Brady? And we've had New England guys on today. Kevin has even talked about it. I forget who it was who said Brady just likes to throw to whoever the best player is, and the best player happened to be Gronk at the time. Not necessarily that he likes to throw to the tight end, but is O.J. Howard one of those guys you'd like to stock up on late?
Yeah, so O.J. Howard, I think he has to have a bounce back this year because he has to have a bounce back this year. Last year was so terrible. But I don't think Brady is really going to elevate him in that way. I kind of agree. I mean, I think Gronk was Gronk because Gronk is Gronk. I think he was an amazing player, and Brady knew he was an amazing player that he could rely on, and he could throw him the ball and he would get it and he would score touchdowns. And I don't think O.J. Howard is Gronk. I mean, O.J. Howard is Is it, he's got raw talent and athleticism, and he should have done better than he did last year, and he probably will do better than he did last year this year. But I don't think, Brady is some kind of kingmaker for tight ends just because of Gronk and, for a little bit, Aaron Hernandez there. But so, I would bet on him doing better than last year, but he's not a guy I'm like going after. You look at Tampa, there's just, there are a lot of places Brady can throw the ball, and he's going to throw the ball to the place that works. And I don't really have a reason to think that that best option is going to be OJ Howard some disproportionate amount of the time.
Yeah, I think we're all hoping to see who the pass catching running back becomes in Tampa, right? That's a guy who I think will have a nice role in that offense, and I'm not sure it's been determined who that's going to be yet.
Yep.
All right, guys, we're gonna hop off before she loses it here. But hey, thanks for letting her join. Good to see you guys. Take care.
See you, Kevin.
Night.
Bye, Kevin's daughter. Mike, do you have a? Oh,
what happened? There he is. Hold on, Mike.
Here again.
I went to press Kevin. Kevin dropped out on his own.
Mike, do you check it all in season on your scores? Do you follow it all, or do you wait until week 16?
Oh no, I check it every week. I can't help it. I try for the first week or two, but after that, I'm tracking it. I'm making charts of how my teams are doing. Which players are doing better. He's can't help it. I like if you spend hours and hours and hours like building a stock portfolio over the course of a summer, you're gonna watch it. Even if you can't sell anything until the end, Yeah. So, and last year that was kind of a painful experience. I had a couple of like big wins. Like I won the Raz Bowl contest, which had a bunch of industry people in it last year. But last year was a tough year for me. With all the running backs from like the third and fourth round doing really well, it was like torture. It was just checking in on my teams and being like, oh God, like I hope one of them did something this past week. It wasn't a total disaster, but it wasn't a lot of fun. You can't help it. It's fun. That's part of the fun is just watching it move. And I even, I think a couple of years ago, I built a tool for the Best Ball Command Center people to sort of track it as they go. And everybody was doing it, that I was, that was in that group. That was a group of people who are obsessed with best ball, but you just can't help it.
Raz Bowl, I had such a hard time finding a way to check my score weekly, so I never got to really check it. But I don't think my team was that good in the Raz Bowl. But I did do really well in Andy Singleton's
drafting
with Giants. Mike, do you participate in that?
No, I'm not a part of that.
I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna have Andy reach out to you, get you that shirt. I think it's about 400 something people were in there last year, John. If I'm right,
I wasn't in it. I don't know.
I made it to
but I know of it.
I think I made it to like the final 8 out of all those people. It was like impressive for me because I'm an amateur at best. I talk a good game, but I don't know if I back it up. But that was a good one. But I'm trying to think of any other players that I want to get an answer from you selfishly for myself and their landing spot. All right, let me ask you about this guy. Landed in New Orleans, Emmanuel Sanders. A little bit of an older guy, but Emmanuel Sanders seemingly still plays like a guy who's not 30 yet, even though he's 33 years old. What do you think the prospect of him falling into that New Orleans offense is? I think we think back to almost 10 years ago when a number 2 wide receiver in that offense always seemed to be a great play in fantasy. And I don't think there's been a consistent number 2 wide receiver, especially with Kamara recently getting a lot of the receptions. But where do you think Sanders plays out this year?
Yeah, so the sum total of my prep for this podcast was I made one spreadsheet, and Emmanuel Sanders is highlighted on it. So I'm glad you brought him up because I would have forgotten. He finished as wide receiver 28 last year. He was, he switched teams midseason. It wasn't exactly an ideal scenario for him. And his ADP right now is wide receiver 50. If you're going to a team with Drew Brees, it's an upgrade. Like I know Michael Thomas is there. He's not going to be the number 1 guy, but they spread the ball around in San Francisco too. I think it's a great spot for him. I think he's got a great quarterback. We know Breeze is good. We know he's accurate. We know that as long as Sanders shows up and does what he's supposed to do, Breeze is going to find him. They can't throw to Michael Thomas every single time. I mean, they tried to last year, but and Sanders is good. I mean, I think it's a good offense. It's an offense that they will throw the ball. They have a really good player throwing that ball. I can't see it being a downgrade for him, and it really looks like an upgrade. I think it's a really great landing spot. They didn't have a real solid number two. You had Ted Ginn, you had Traquan, or these just sort of splash play every once in a while. It might happen, but Sanders being there and being a reliable guy, I think is going to be a really good role for him.
Is there anybody else that you have? I mean, if you have that spreadsheet there and you have anybody we haven't touched on that you could, bring to the forefront?
Yeah, so I was just looking at guys that are sort of, I mentioned Sanders was, priced as wide receiver 50, but he finishes 28. So I just kind of filtered on guys who are going way ahead or way behind where they were last year. One of them that stood out to me that was kind of random, or not that random, but Zach Pascal on Indy. I mean, he played well. He finished at, he didn't have a big role until partway through the season. He finished as wide receiver 52, which is nothing special for an entire year. But he's priced as wide receiver 90. This is a guy you're getting very late in drafts. They've got Rivers coming in. Hilton's still there, obviously, but this is a guy that seems like a pretty safe, reasonably high, at least weekly upside pick. So if we're digging a little deeper, I actually haven't even looked into his contract situation. I hope he's still going to be there, and I don't sound like an idiot. But so that's one that stood out. I think another kind of later guy that's in that same boat. This is a guy who's moving teams, and I already said I don't like these guys, so I'm putting my foot in my mouth already. But Randall Cobb going to Houston, I think he fits pretty well there. I mean, they got the two burners on the outside with Fuller and Stills, and Fells is a pretty good tight end. And I think Cobb is going to fit in the slot really well there. And again, he's just a guy who's super cheap. He's wide receiver 71 if you're looking at the best ball ADP. He finished better than that for Dallas, which was again a new team. And I think he's a safe guy to just beat his price by a few rounds. He's one of those later guys, if I'm not just purely hunting for upside, that I think is a really nice pick. And then another guy is Marvin Jones. What can you guys give me an update, like a news update on Marvin Jones? Is he like injured? Is he cut? Like what's that?
People just don't like him. Same in Dynasty. He's always affordable, and nobody ever likes him. But he's a solid performer for you usually.
I think he's expected to be back and ready for the season. And it's funny because we just had Ryan McDowell on, and today in the kitchen sink leagues, which he has, is tag day, and you have contracts in that league. Where you have to put years on a player, and when your player's at zero, you gotta have a transition player, a franchise tag, and two restricted free agents. And I was trying to make a decision on my restricted free agents, and I had Mark Ingram. And I had I needed two. I had Mark Ingram, Marvin Jones, and Gus Edwards. And I like the idea of having both Edwards and Ingram. So if there's an injury, I have the backup there. But I decided to put the restriction on Marvin Jones and hold on to him. I looked and saw that he is expected to be back. So I'm hoping, Mike. I'm hoping he's back in Detroit, and his red zone target rate last year was insane before he got injured. He had 9 touchdowns, and the guy is still doing it. It's not like he's an afterthought at this point. I think people think that he's older than he is.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think particularly for best ball, he's a great guy. You might not have him there every week, but like you said, he's scoring touchdowns. They're going to be better off at quarterback this year. We only had Stafford for I don't know how many games last year, but it was a mess. Hey, and he's, like it's just this really simple sort of comparison. Last year he finished as wide receiver 24. That's a wide receiver 2. He's wide receiver 44 by price right now. That's just silly. I mean, the environment is looking like it's going to be better, and even if it's not, he's a value.
Mike,
that's one guy.
Do you see bias in best ball drafting like we do in Dynasty against age? I mean, you mentioned Sanders and Cobb, who are obviously both on the older side of wide receivers. Is that something you see throughout best ball where people kind of discount the older guys the same way they do in, probably not to the same extreme as in Dynasty?
Yeah, it's definitely not the same as in Dynasty. I mean, Dynasty, you have much stronger, very tangible reasons, not to like these guys. But yeah, I mean, there's definitely some bias, and I think it's also, more than being old, I think what hurts people or hurts players sort of artificially is being boring. And Marvin Jones isn't really one of those guys, but a guy like Randall Cobb or a guy like Zach Pascal, the latter being a name that a lot of people might not even know. They're producing more than you're hearing about them. And those are guys that, you can easily just pile up late in your drafts. And they, a lot of times they're older guys though, they're older guys who are still around, still producing, but there's a more exciting guy maybe on their team already, or maybe because they moved to another team because their contract didn't make sense for the team they were on. And people just aren't paying attention to them as much. And I think that does happen in best ball, but it's certainly not the same as your dynasty league.
As Larry Fitzgerald fits that mold for the last few years. I mean, and we just keep there's no way he's coming back next year. And then he comes back and I'm like, man, there's no way he can perform. And then the guy continues to perform. So, but Mike, I really want to thank you for joining us and helping to entertain the crowd a little bit, at a time where it's a lot of uncertainty in the country, which something I don't think any of us would have ever thought would happen. It's like straight out of a movie, but appreciate you coming on. I'd love to stay in touch and hopefully get you back on in July when we do the full 24-hour podathon for the Scott Fishbowl. Do you participate in the Fishbowl?
I do. I did really well my first year in it. Unfortunately, that was several years ago. And I have nothing notable to say about my team since. But yeah, no, it's a lot of fun. I would love to be on it. I think last year I was like on our family vacation.
We spoke, but you couldn't make it. Yeah, you were definitely a busy family.
But who knows if we'll even be allowed to take vacations this summer. So we'll see.
Very, very true.
Fingers crossed, though, yeah.
Really want to thank you so much again, and we'll definitely be speaking to you soon.
Yeah, thanks a lot. This was a blast. Appreciate you guys.
Thanks, Mike.
John, look who's here. Look who's here.
Hey, fellas.
Oh, Zach, yeah.
Guys, it's been 2 weeks since I've cut my hair, so I got the most.
I was just gonna say the follicle count just somehow went even further down in this.
Look at this.
Division by 0 is undefined.
Notice this is not. There's plenty there.
I saw that you bicked it in solidarity. I was.
Yeah. I just like to do it to annoy Sal. I love cutting my hair whenever
I like
Sal's
to
gonna
see
see.
John. I say you got a good full head of hair, you son of a bitch, and you cut it.
Yeah.
I had Anthony Savino on earlier, and that guy's got a full. When I saw him, I'm like, what was going on? He shaved it this morning. I think people were all starting to lose their minds. They're at home, and that's it. They're starting to disconnect a little bit.
Everybody's starting to think. Have you seen the quarantine episode of Always Sunny in Philadelphia? I think it's the quarantine episode, and Frank's like, oh, I got to be pure, and he shaves his head, and he's like literally slathered in Purell, which you can't do nowadays because you can't find it. But
yeah, I think that's one of the most posted gifs from that show, right? Is him covered in the Purell.
Yeah, I'm sure that's definitely been going around lately.
John, we're gonna have Jeff Manns joining, and you're more than welcome to stay. I don't know what you got going on if you got to run out of here. But you're welcome to stay. You're welcome to go, whichever works for you.
I'll probably jet. I have Ozark binging on the calendar for the rest of the night. So,
all right, cool. Well, hopefully Zach's gonna stick with me for a little while and help carry me home. I think I might have hit my wall.
I got you, Sal. I got you. I'm here.
We got 2 more hours left.
It's 2 hours. We're good.
You're good. You here with me, Zach?
I'm with you.
All right, John. Thanks again, bud. We'll speak to you soon.
thanks for having me. Everybody go on to fantasycares.net and give a little bit if this entertains you. Hopefully it did. Hopefully Sal's been entertaining you all day. Give a little bit, help out. If you're looking for things to do, I've got some things that you can do and help raise some money too and burn some time.
Yeah, check out John Bosch FF. Is that where you're at now?
That is correct. That
John
is
Bosch FF. He's always got all kinds of interesting ways to play fantasy football and raise money at the same time for Fantasy Care. So, Johnny, have a good night, bud.
Thanks for having me, man. See you guys.
All right.
See you later, John.
So that's going to bring in our next guest, Mr. Jeff Mans. What's up, Jeff?
Hey, what's up, guys? How are you?
We're doing well. I got Zach Reed, the Tacit Assassin from Dynasty Dummies, is on with me as well.
What's up, Zach?
Hey, Jeff.
I am Jeff. I am going into our 8. Is that our 8? No, 10.
10.
Wow.
I got you.
So if my mouth isn't necessarily working correctly, Zach is here to help me out. But
that's good.
Before we get into anything too crazy, Jeff, I forgot to bring this up when Scott was on, but I brought it up once today. I need some support announcing that I am the official XFL champion of the XFL Experts League. Matthew Berry has fought me on this. We both ended up with 4-1 records. I had clearly about 100 more points scored, and I beat him head-to-head. Jeff, go ahead. Let everybody know that I'm the official XFL Expert League champion.
I was planning on a comeback win. I was just getting my feet wet, so I don't know if I'm ready to anoint anybody a victor. Although, if it keeps Matt from trolling us for the next, 9-10 months, I think that I'm willing to concede you as the champion just to take it firmly off of Matt's plate because that's a cross that's unbearable for us.
Yeah, when I have the clip pulled out, I'm going to have just a part where it says I concede to you that you're the champion. It works.
Yeah, that was it. Much better.
Jeff, you're out west. Where do you live exactly?
Yeah, man, I'm in Arizona now, like just outside of Phoenix, but I'm originally from Chicago.
Oh, okay. So how long are you in Phoenix?
Since 2016, so it's like my 4th year now. And I grew up in Chicago, moved out here. I was visiting out here all the time for baseball purposes, for different things for work, and I just fell in love with this place. And man, it's not letting me down thus far.
You have family back in Chicago?
Yeah, although yes, but I'm like an Amway salesman or something because I've sold my whole family to move out here. All my in-laws are now out here. I have 4 brothers and sisters. 3 of them are out here. And I have a nephew that I'm working on currently that's looking to move out here as well. So like I'm a recruitment franchise for Phoenix, it seems like.
Cool. Well, we had Mike Wright on today, who's also from Arizona. We had Bob Harris, who is originally an Arizona guy and now over in New Mexico. Give us an idea of what life is like right now for you. For me over in New York, it's a little bit different than a lot of people in the country. There are pockets of the country that are as locked down as we are, but not many of them as us being the epicenter of what's going on. But do you typically work from home as it is? I know you do your radio show. Do you go anywhere for the radio show, or do you do that from home?
Yeah, man, this quarantine thing is pretty much my regular life, to be honest with you. It's like I not much has changed, but I get to do the show out of my house, so I have like all the connections and everything there. So where I'm at right now, if you look see the background, I have I can't really move my camera much, but it's my home studio / workspace, so it's a nice area. You get video from here over there, do the radio show from right here at this desk. And the quarantine stuff, it's like I get like uncomfortable a little bit when I see people out. There's a lot of kids in our neighborhood like out at the parks and stuff because the weather is nice, but it just makes me cringe. My kids, I have 3 kids, they're not out. They're quarantined with us here, going to school through video conferencing and Zoom and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I mean, the temptation is real here because the weather is so nice, all the time sunny. It's 75 every single day at this time of year. But for me personally, no, man, I'm not taking those chances.
Yeah, you make it sound so terrible with all that weather and nice weather. It's 46 and it's rained a lot here today in New York. But we've had a couple of 60-degree days recently, which is, it's kind of like off and on, and that like you said, that temptation to get outside is there. And
It's real.
you've seen in Florida where people have been out on the beach and they finally shut the beaches down, stuff like that. But yeah, I would love for the younger generation, but it's not just them. I see a lot of adults who have just been a little ignorant to this.
Yeah.
To not me, it's not going to be me until it's you. So
Right.
it's a real thing. And well, I'm glad you could join us today so we can entertain some people. And
I'm happy to be here.
before we get into any actual football talk and stuff like that, tell everybody about the sites you run and the things you guys do.
Yeah, man. So like I'm part of the Elite Sports Network. We elitesportsbetting.com, fantasyguru.com, which is the betting site's pretty obvious. It's all things betting. Fantasy Guru is all seasonal sports. So it's football, it's baseball, season-long basketball as well. And then there's elitefantasy.com, which is our daily fantasy site. So it's sort of a triumvirate of sites, all comprising sort of a different style approach. And so yeah, those are the sites I do. I personally go on all three. I work on all three. I write DFS for football and baseball. I write season long for baseball and football, and I do betting on mostly just football, and then XFL when we had that, NFL, XFL, and I dabble in some baseball. I've also been doing horse racing and poker though, guys, since all sports have calmed down. Like I got back to my roots, man. Horse racing and poker, two things that I was way into before I started my career in fantasy 15 years ago.
Yeah, it's funny. We had Elliot Christ on this morning, and he's no longer with TQE, but he's back to playing poker a lot more. So It's kind of like the fallback plan for us degenerates,
Got to do some, like, dude, it's all about the competitive juices, right? Like, that's why we're all around here. We love those wins. Like, I'm sure whether it's a stoplight to stoplight in traffic, or if it's at the grocery store, the shopping cart's getting in the line first. Like, we have this fantasy people have an inherent gene, like a Neanderthal type gene, that we just want to compete. We want to just win. It's a craving. It's a fix we need. At least it's that way for me. So, yeah, poker, horse racing, man, I'm trying to dabble into esports, although I'm terrible. I don't know anything about it. But I'm trying to do anything to keep those juices flowing,
I think the key to what you're saying is keep the juices flowing, be competitive without exerting ourselves.
Yeah, exactly. As my body type shows, yeah, as long as it's not a physical activity.
Yeah, I got a very competitive Mario Kart circuit going with my 4-year-old and my 6-year-old right now.
That is
you gotta keep those wins.
What system is it, on the Switch, or are you doing
just on the Wii? We're they're still not. We haven't got into any really intense system, but we're still kicking the Wii around. But
I love Mario Kart, bro. That's so I do. Rainbow Road. I think that's my favorite track in there. It's crazy, but because that's the one track I could stay on, my kids will fall off. It's the only one I win on.
See, that's the other way around. My 4-year-old crushes me on that one.
Really?
No, he's getting good.
Yeah.
I miss the days of playing a video game. So I've been living on my own for 2 years. I'm separated. I've been living on my own, and I have the 15-year-old who's still home with her mom. And I think I got to go drop my computer off to her actually tonight after I'm done here, because she needs it for schooling tomorrow to do a schooling from home. So when I go over there, I think they still have the Wii, and I had Mario Kart for the Wii. And I think I'm bringing it back to my apartment because I have no game systems here, and I need to do something. I need something. I'm going to work every day, Jeff, so I can't complain too much. I work. I'm deemed essential, so I work every day. But when I come home, there's nothing to do, and on these weekends, there's not much to do. That's why I figured I'd get 12 to 15 of my friends to hang out all day on a Sunday. This was really more for me than anybody else.
Dude, I was deemed non-essential by my 3rd grade teacher back in 1986. So I haven't been essential for years. So kudos on that.
Yeah. Well, yeah, no, it's essential. It's all debatable as to what exactly it is that makes sense. My mama said I'd be essential, not successful.
Nice.
So let's talk a little bit baseball, because you do cover baseball, and I haven't had any baseball guys on really today.
Sure.
We do fantasy football, but I'm a big Yankees fan. And the sport that, aside from hockey and basketball, which were in the middle of their seasons, the sport that's going to be affected as far as starting on time is baseball. And I know that we would have had opening day this past week. About 4 days ago would have been opening day. How do you feel the season is going to change? Would it be shortened? I mean,
man,
I don't even know how that makes me feel. Like baseball, do you feel like baseball needs to be 162 games? Do you feel like if we only get less than 100, you really got an actual baseball season, and you're going to get a true champion? It's going to weigh out.
Dude, it's such a good question because, like, no, baseball doesn't need 162 games in reality. It's so much fluff. There's a whole month in September. Imagine, like, for the football people listening, like, imagine week 17 for a whole month, or 4 weeks. That's essentially what September is for baseball. And even in the months of like March and April, when they start, it's so cold up north in places like Minnesota, Chicago, Boston, New York, and that it's like there's a lot of games rained out, snowed out, colded out, or whatever. So like you could condense the season. We've seen it in 1981. The strikes shortened year. 1995, another strikes shortened year where there's like 108 to 116 games in those seasons. Fine. Nobody really holds it against the champions of those years. So I think we could definitely get away with a nice 100-game schedule. I think it's good for baseball. Less injuries, kind of spread out the travel a little bit more for whenever they can get going. 80 to 100 games would be totally fine as well. If this thing lasted into June and July, you could play half a season Major League Baseball and still have a really good competitive year that the fans enjoy.
I think we're definitely losing April and May, right? I think June is going to be the earliest that we're going to see anything, and possibly playing in Florida and Arizona at these spring training sites without fans. It's so much unanswered right now, right? That we won't know. Each day things are changing. Who knows where we're going to be 2 months from now? But I did see where Manfred said something along the lines where they might go into October with the regular season and then play the playoffs in November. Talk about it being too cold early in the season up north. But then there's a possibility that he's going to take those games and make them all neutral site games in Texas and Arizona and California.
Playoff baseball is fun because like I said, there's so much fluff in Major League Baseball that when every pitch means something and you're hanging on the edge of the seat, it can be fun. But the one thing all major sports recognize is you don't go against the NFL. And the fact that baseball does it in September with the regular season, that's why nobody really goes. The attendance is way down. Trying to compete with the NFL for 3 months or 2 months, it's September, October, and November. Ooh, that I don't know if that's a wise idea. I really don't. So, and like you mentioned with the weather, unless you play like a neutral site or something like that, like Arizona, Florida, or a dome somewhere, then okay. But otherwise, it's going to become a crap show. You know what I mean, with Major League Baseball. So they might do it, trying to squeak it out, but I think they'll pay the price because they're going to operate these stadiums with not a lot of fans in attendance, and the ratings, I don't see the ratings going to be that high when you got to compete against Monday Night Football, Thursday Night Football. Can't play them on Sundays, late in the season, NFL Saturday. Good luck with all that.
Yeah, very true.
Yeah.
Well, wherever it is, as long as Boston isn't in the playoffs, we'll be happy.
You're good to go, yeah.
Zach's a Red Sox fan.
Oh, no. Zach, well, what do you think about the cheating scandal?
I mean, it's one of those things where you don't like to see it. Especially the
You work for
Houston
the
aspect
organization.
of it.
You're answering like a guy who works for the organization, right?
No. I'm answering like a guy who's played baseball, and as a pitcher, like you hate that. Like you hate the idea of having pitches tipped. If it's a guy on second base who's tipping pitches, the next at bat he's getting one, in the rib cage. Like that's just how it is, and so like. But you also understand that there is some of that going on all of the time, not to the extent that it happened in Houston, and my assumption is other places, but it's covert. There are all the weird unwritten rules of baseball. So if you can, it's kind of like pine tar. You can use pine tar as a pitcher. You can't put it on your neck. Say if you're a Yankees pitcher. You can't throw that on your neck, but you can put it on the middle of your belt and dab your hand to your belt, and nobody says anything. So it's yes, it's cheating, and yes, this was exactly put it on your hand. But that's it's kind of the overt nature of everything, and how and I also think there's this quality of baseball that because it's the pastoral game, because there's no time, we kind of eschew technology. And so I think that
we lost Jeff for a second. You could keep going.
That's all good. No, I think that we kind of eschew technology. And so when you're using, technology to cheat, I think that kind of sticks in the craw of baseball a little more than, hey, we picked up a sign and that sort of thing.
Yeah, and I mean, pitchers have been cheating for decades and eons, back to Gaylord Perry and emery boards and putting stuff. Look what the Astros, as much as they bang on garbage cans and all that, dude, their spin rate of their curveballs and fastballs went up like 300%. And you think that there's not, like you're saying, pine tar? Absolutely. There's no doubt about it. You can't spin a baseball better just because you play in Houston as opposed to Pittsburgh. That doesn't work that way.
Well, I played with a guy, Brian Warren, who played in the Japanese professional league, and he was actually the guy who showed me how to put pine tar on my belt, you're not getting caught because you're on the mound, tap, go, and so it is. It's all the unwritten rules. It's covert. It's not using technology, and then it's okay. But if you step over that line, then all of a sudden you have this huge scandal.
Sure.
My son, who's he's first year in college now, he was going to be playing college baseball this year, but obviously that's not happening. Nobody's playing college baseball. He in high school as a junior, he didn't have a starting position, so he took pride in being the first base coach that year, and his job was literally to steal signs from first base, and he had two phrases that he would use based on if it was a fastball or if it was an off-speed pitch. In high school, you're not going to find too many. Most don't have 4 pitches. They have usually 2 pitches, maybe.
Right.
Maybe. And it would be, he would clap it up if it was a fastball and say something, and then if it was, all right, bud, this year. So obviously it goes on at the lowest of levels, and it's coached. I think the biggest problem everybody has is once the technology got involved. So
yeah.
With that being said, do you feel like Houston should have been stripped of the title? Should it have been taken away? Should players themselves have been suspended? And did Manfred mess up by not doing that? I think you got so many players around the league, and this suspension of the season or delay of the season might be the best thing that's happened for both him and the Astros and any of those guys that have been fired or retired from positions, because by the time baseball gets back, we're going to be so happy to have sports. I think it's going to be on the back burner. There's going to still be plenty of people. When they come to New York, they're going to hear it. But I think they've heard it around the country a lot more. So, one, do you think they should have gotten more of a punishment? And 2, how do you think this suspension of the season affects that?
Man, so I think they're getting what they deserve in the sort of public opinion arena. Like I said, booed, the fines, all that. The problem I have with taking away a title, in theory, yes, but isn't part of winning like that whole on-field celebration? Like, we won and the fans and everybody go crazy. Does it work 6 months later? Are the Dodgers going to be excited? You know what I mean? That's the problem I have with it. It sucks all around. I don't think you could strip them of their title in that regard, but we can definitely devalue it in all of our own minds. I think it's the same as like steroids. Like, you didn't take away the paychecks for these guys, but they aren't getting in the Hall of Fame. So there's, cheaters have to know. Pete Rose, he gambled on the game, and he's never been allowed back in the game. Now, that's a whole separate conversation. But in the court of public opinion, your future, your ability to make money in the future, free agent deals from all these Astros that went out on the market, I mean, they paid the price this offseason as well. So I think they're getting what they have coming to them. They could have probably done a little worse in the fine department, but I mean, I don't know. It's like winning. You guys ever win? It's a championship game. I had it one year. It didn't happen to me, but a buddy of mine in a fantasy football title game where there was a stat correction, like it was like after New Year's, like that Thursday, and he's like, "Hey, wait, I just won. I won the championship." It's like, oh, yeah. It's like, oh, you did, but like we're already into the playoffs. It's like, oh man, it doesn't have the same lure or luster, even though it may be the right thing. So I don't know. It's a tough question. I say keep it there, put an asterisk up, and we all know what happened.
It's specifically times like these, but in the slow times of sports throughout the year in New York, you could mention Pete Rose and you could talk 8 hours. People will call in for 8 hours to talk about Pete Rose. That is one of the most divisive things throughout the history of sports, for sure.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah.
All right, Jack, you want to bring us back to football? Maybe we'll talk to Jeff.
I'm in for whatever, baby. Let's go.
I'm gonna say I don't do much for the DFS, and that's interesting to me. Where I mean, I know there's nothing going on right now, but do you do anything with like the best balls, or do you do anything like I know you said you're doing poker right now? What are you doing to get ready for DFS, the return of DFS, and what does that look like?
I'm always grinding. Like I'm a strong believer in like the off-season regimen, even for fantasy. You got to keep your mind sharp, your player analysis. That's why I don't know what you guys thought, Sal and I, we were into XFL and AAF in the years past and stuff like that. Like, in my opinion, that stuff is very important because it keeps my eye going. It keeps my evaluation process going so it doesn't get stale during the off season, during the layoff. And right now, evaluating talent for NFL draft, the free agency. Before that, it was coaches, how different coaching schemes are moving around with the different head coach, offense coordinator, defensive coordinators, things like that. Then the free agency, how do these certain pegs fit in certain holes? Are they good or bad? And now it's sort of, I'm just starting really diving in to the NFL draft. I have my baseline stuff, but assuming the draft is going to be held in April, we got 3-4 weeks of preparation there. So I like to keep my mind going. And immediately after the draft, that's when it's go time. It's draft guides. It is OTAs and mini camps. This year might be different with that. But, sort of figuring out where to put all these guys and how they're going to fit, incorporating the schedule that will be out by that time as well. So I like keeping my mind sharp, guys, on all this. And then daily, I go back over what worked and didn't work the previous year. We saw scores, the average pay line for daily fantasy football rise last year by it goes 4.5 points, something like that on average. But so we have to incorporate that into our model. Okay, well, how are we going to get that extra 5-6 points, extra touchdown a week? How are we going to build and bake that in? So those are things that I'm working on and sort of grinding, trying to get better. Also, while we have downtimes, mining for data. What other data points are there out there? What's new? What's exciting? What do we, what next gen stats, NFL? We're seeing a lot more routes to run, cornerbacks, metrics as well. So like all that kind of stuff. There's always something to do with fantasy football, in my opinion. And I'm trying to, get to it while we have some downtime.
Yeah, no, I was looking a couple weeks ago. I was thinking about getting Game Pass, and I believe NFL is opened it up for free. Is that correct? I mean, you have you haven't looked at it, but you have full run of what's offered.
Yeah, and I think they even went back multiple years, if I'm not mistaken. I think I've had Game Pass for a while, but I think they opened up like last 5 or maybe even 10 years. I don't know, a long time. You go back a couple years and watch tape at the coaches film too, the All 22, where it's no commercials, not commentary. You don't see all the downtime. It's boom, 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 boom. It takes you about 40 minutes to grind through a game, and I strongly recommend that, especially for those who, if you're an NFL draft person and you like to, if you evaluate talent, there's 2 types, right? Data, strict data people, and then there's people that eyeball it and say, oh, that guy's jumping off the page and he's jumping off the screen to me. What's he about? You investigate it that way. For those that need the eyeball test, the Game Pass is a great tool for us right now for free.
Jeff, how long ago did you start? Not even just working in fantasy, but playing fantasy sports.
1989. I was 12 years old. My first league, it was just a 4-team league, but my brother-in-law had introduced it. He was in a league at that point. So me, him, and my 2 nephews did a league that year, and I think we did 4 teams in 88 or 89, 90, and then 90. And then we moved up to 8 teams in 1991. And then I joined his big money league, which was a $150 buy-in when I was 15 in 1992. So it just kind of escalated from there.
For me, 92 was when I first started playing. I graduated high school in 92, and I had a job that summer, and I saw it for the first time in the Daily News. New York Daily News had a form of fantasy football. And it was one of these ones where you could pick from the pool of players, and there was tiers of
the game,
and you would have to call in if you wanted to change a player. It was actually an 800 number you would call. And, and 2 years later, went to a family party, and I was talking to a couple of older cousins. They're like, oh, we got a league. You got to join. So it's so great back then. It was such a unknown thing, and that's how you join, family members. And I still do that same pen and paper league, and we haven't changed it. My cousin hasn't put it online. You have to physically add your score up at the end of the week and everything.
Wow.
You wait for him it used to be he would mail you physically, snail mail, the results each week. And he would put the papers and send it, but now he does email it to you. It's the only thing that's online is emailing, but you have to call to make trades. Both guys, after they make the trade, have to call it in, not just one guy. Both guys have to call and verify. So there's a little nostalgia in having that league, but what a difference. Talk about the difference between back then when we'd have to get maybe, and I talked about this with Bob Harris earlier, maybe a snippet out of the USA Today. I would buy Pro Football Weekly. I would go to my local 7-Eleven, and the guy would be like, I really don't get it. He's like, but I'll get you a copy a week if you're really going to come in and buy it. I'm like, I'm going to come in and buy it. And then for about maybe a season, it was a Fantasy Football Weekly that would come out. It was just so small. But those little tidbits back then were the things that would almost put you over the top.
Oh, it's so huge. Any kind of information we got back then was unbelievable. And you mentioned like calling in your lineup. You ever have a commissioner? I had a commissioner that like he was gone, like going to church, I think, on Sunday mornings. So we'd have to leave it on his voice recorder, tape recorder, voice. I want to say voicemail, but what the hell was it? Answering machine. Good Lord, like I'm old enough to remember. And like you'd have to leave it on there. And there, one year there was a discrepancy. You left it at 11. I called 11:58. We're in Chicago time, so 12:58 Eastern time. No, it wasn't. It was 1:01 after the game's kicked out. The whole thing on when the answer machine time stamped it. But yeah, that's wild that you still do it that way. You still calculate. At least you have the assistance of so many different things. Back then, he would email or mail out the winners from last week, and you'd be like, no. The late sports final showed that, he had this many yards. And it's like, oh, so you'd have to define, all right. And for us, it was the Chicago Sun-Times late sports final on Mondays. That was the official thing. And once it was in there, whatever was in there, it was gospel. No stat corrections, nothing else mattered but what was in that paper. So everybody had to rush out and get that late sports edition.
Monday Daily News for us. So yeah, Monday New York Daily News was the official paper. So there is still one number you could call. That's it. You cannot call him on his cell. You cannot text him. He doesn't answer text. You call the house phone, and if he's not home, that answering machine is still used and timestamps. It's really, and at least he stepped up this back in the day. And it will just show you how stubborn he is. He would not get call waiting. So you would sometimes call and maybe you got to go and do something now. You want to make that call. You want to get this play. But you got to go do something. And he would say, no, if you wanted me that bad, you'd call me back. He's definitely an original. He's a one of a kind. He's a former minor league hockey player. He's probably late 50s, early 60s now, but he has not wavered 1 ounce. He runs the league like a general. He calls it a general. And we love him for it. When I spoke about this league with Matthew Berry, 2016, when we first did our first podcast, and we were so raw, and Matthew was like our first any kind of named guest to come on. He referred to my cousin as dumb cousin Donald, and that's what I call him still to today. You tell Matthew Berry, I'll put him in a chokehold. But probably will. I mean, you run multiple sites that use the tools and help other people. It's just crazy what this industry has grown into.
No doubt. And I mean, dude, that's like, I keep saying dude, but the overwhelming drive that I have is exactly what you're talking about. we come from an era where we didn't have all the online sources. We had to calculate it up, every decimal point, and we didn't have all the creature comforts that we have in fantasy sports now. So like what drives me every day is I want to keep creating. I want to keep innovating and keep making it easier for people that play these games, the 80 million people that play fantasy sports in whatever capacity, and now gambling and betting on the games as well. I want to make it as simple and easy and as fun as possible. So that's the stuff that still drives me. In my heart and soul, I'm still the guy like you are, Sal, that has to call in his lineup every day, that doesn't know the final totals and whatever. And I want to make sure they have all the creature comforts they can have. I'm going to keep making it easier for people to play, keep expanding the reach so that more people are interested in playing these games, and keep making it fun and new and fresh for people as well.
Yeah, winning money is great, but at the end of the day, it's that fun and that competition that makes it fun. If you got big money on it, it could get excruciating. But But we touched on the XFL league before, and I joked a little bit. And getting in that group with you guys, I'm like the small guy in that group. But that's what Scott's done for me. Scott's awesome. He puts me in those leagues, and it's just so much fun to be in there, be like the fly in a wall in a room you don't belong in. But I was saying earlier, the XFL, I think that league might actually come back stronger next year because it got cut off in the middle. I don't know if that league continued throughout the year and played their championship. It might have been something that started to fade with NFL training camp starting and stuff like that. So, Jeff, do you feel XFL will be back for season 2? And what are your feelings on how I expressed it?
I feel that they will be back for a season 2. It appears that they're in it for the long haul. Now, obviously, if they would have played the whole season, regardless of ratings and attendance, they would have been back no matter what. Now, the good thing I just saw today that Vince McMahon and company, they sent out checks. Everybody got paid for the whole season for the XFL, which I think is just a great gesture, obviously, on their part. And to do that at a time like this and get everybody paid, even the league officials and things like that. So in that regard, I feel like they're setting themselves up for year number 2. You never know what's going to happen with the sports world, but there's a market for minor league football. Baseball that we were talking about before, guys, is like there's 9 minor league systems or 9 minor league teams per organization, 30 teams in MLB. We can't have 1 minor league football. The fact that the problem people have with minor league football, XFL or AAF, is that it's not the NFL. And the NFL is such a golden goose, such an unbelievable organization, just the way they are right now. They're at the mountaintop, that everything else, of course, seems poor by comparison. But it's no different than these minor league games. It's no different than the G League and the NBA. And some of the basketball leagues overseas, the CFL, no different. So I think those of us that love the game of football will keep going. We'll keep understanding it. And the ratings and the attendance and all the attractions or the attention they've got, I think will be very solid. Networks crave that during these months when the NFL's off season, and especially before the baseball season's in. So, yeah, I think there's a market for it. I do think that the ownership here is so much better than it was with the AAF, that they'll have a year 2. And I wouldn't doubt if the XFL becomes a regular thing, 4, 5, 6 years down the road, guys.
Yeah, I like what you said about it being kind of the minor league system. And I think one of the really nice things for the XFL, even though the season was shortened, is that there were 5 guys signed to the NFL. So you've got some of this upward mobility. And you've also got a league where the NFL, for everything that it does not like to develop players as much as, take, say, baseball, for example. Like, the NFL is not in the business of developing players. And I think that's part of the reason why we have some of these rookies that come up and get drafted late rounds that we're excited about, and then they just kind of fizzle. Because there isn't, you have a practice squad, and that's basically it in terms of developing players. Having the XFL is a great stop, and it gives some of these college players another avenue to get to the NFL.
Yeah, and to get better. Not all a lot of football players, especially nowadays, because of all the restrictions at the younger levels with concussions and things like that. Like my son wasn't allowed. He's 9 years old, not allowed to play tackle. So it's all flag football out here. So these guys aren't playing tackle football really until high school. Some depends on the area you live in, but so it's a newer game. So maybe they don't develop when they're 18, 19, 20. Maybe they need 20, develop at 22, 23, 24 even. And I think that's okay. And I think it's good pool to have to give tryouts to younger players and guys who need second chance who may have fizzled out in their rookie or first couple of years in the NFL.
I think the most interesting story in that league for me was this guy, Kenny Robinson from the Battlehawks, who was the guy who had college eligibility left. He was trying to transfer, and he was getting charged about $3,000 from West Virginia to get the transfer papers and all that stuff. And the guy had family issues and needed to make money. And rather than sit out, not be able to transfer to play in college, he decided to go to the XFL when he didn't have the enough eligibility years in to be eligible for the NFL. And he's got a good shot at being drafted into the NFL now. So there are some of these guys who, even though some schools will push kids through and get them through it, not all of them do. And they fall through the cracks. And if you're blessed enough to play that sport, but you're maybe not an intelligent kid, or you don't have the attention span to be that type of kid who can go to classes, it doesn't mean you shouldn't be able to get to the point in life where you can use the skills you were given to be a successful athlete. So where some of these guys, NBA guys, have started to go overseas to do that. I don't see why this can't be the same thing here for that. So I really do hope that it becomes a feeder system and a regular thing, for, if not for any other reason, that it gives us another way to play fantasy sports. I think that themselves and Yahoo and ESPN and those bigger sites hurt themselves by not having an XFL fantasy game. I think the interest in it was really huge.
It was. I mean, the attendance was better than I think over a third of Major League Baseball average attendance, and definitely better than baseball in the months of, like we talked about, April and September. The ratings were better than college basketball. As great as we want to make the NCAA tournament and all that, it is, and I'm a big fan. The XFL was all drawing it. I mean, it's just what it is. And networks that are competing against Hulu and Netflix and all these services for content, live sports drives the buzz, and that's where all the money is made. So these networks are salivating at the idea of another football league. Hell to the yeah. So yeah, and like you said, I think I agree, Sal, that man, Yahoo, ESPN, like, why didn't they offer commissioner services? That's really a big miss in a lot of ways. I think the market is definitely there. Again, my first fantasy sport was football. My second was hockey, believe it or not. Then I got into baseball later on. I still dabble in basketball, like I said, horse racing now, and poker. And like, there is a market for all these things. How could you not be interested, at least, in provide some sort of content and services for the XFL? Made very little sense to me, and hopefully we see it in 2021.
Considering the framework was already in place for the apps, right? The framework was already in place for the system, scoring system, and all that stuff. All you need to do is enter names.
Yeah. 8 teams. It wasn't that hard. It's like, doing those write-ups every week that we were doing over in the Fantasy Gurus site. It was a breeze for me. And I was able to dive in as more details than I can get on everything, provided I can get data and look at Pro Football Focus and some sources like that. Like, it was pretty easy when it's only 8 teams. So it would be easy to import the player pool to stay on top of the transactions. Not that hard for these big sites. It wouldn't cost them a lot, is what I'm really saying.
Jeff, do you still have rooting interest in specific teams? I know some guys get into the business and they're working so much into it. Bob Harris doesn't root for any one of he says he hates all 32 teams equally in the NFL, but do you have a rooting interest?
I can confirm Bob Harris does hate all 32 teams. That is confirmed. So I do, but it's not as profound as normal. It's weird for me, having moved from Chicago. I'm still a Chicago sports fan at heart. There's no doubt about it. So like when the Bears went to the playoffs, I talked about this. When the Bears went to the playoffs last year in 2018 against the Eagles, right? Like, that was one of the first games I can remember in a long time having a strong rooting interest for the team. Like, my son, we watched that game like from a fan. And even though it was heartbreaking with Cody Parkey hitting the upright, I was delighted. I was smiling the next day because I enjoyed that experience wholeheartedly. Normally for me, I'm watching 8 games, 9 games at a time. And it's just these guys are all ones and zeros for me, quite honestly, because it's my job to provide honest and unbiased feedback to our subscribers and stuff. So, yeah, I'm not as partial to my teams as normal, but once we get into playoffs and stuff like that, all bets are off. I'm a White Sox fan, South Side of Chicago, Bears, Bulls, Blackhawks. They're still my favorite teams. And when it's regular season time, I just let it kind of play out. And then once it's the playoffs, though, I'll be rooting and show my colors then.
I'm kind of a bad New York sports fan because the Yankees are my only New York team that I root for, but I'm Yankees since I'm a baby. I have an older brother, and in '78 when they were playing in the World Series, I was only 4 years old, but when they win that young, it kind of sticks with you. I became a Raiders fan because Marcus Allen in 1984, had that amazing game in the Super Bowl, and I was been a fan ever since. And so I guess in a way, when I was younger, my front-running tendencies came back. Even in high school, I loved Michael Jordan's Bulls. I mean, I was a big Scottie Pippen guy, and basketball to me now, I follow it. I have a son who's 18, and 18-year-old kids love basketball.
They do.
So I watch it with him. I don't have a specific team rooting interest. I never cared for the Knicks. I'm sure there's people watching who know me from New York and are mad at me, but I've just never been a fan of the organization, and it's a terribly run organization. But the reason I brought up rooting interest, because you are in Arizona, I know you're out there that long, but speaking about specific NFL players and trades, Mike Wright laid out for us the day of the David Johnson and the moving to DeAndre Hopkins being included in that deal. What the hell was that move? And should Bill O'Brien just be thrown out of the NFL?
Well, he should be thrown out of the GM chair. That's for sure. So here's the thing with David Johnson, and people don't want to admit it. So David Johnson lives a subdivision away from me. There's a local grocery store here called Fry's. It's real big. And I have seen him there for whatever reason. Our shopping schedules are exact. I've seen him there 20, 25 times since I moved here. So David Johnson, he's a great guy. Family guy. He's at all the local community events, just as a person, not as a celeb, not as not cutting ribbons or kissing babies. He's just a great dude. I'm a huge fan of David Johnson, but David Johnson was never a great player. He was a good player in a great system for his skills. Look at his recruiting. He didn't get any real big offers. He went to Northern Iowa. Second or third round pick in the NFL draft. I remember breaking down that draft and saying, all right, well, he fits a couple of these systems well, because they were trying to because he was like over 6 foot. They were trying to make him a receiver. And then he goes bananas. And in that system, remember, they brought in Chris Johnson, an old beleaguered Chris Johnson, to compete. David Johnson didn't even get that. So the writing was kind of on the wall. And then, of course, unfortunately, he has that huge season. And then first game against the Lions, he gets hurt, breaks his wrist out for the year. That could have been a second great season. Now he's 28 years old. So David Johnson was, I think the fantasy community, all of us, myself included, we overrated David Johnson as an overall player. And does he just go to Houston and is successful? No, I don't think that's true at all. So I really don't know what Bill O'Brien was doing. Trading DeAndre Hopkins, money or not, it made no sense to me whatsoever. It's a great move for the Arizona Cardinals, and they needed it because this organization has been full of terrible decision-making since I moved out here, essentially. And that includes letting Bruce Arians walk, which, by the way, they let him walk. You know that the Buccaneers had to give Arizona a draft pick? It's one of those like underreported stories, because the Cardinals are just so stupid. They let Bruce Arians retire and then go to another team before they said, oh, yeah, hey, he's still under contract with us. Duh.
So I think that Johnson was a third-round pick, but if you remember back to the Amazon series that they did with the Cardinals that year, they wanted Amir Abdullah, and he was taken by the Lions, and they're like, all right, well, I guess we'll go with David Johnson. And it worked out well because he, like you say, his skill set in that offense worked. And, he got paid, and he's continuing to get paid by
Houston.
Now. So, just getting rid of that contract alone was a success. To get back, I mean, widely considered the number one wide receiver, if not a top 2 to 3 wide receiver in the NFL. It's just insane.
Although, get this. So the Cardinals tagged Kenyon Drake when they shouldn't have, and thus having to pay him $8.2 million this year. Kenyon Drake would have signed for $5 million for a multiple year contract because that's the market. I think Melvin Gordon get 8.
Yeah,
Kenyon Drake would have taken 5. They had to pay him 8 because they tagged him. That's how unbelievably daft that the Cardinals organization is. So this is a great trade by them, but they lucked into it evidently because the rest of their track record just doesn't suggest.
Could you imagine what that phone call was like between the two organizations making a trade?
I would imagine it's like 2 Muppet babies talking or something, like just and they just decide on blowing up their organizations and seeing what happens. Yeah, I couldn't even imagine the stupidity.
It's time for these where I wish I had some kind of artistic or creative graphic where you could create one of those cartoons of the two organizations and just the stunned looks on both. Like one side thinking of getting over on the other one, and the other one being like, "Well, I never thought take him." Oh my God,
okay.
Hopkins, such a bad seat. He's just like Aaron Hernandez.
Like the B-roll of Crank Anchors or something.
Yeah.
Like that would be a perfect time for puppet.
Which incidentally I see is coming back on the air on.
It is. It's back. Yeah, I know.
It's new again.
Yeah, except us. I wish I was new again. My wife doesn't think I'm new again.
Mine certainly doesn't. I don't even live in this thing now.
I love it.
If not going back, I might be the closest thing to new again. This might actually work out in my benefit.
It might work out. Yeah. The quarantine's going to work in our favor.
I hope my son's not watching. He did say he was going to. This is probably information not.
It's all Jeff Manz's fault. It's all Jeff Manz's fault.
Save me for myself, Zach, please.
Yeah.
Oh man. I got more questions about, since you're in Arizona, since we've been discussing Arizona.
Sure.
The Christian Kirk has been a darling of the dynasty community the last couple of years. He was a receiver that a lot of the metrics community pointed out in that draft, and then they kind of were waiting for him to ascend to the throne. It was only a matter of time before Larry Fitzgerald was gone. What does that do now to him? Obviously with DeAndre Hopkins there, Larry Fitz signed again. Man.
Oh, the one thing that Kirk has going for him is that, Kyler Murray did love him last year. And specifically, the first 8-9 weeks, but then he had an injury and then seemed like the heat was off a little bit, if I'm remembering correctly. But one thing we always have to take into account is quarterback receiver chemistry. Whatever it is, certain quarterback, I played quarterback in high school and everything. I talk about it all the time. But there's certain receivers I just like throwing to. I trusted them, or they got open. They ran my favorite route. Those little aspects supersede any separation data, any overall speed, 40-yard dash time, 3-cone drill. It's better. Certain quarterbacks like throwing certain routes, and those routes are only run by certain players in certain situations. That's the playbook. That's the scheme. So, as long as Murray, I'll draft Christian Kirk in a 12-team league later on, especially if I get a great deal out of him, because, you don't know what his relationship with Hopkins will be. I'm sure it'll be great because Hopkins is a great receiver, but those big plays are still wide open. Fitz can't get deep anymore. Hopkins was never a massive deep threat. He runs to the chains and is sure-handed as hell. So there's still opportunity for a big play guy. I wouldn't anticipate Kirk being an every week starter in fantasy, but definitely like that fourth receiver that you could mix in, and in the right matchup, he could have massive upside in certain weeks. Great DFS play.
I think it kind of crushes some dreams there of the dynasty. I mean, people were waiting for him to ascend to that wide receiver one, but.
Yeah, and not much you could do with that one now. And now he's more of a role player. But if the offense takes off, I mean, there's still production to be had right there, but yeah, as far as his being a number one, probably not.
I haven't mentioned it in a little while, but we do have the stream going at the bottom of the ticker going at the bottom, and it does say fantasycares.net. And I haven't banged the drum on this all day because it's a crazy time for people. A lot of people are out of work and sitting home in the highest unemployment rate, and who the hell knows how long, possibly in the history of this country. So I haven't banged the drum for people to donate, but we are collecting donations through fantasycares.net. Scott's put up a one-day tag. We've raised close to $400 without really saying much, and every bit counts. So if you're still watching this, if you're coming across it, send what you can if you can. I'm not asking for too much, and I'm definitely not asking you to reach into your pocket if you're struggling right now. But I do want to thank. I see a wonderful list of people here and some great donations, and I'll tell you that I see Zach, you did yourself. You donated to this, so thank you so much for being a part of that. Fantasycares.net. Scott's got a little tab there. Click it, give what you can, and he's going to make sure that gets out to some COVID charity. We haven't decided which one. There's obviously going to be plenty in place, and whichever one, we're just happy it gets the help.
Yeah, Scott always does great work, and we trust him wholeheartedly with doing the right thing with the money. And like you said, there's times. If you're out of work, there's nothing you could do. It's totally understandable. But if you are in a situation where you're going to work every day, collecting a full paycheck and stuff, think about giving back to those who aren't, because this thing is it's crippling people, but it's going to cripple the economy worse than we ever could have anticipated. So every little bit does help, guys.
It's crazy to say or to even think that we are not at the peak of this, and that we might not be close to what the peak of this is, and the economy is going to get. I mean, there are businesses that will never go back to work. There are places that are closed forever. There are people who I brought this up in the first hour. I'm working every day, but my sister lost her job and she wasn't laid off. She was told that if they are hiring down the road and she'd like to apply as a new employee, she can. She lost her job, and that would not have happened. I have a brother who's a court reporter who obviously the courts are not open, so he's not working either. And his husband works for an airline, and they're limited. He's got all his overtime cut back, so they're struggling as well. So I see it firsthand, and so please, I'm trying to help them in any way I can. I'll definitely do what I can, but it's a real thing, and it's only going to get worse. So.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And, one of the things that I've been in this business for 15 years now, and one of the things that I always took pride in, I always was active in the business side of things. And, when I built Fantasy Alarm and I moved over to Guru Elite, which became the Elite Sports Network, the business side was important to me because for times like this, for getting people jobs, for people that want full time, because I came up in this industry, $0, $25 a month for writing, unlimited. There's not a lot of full time opportunities and things like that. So it's always been important to me to being able to provide jobs, job security, a broader reach, different voices and personalities into the industry and stuff like that. And it's one of the things I'm proud of over the Elite Sports Network is we've been able to keep our entire staff, guarantee their paychecks for at least a couple months here, whereas our compadres in a lot of places aren't as fortunate. And it's a bad time for all, that's for sure. So if you're in a position to give back, it's no better time, really.
Well, I think that's awesome, Jeff, that you're able to do that, and you've put yourself in a position to do that. It shows a good business ethics on your behalf, and then just a good quality of you as a human being to do that. So, I mean, that's really great. I really want to.
Thank you.
Zach, you got anything you want to get in with Jeff before we allow him to go to live his life?
No, I mean, it was fantastic having him on and kind of getting that DFS and that whole perspective is not something that I get my ass handed to me when I play DFS, and I often will play and listen to DFS pods and read things in season. And it never dawned on me how much work you're doing in the off season. Cause I'm a dynasty guy. I grind the off season. I grind I'm watching rookie film and doing my film work and write-ups and that sort of thing. And so we're getting ready that way. And it just is fascinating to me to see how, man, you are absolutely grinding all the time. And it's really interesting to see.
Yeah, you have to. And just a word to everybody. I was a losing player. I talk about this all the time in daily fantasy. I started playing like Snap Draft from Roto World in like 08, 09. And at that point, I had won a WCOF title or maybe multiples at that point. And I was a pretty decent high stakes player and home league player at that point. And I thought I was like real hot stuff. And I went into DFS and I got my butt kicked. Cleaned out to the point I'll never forget. Like I made a deposit. My wife came in one day and screaming, "What is this? We can't afford this. You can't." And there's like this whole thing where I'm like, oh boy. And I sat down and said, you know what? I gotta eliminate the pride factor and the idea that I'm good at this and realize, okay, I'm not. So I went and looked at some of the guys who were doing DFS in those days, 2010, 11, 12, like Drew Dinkmeyer, for instance, and those kind of guys, and said, you know what? Let's see what these guys are up to. And it changed. I did like a 180 in my mindset, and I realized like it is a different skill set, and it's sort of a different methodology to winning in daily than it is either in redraft, dynasty, or some of those league setups that we're more accustomed to. So it's definitely a different skill set, in my opinion.
Yeah, Zach, maybe you should just get a subscription to.
That's obviously where this is headed.
Elite Fantasy, do it. Let's go.
Yeah, Jeff, thank you so much again. You let everybody know again what your sites are, your handles and everything, where they can find your work.
All over the place. EliteSportsBetting.com. We're still, if you just want to take your mind off of things, I hang out in the vault, our chat room there, 10 hours a day. Horse racing, betting, esports, all that. If you want NFL rankings or NFL draft stuff, fantasyguru.com, Dynasty, Best Ball, all that good stuff. And then elitefantasy.com for all things DFS. You can follow me on Twitter at Jeff_Mans, M-A-N-S. DJeffMans, all one word, on other social media outlets. But I want to plug my TikTok because I'm in, baby. I'm in. I'm doing NFL reactions on TikTok. I'm singing. I'm dancing. I'm making an utter, complete fool out of myself. So DJeffMans, all one word on TikTok. And at least you can laugh at something.
I'm following you tonight on TikTok. I am a fan of TikTok.
Yes.
I don't put out a lot of videos because I just don't know that I've gotten up the guts to do it yet. But I think there's some extremely talented, funny content on that site. And, obviously it's become known for young kids dancing in ways that they probably shouldn't be. But like Dynasty Frank said earlier, the algorithm will not filter that to you if you properly don't like those videos. If you are, there's a problem. So awesome, Jeff. Thank you so much. I look forward to speaking to you again in the future. Definitely get you back to the 24-hour show that we do in July. Last year, you contributed some of your workers and you donated some prizes, but unfortunately for us, but for you were going on vacation with the family. So
I was at a water park. I remember that day specifically. I'm at a water park with the kids, probably with Corona everywhere. Who knows? Good Lord. That's the last time. I won't be there this month. I'll tell you that much, guys. We'll see.
All right, thank you again.
See you guys.
See you soon. Zach, it's just you and me for a few minutes while we wait for Adam Levitan. My jaw is killing me.
So you look fantastic. This has been awesome. Like I know that you kind of you spearheaded this whole thing, and it was kind of a last minute go. And you do the fantasy football fun house, the SFB Podathon in the summer, but this has been absolutely fantastic. I know that I've been in the chat. Yes, that's a great mug. Well, you could find one of those at the DFPN Store Envy.
Right on stream at the bottom of the screen all day. We have really fantastic merchandise.
But yeah, like the fact that you've spearheaded this and got everybody together, and I've been in the chat all day. I've been in the chat for 10 hours, and now bringing you home the last 2 hours here, and it has been absolutely fantastic because we've been pummeled for the last month with, bad news and things that are completely out of the norm for us. I mean, we're in kind of an unprecedented territory with COVID-19 and the quarantines and the shutdowns, and this just a little bit of normalcy, a little bit of take your mind, not necessarily off of things, but away from things for a day has been absolutely fantastic. And just props to you, man. Like, really, this has been great.
Well, I appreciate that, Zach. The reason I did it was, again, I make a nice enough living to take care of my family, to do certain things. I don't have a lot of extra money to donate all the time. So I do donate when I can, but if I could give of myself and of my time to try and draw some attention to people and be somewhat entertaining. I may not be the best football mind. I've played this for a long time, but I know that there's smarter, better analytical people. So I just get them to come on with me, and it makes me look better and smarter. I've always had the ability to get people to laugh or I've had that whatever charm that is. And I figure use what you have to try and make a difference. George Reed, and Gio is why I refer to him, because when we met on the Fantasy Life app, that was his Gio Reed, whatever the hell his name was back then. Says Sal sitting on his ass for 12 hours is something he was bored. We used to have our battles back in the day, but he's become a guy who I respect and is a good dude. So yeah, if you're still paying attention, if you're still here, and we're so close to $400, let's try to get the $500 before we get off the air today. I don't know that that's possible if we'll even get over 400, but that'd be a nice goal to get the 500 and just make a little bit of difference. I wasn't expecting to come on and do what we do in the SFB Podathon, which last year we made $6,200 in 24 hours, which was amazing. And we got to spend that money this past Christmas. I mean, that was an experience having my kids with me I'll never forget. And it's something getting to meet Scott Fish and getting to know Scott Fish more than meet him is something that he's instilled in me. And it's always paying it forward and always trying to do something. I may not have it the best, but I have it better than a lot. So why not do what I can to make it better and hopefully show leadership and to my children seeing me do that. Hopefully it just makes them, realize I'm not a complete screw up. I won't even tell you when I'm not there. But
I think that's part of what really excites me about this. I see George in the chat say we're over 400. We're at 422. We're going to get to 500. I have faith.
Oh, that's awesome.
And it's that this community, and it really is a community with fantasy football, is fantastic. And I know that sometimes you sit there and watch other areas of it, and we just had Jeff Mans on, and he was fantastic. But sometimes you watch the DFS guys go at it, and you're like, wow, that's a different monster than what we've got. And there's such a sense of community over here and especially on Twitter, but in the fantasy community. And it does. I mean, you mentioned Scott Fish, and I think that it really kind of circles around Scott, but then there are so many people, so much of an offshoot of really fantastic people who want to pull together and help out. And it's not just Fantasy Cares, and it's not just this podathon, but it's, retweeting people, and it's giving advice, and it's, just being friends. When I had a surgery about, 8-10 months ago, where I wasn't sure what was going on. I had a growth on my neck, and I probably got 200 DMs from people asking me how I was doing, if there was anything they could do to help. And it's just such a community, and doing things like this and seeing all the people in the chat, seeing the $400 raised for Fantasy Cares really reinforces that. And I absolutely love it. I'm so glad I ended up here.
Well, I'm glad to have you. And with that being said, our final guest of the 12-hour marathon, podathon, whatever we're calling it today, Adam Levitan is here. And what is up, man? Thank you for joining us. Thank you for helping us close this out and bring it home. You might be on. Are you on mute, Adam?
You guys have been doing a podcast for 12 straight hours?
I can't claim that. It was Sal.
I started at 9 a.m. Zach has been in the chat up until an hour ago. He joined me an hour ago. I've had different co-hosts throughout the day to help me get through. That way, if I had to take a pee, I could get up and go without feeling like I was leaving the guests by themselves. I am starving, so after this is done, I'm going to eat a lot of something. I've had 3 bottles of water, 2 cups of coffee, so I've been peeing a lot. But yeah, I've been going for 11 hours, man. And it's we were just talking about just just trying to do something a little bit different and give back to the community. And we're trying to raise a little bit of money. I'm not beating the drum on that because it's such a terribly bad time financially for people in this country and around the world. But we have been able to get close to hopefully $500 before we get off the air.
Oh yeah. What? How do I haven't donated yet? How do I donate?
If you go to fantasycares.net, which is Scott Fish's fantasy charity site, fantasycares.net, there's a yellow tab in the middle that says donate to COVID. You can donate there, and Scott's going to make sure it gets out to a COVID-related charity in the name of this podcast, which is just really awesome.
Cool. Oh yeah. Oh, I got you. Perfect.
Adam, where do you live? Where in the country?
I live in Philadelphia.
Oh, you're in Philly, so you're over here. But I'm in New York, and Zach is up in. You're in Rhode Island, Zach?
Maine. Keep going further north.
Yeah, you're in Maine. So where
you hit Canada, you've gone too far. Take 2 steps back.
In the Northeast. What's it like in Philly right now?
Yeah, I don't think we haven't been hit as hard yet as New York. Obviously, I think it's certainly coming though. And so I think they're getting ready. I live near Pennsylvania Hospital, and they've got all the triage tents set up outside, and they're using Temple's basketball court as like a makeshift hospital. So people are definitely getting ready. And yeah, I think, as always, I think the smarter, the sharper people know what's coming, and kind of the adults out there have their heads in the sand about it and aren't gonna realize it until it hits them,
Yeah, it's kind of been like that here in New York, where it took people entirely too long to realize this was a legitimate thing. And in a good way, hopefully New York could be the example for the rest of the country where it is coming to have everything. You're not building it in place as you're dealing with it. It's built and it's in place before it comes there. But we see the Javits Center being turned into a hospital. We have a boat coming from Virginia that'll house patients that aren't COVID patients. The people who normally be in the hospital for heart attacks or, regular medical everyday things. You got to separate those patients. And it's so bizarre. Have you had the crazy hoarding of items and not being able to get certain things in your area?
No, not at all. One thing I haven't been able to get is I was thinking about getting a vasectomy, but I don't think that's going to happen now with what's going on in the hospitals. But no, in terms of supplies and stuff like that, no, I think we've been relatively well stocked here. I don't really know how or why, but yeah, everything seems to be as normal in the stores for the most part that I can tell.
Well, as a member of Team Vasectomy, I want to say, do it when you got the chance to do it. Do it.
Yeah, let me ask you: Were you knocked out when it happened, or were you just local anesthetic?
So it was local. I was wide awake, and I'll give you. It's getting later in the evening. We've been kind of nice all day. There was a female nurse in there who had to literally hold my item from side to side, and it was like a turtle trying to get back into its shell. I felt like I wanted to tell her that. It's not right. There's a little scandal, but I felt her laughter would not have changed. She was laughing. But yeah. No, I was awake. I'll be very honest with you. It was about a 20-minute procedure. My wife at the time, who I was married to at the time, told me I was not allowed to call it a surgery. It was a procedure, the doctor's office, not into a hospital. And it was actually kind of seamless and painless. And after one weekend, I was back to work.
But how did they actually numb the area? They had to inject your area at some point, right?
Yes, they had to inject it with a needle. Yes.
Yeah, and that didn't hurt.
It was uncomfortable. It was the equivalent of getting injected in your mouth for dental. It was uncomfortable.
It's not your mouth, Sal.
Yeah.
No, it's not. It's a completely different head. It was uncomfortable. I mean, it was. I don't like to admit I'm getting older. Adam, I'll be 46 this year, and I was 30 when I had it done. I had 3 kids pretty quickly in marriage, and we didn't want to have more than 3 kids, so we decided we were going to go in that direction. And we all 3 of our kids were born in a Catholic hospital, so the woman could not get her tubes tied in a Catholic hospital. They refused to do it. So our alternative before going broke, being like one of the Philip Rivers' family and having 8, 10, 9, 12 kids, was to have a vasectomy. So George Reed is checking in and saying his experience was totally different. Well, George, having a small penis probably makes that happen.
See, I've actually heard of doctors, and it's obviously like your choice, but there's doctors who give you the choice. Do you want to be knocked out? And if I was given the choice, obviously there's risks that come with anesthetic, but those risks would be ones that I would be willing to take on. And I would be willing to be knocked out for sure. And then when I wake up, it's over. And yeah, whatever. If there's some soreness or some general pain there, I'm used to that. I'm not used to needles going in there. So that would be my take.
Yeah. Again, it was 15 years ago. So remembering the exact experience and the pain part of it, I don't remember there being a lot of pain associated with it. So there must not have been. I do remember getting to sit around for the weekend with a bag of frozen peas on my area,
right.
Which is what they recommend because they could get into the nooks and crannies. And yeah, so you have kids?
I have 2. Yep.
And that's it. You're done. You don't want anything else, right?
Correct. Yes.
Smart man. I'm all for it.
Yeah. Me too, man. Me too. But yeah, I was getting ready. I was getting the courage up, and then this Corona thing happened. You know what I mean? I mean, God, what didn't Corona think of me and my vasectomy before this happened?
Yeah, no respect for the guys who want to enhance it. I mean, you want to change the whole meaning of it's like party confetti afterwards. You can shoot it anywhere. It doesn't ever come back to haunt you. Just don't leave it anywhere. I don't recommend that.
How old are your kids, if you don't mind?
I have 5 and 2.
5 and 2. So you're about, say I got a 4 and a 6, and this is just, we've been here for well, they closed school 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
And it is just insane. My 6-year-old is smarter than I am. And so trying to keep him occupied while my 4-year-old runs through a wall is just nuts.
Right. I know. No, it's people don't realize this is if I didn't have any kids and I was on quarantine, I mean, that's like my normal day, that's fine by me. The situation now is not the best, but it is what it is.
Yeah, everybody's just got to be patient. They got to realize we have not peaked with this thing yet. It's going to be months. It's not going to be even just another 2 weeks. I know the president has said Easter. He's aiming for Easter. I think, and I've tried to remain as non-political as possible during this entire show. We won't get too political. I'm just going to say, I think that he's trying to put a positive spin out there so that people think, maybe we're close to the end, but people see through it because people are listening to the medical experts and the scientists in this case, and we have a ways to go.
Yeah, he actually just went on, did a press conference like 2 hours ago and said it's been extended. The suggestions, the federal suggestions for distancing have been extended until April 30th. So he gave up on the Easter thing, April 30th.
Now, I haven't obviously paid attention to 1 ounce of news. I've been here since then, so I'm going to get all my Corona lowdown when we get off of here. But all right, let's try to finish the show up with some football talk. Let's try and first let's tell people about your site and what you guys created last year with Evan Silver and how things have gone in the first year of the business.
Yeah, well, everything was going good until the NFL season is in jeopardy. You know what I mean? But no, it was. I think response was really good, and yeah, I mean. When we started, I think I did the podathon last year, and you asked me about it. I just said we would do the best we could, and hopefully people would find value in it. And all we can do is do the best we can. And if people find value, then it'll work out. So that's all we're always trying to do. So yeah, everything is good. We're getting ready for the season. We're hopefully adding a couple of people and a more quantitative approach to angle that we can meld with some of what Evan does and what I do from other perspectives. So yeah, I'm excited about what we have in store for this upcoming season. We just need NFL to play, which I'm curious what you guys think. What are the chances that the NFL actually has games in the calendar year 2020?
I want to say I'm confident that they're going to. I don't know if Zach agrees with me. We've had a couple of people on that feel like it's, right now they could stay on schedule because it's all off-field stuff, right? It's not till June where we have to start seeing if they show up for training camps and stuff like that, and if it's pushed back at all, shortened. I'm hoping we're going to get to the point where we at least are seeing sports come back, even if it's without fans, which isn't ideal, but it's still something for us junkies who are literally dying without it. So I don't know that I'm confident, but I feel like we will see games in 2020.
I couldn't care less if there's no fans. Yeah, that's fine by me. My idea was you get all 32 teams in like a neutral place, like somewhere in Montana, and just isolate them by themselves and play and keep all the teams and coaches there in quarantine essentially. And they play all the games on the neutral field with no fans. And they all just live in this remote area in Montana.
How awesome would that reality show be? So not only are you getting the NFL, we have a 24-hour day live computer internet reality show. I mean, that would be unbelievable. I love it.
Yeah, I think it's the best idea. Yeah, you test them all before they go in, and then they can't get out. Then you play the season, and then that's it.
How awesome is Montana at this point? It's like no, it's just big sky country, nothing going on.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't agree. You don't
see.
agree?
I think that's the you joke about trying to take all 32 teams and quarantine them, and I think that's the struggle that the NFL is going to have. That some of the other league, like the NBA, I see probably the NBA coming back before the NFL because of the roster sizes. I mean, you're trying to. It's 53-man active roster and more. Trying to get that separated from the general public, avoid this virus, and play games. Logistically, it blows my mind. I hope that we get there. I really do, but I think we're a long way from being at that point.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry, Zach. Go ahead.
Oh no, and especially with the amount of preparation it takes to come back and get ready for a season. I mean, you're talking about OTAs and preseason and that whole thing. And if you don't have that, how many injuries are you going to have? How many gripes are you going to have with player representation and the collective bargaining agreement and all that? I mean, there's so much. I don't mean to be negative, and I hope that we get to a point where we flatten the curve and we've gotten to a point where, we can get back to some normalcy, but we're a ways from there.
Yeah. The problem is with flattening the curve is if people don't listen, it's not like when they say we're fighting a war. If you're fighting a war and you get an upper hand on something, you could move quicker and get an upper hand on something. This is not something you could necessarily just wrangle in. Right. So I don't think you're being negative, Zach. I think you're being actually, honest in what it does look like. I might be being a little too optimistic. I've been talking for 11 hours. My jaw got fucking right, so I apologize. But I'm just gonna hope for the best. I'm hoping that baseball comes back at some point this summer. That's a less contact sport and stuff like that. And we may all just be hoping for something that's not going to happen. But my goal is that July 5th and 6th or 6th, when it is that we're doing the actual 24-hour SFB Podathon, we're doing it, and the season's on schedule. And
I am excited for the NFL draft, though, because I do think that is going to happen, and it's going to give us a little bit of light just, here in a couple of months.
Yeah. Oh, free agency was great, too. I mean, there was a ton of stuff that happened in free agency, so that was good to have.
Yeah, I've mentioned this a few times today, but that was kind of like in the early parts of when the coronavirus was really dominating, started to really dominate the news. And Twitter was nothing but coronavirus. And those 2 days, Twitter was NFL. And if I find it, maybe I'll put it as my pinned tweet. I found a UFC match where the two guys were just beating the hell out of each other, just swinging. And that was what I pictured that day, the NFL news against the COVID virus news. Because the NFL was battling back. It didn't last for that many days. But, speaking about free agency, Adam, what what stands out to you from free agency? What do you consider one of the biggest or a few of the biggest things that happen in free agency?
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people have probably already talked about the DeAndre Hopkins situation, and I do think that helps Kyler Murray a lot. I mean, I think a lot of people have probably talked about Kenyon Drake and the spot that he's in now. I mean, this Arizona team is going to be, I assume, I haven't done any drafts or anything. I mostly just play DFS. I don't really play much season long, but I assume that the Arizona guys are steaming up ADPs as we speak. I thought it was really interesting what the Vikings did getting rid of Steph Diggs, because they don't have much behind him, and they didn't really make any moves to try to improve behind Adam Thielen. So they have to be a prime candidate to select a wide receiver in the draft. But even if they do, I mean, Adam Thielen, people forget because he had such a bad year, such an injury-plagued year last year. I mean, Adam Thielen was, for 2 straight years, like one of the most consistent, best receivers in the NFL. And we know he has really good connection with Kirk Cousins, and now Kirk Cousins won't have Steph Diggs bitching at him to get him the ball a lot more. So, I think Adam Thielen emerged to me, I mean, behind probably Kenyon Drake and Kyler Murray as one of the biggest winners of free agency, I would say.
Yeah, we've definitely spoken about the Arizona stuff like that, but that was the biggest story. I mean, that was something we never expected to see. I think we all thought it was possible they could move on for David Johnson, but I don't know if anybody thought that DeAndre Hopkins would be traded, let alone traded in such a poor trade. Like, what they got back was just so awful, and what Minnesota got back for Diggs was like probably highway robbery compared to what they paid for Hopkins.
Yeah, I know. I almost feel bad, like, piling on Bill O'Brien. It's like, it's enough already. Like, I almost feel bad for the guy. Like, I hope he doesn't have Twitter, because it's a bloodbath.
I think what it does is it points out to the ownership, you got to get a GM in there, right? I mean, maybe Bill O'Brien does a good job as an on-field coach and game plan and whatever, but it's time for GM. And I think in today's sports, with all the analytics and everything, the way it's done, you can't have a guy who does both. That's kind of a thing in the past. There's no Mike Holmgrens here, that are going to bring a team to a championship by running. It's different than what went on in New England all these years. And knowing that they did have people in the front office, but we know Belichick was basically running that whole thing. It's just not something you can see anymore.
Yeah, no, it's a mess. Yeah, there was a ton of interesting stuff, though. I don't know what you guys have touched on already, but I mean, the Brady stuff is obviously super interesting. And I think that what Carolina did is really interesting, too, at the quarterback position, and then also adding Robbie Anderson and getting this whole Temple thing going. Yeah, I mean, there was more, I feel like, impactful free agency news for fantasy this year than maybe any other year. The Gurley stuff, Nick Foles, I think, will end up starting for the Bears. Darrell Henderson, obviously, is going to shape up as just his ADP, I think, might get out of control to the point where he might actually not be in play for me. But yeah, I assume people are really excited about that. I'd be excited about Tyrod Taylor in fantasy if he ends up getting the job. I assume they're going to draft a quarterback in the first round or second round, but I would be excited about Tyrod Taylor and the weapons that he has, at least in fantasy. So yeah, I mean, there's been a lot in free agency, probably more than normal, I think.
The only, Gurley's come up once, I think, today, so we haven't talked that much Gurley. And with the one thing I did say about him at the time was, if you own him in, say, a dynasty league, they're going to probably ride him hard early. He's signed a 1-year deal. So what do they have to lose but going out there riding him hard? He's going to want to prove himself. So if you have him in dynasty and he gets off to a great start, I would move him immediately. And even if you do it in redraft, if you get him, if he falls to a spot because people are concerned and you get him at a good value, I would definitely move him. But nobody has really brought up Devonta Freeman today. Adam, what do you think Devonta Freeman has left in the tank? And I mean, everybody right away, the landing spot for any running back right now would be Tampa, right? Who's going to land in Tampa? Who's going to land in Tampa? You have any input on where you think Freeman lands?
I don't, but I think that you can get a better back in the draft at this point. I don't think Devonta Freeman gives you too much. If you use a third or even maybe a 4th round pick on the running back position, I think you're getting kind of the same EV that you would get from signing Devonta Freeman at this point. I mean, he had a lot of opportunities last year to separate from Ito Smith, to separate from Quadra Allison, and couldn't do it. And and separate from Brian Hill and couldn't do it. And that's a really big concern for me, for him to be on that level with those other guys. And the offense was just so good. I understand the offensive line struggled, and they lost Chris Lindstrom and they lost their other first round offensive lineman for a period of time. But still, I mean, it doesn't look good, I don't think, for Devontae Freeman right now. Tampa would obviously be interesting because Devontae plays so well in the pass game. I don't know. I hadn't really thought about Devontae in Tampa. That I guess that'd be interesting. Has Dion Lewis hasn't signed yet, has he?
Yeah, he signed with the Giants.
Oh, he signed with the Giants. Okay.
1 year deal with the Giants late in the week this past week. So
yeah, I thought he would have been interesting on the Bucs.
Yeah, I find him interesting with the Giants because I think that they're gonna learn that they can't run Saquon into the ground. He's already had a couple of injuries that you don't want to beat the hell out of that guy. So I think Dion Lewis will be. I don't think he'll be a fantasy factor, but I think he'll be good for Saquon Barkley's health.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, if you think that Saquon's only going to get 70% of the running back touches now instead of 85 or 90, that would be impactful, even if Dion Lewis isn't a fantasy asset himself. If you lowered Saquon Barkley's share of running back touches to like 70, that would be big news to me. So I don't know. I'm going to have to think about that.
You mentioned Darrell Henderson out in LA. Do you think that could be a sneaky spot for a rookie running back to land? Like they kind of have this history of when you don't expect it, adding another running back. I mean, they did that a couple of times with even Gurley was a kind of a shock. So do you think that could potentially be and throw some cold water on Henderson?
Yeah, that wasn't why I was thinking to throw cold water on Henderson. I mean, God, I would hope that the Rams learned their lesson on expending capital, both draft and contract capital at the running back position. I mean, they traded up to get Darrell Henderson last year and then played him behind Malcolm Brown. And so, like, that's pretty embarrassing enough right there. They also are humiliated by the contract that they gave Todd Gurley, and rightfully so. And so, yeah, I'd be surprised if they use significant capital on a running back. The reason I think he's probably going to be overdrafted is I'm not sure he's going to push over 200 touches. I think they still like Malcolm Brown, and you can make a case this offensive line is one of the worst in the league. And I think just the team as a whole, I mean, God, they have so much money tied up in just a few players that it's hard for them to be good. So, yeah, I like Darrell Henderson. Don't get me wrong, but I don't know where he's going. I assume he's going to end up going like the third or fourth round once people get like really excited about Darrell Henderson with Gurley gone.
So one of the guys that's been floating out there, we talked about him a couple occasions today. And speaking of a place like the Chargers, Cam Newton's going to sign somewhere, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's no chance that he doesn't sign with somebody at some point. I'm of the belief he's got game left. I'm not a believer that at 31 he's over the hill, even though his game is been largely helped by the running and stuff like that. I think he'll still be able to do the running. I think he'll become a little bit more savvy with what he does. And wherever he goes, they won't allow him to do those game plan runnings. It'll be more of a breakdown play type of thing. But could you see him landing in LA? Or I don't think New England. I don't think New England's bringing in a player like that into that system. So what do you think's going to happen with Cam?
Yeah, LA makes a lot of sense to me. I mean, the question for me with Cam is I think a lot of these teams think he's just not healthy, right? He had Liz Frank surgery in December, and it's like really, really bad injury. And last time we saw him on the field, I mean, he literally couldn't throw the ball more than like 20 yards with anything on it due to his shoulder. So if you told me his shoulder and his foot were 100%, I'd be shocked because the Bears took Nick Foles over him because all these other teams are passing on Cam Newton. If he's actually healthy, I think these teams wouldn't be. So, yeah, even 80% Cam Newton, I think, would probably beat out Tyrod Taylor for the starting job in LA. Maybe 70% Cam Newton would beat out Tyrod Taylor for the starting job in LA. So, yeah, I'd be surprised if they didn't at least look at that. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. We can't put much stock in what the Bears do, but the Bears choosing to pay Nick Foles $20 million over Cam Newton, who they probably could have gotten for far less, is worrisome, I think.
Yeah, that's a good point. Ryan Pace is obviously a genius. No, I'm just kidding. Bill O'Brien makes him look like a genius. But Yeah, and then you got Winston who's floating around out there. Most likely he's going to end up somewhere as a backup, I would say, which is weird because the guy led the league in passing yardage.
Yeah.
But, he also led the league in interceptions. But,
right.
You touched on Brady going to Tampa, and I've said it before today, greedy and selfish fantasy-wise, I would have rather Winston stay in Tampa for those two wide receivers, in my opinion. I think they'll still both be good wide receivers this year, but I think Brady doesn't have that downfield game. Zach, tell me if I'm wrong. I mean, you are a Patriots fan. Am I missing something that 43-year-old Tom Brady is going to be, throwing a ball downfield the way that Winston was?
No, I don't think that you're not wrong that he doesn't have the arm that he used to have, and Brady has never been known as a downfield thrower. But I also think that if you look at the receivers that he's had the last few years, there really hasn't been much of a downfield threat. I mean, no offense to Philip Dorsett, but he's not striking fear into opposing defenses. And the last time he had that guy who went downfield was Brandon Cooks, and put up a fairly good fantasy season with him. And I think the thing that people are really kind of off right now, and maybe I'm wrong on this, but I see a lot of people hesitating on Mike Evans and saying that Mike Evans is going to take this really big hit, and he probably will in terms of air yards and that the yardage that he's getting targeted, the depth of target. But I also think you saw a couple years ago when Fitzpatrick was there and it was a little more accurate than Cam. You saw Mike Evans all of a sudden do something that he had not done in his career, which was tack on some yardage after catch. And I think that that's going to be the trade-off with Brady is he's more accurate than Cam Newton was. And so, yeah, you might not get the yardage through the air for Evans, but Brady still used Gronk down the seam. Brady still got the ball to places that he needed to get it to. And so, again, it may not be that same Bruce Arians, air it out all the time offense, but I think Brady's smart enough to get the ball in places to be successful both in an NFL context and, more to our point, in a fantasy context.
Yeah, the thing for me is I agree that people are probably writing off Brady's arm too soon. To me, it's game environment. So you get into these games with pick sixes and just wild turnover-filled aggression, bonehead plays from Ryan Fitzpatrick and Jameis Winston doing stupid stuff. When Brady is nursing a lead late in the third quarter, in the fourth quarter, he's not going to be throwing 40-yard interceptions like Jameis would have down the field. So you get this kind of game environment situation where it's just not the same. You don't have the volatility in the game in game scripts where all of a sudden you're going to get a game with 50 Brady attempts. Especially in games that they're winning, which I think they're actually going to be winning a decent amount because I actually think their defense has a chance to be really, really good. And the only reason that one of the biggest reasons they struggled so much on a points per game basis last year was because Jameis put them in such bad positions. But on a yards per play basis, on advanced metrics basis, Tampa Bay's defense was actually really good, and I think they'll be way better with Brady. So in kind of these games that are 21-17 and Brady game manages it and really high football IQ and they win by a little bit, it's just not great for the wild shootout stuff that you got from Mike Evans and Chris Godwin last year, where all of a sudden they pop off for 12 catches and 250 yards and 2 touchdowns. Like, that's not in the range for a Tom Brady game, I don't think.
One of my favorite statistics to come out of Winston's career is the pick six on his first pass in the NFL and the pick six on his final pass as a Tampa Bay Buccaneer.
That's so great. From when you're playing fantasy, I played Winston and the Bucs guys all the time. As soon as he threw a pick six, I was like, that is amazing, because no time comes off the clock. He gets the ball right back, and he's got to be aggressive again because now they're losing. It's just the best thing ever.
Unless you're in a league where Scott Fish gives you -6 for pick six. It goes from a -2 or a -3 to a -6 if it's returned for a touchdown.
Oh, that's a good rule. Yeah, I've never heard of that.
Yeah, I think it was in the Fishbowl this past year.
Oh, was it? I like final table the Fishbowl or whatever you call it. I don't even know the rule, but yeah, that's amazing.
So let's go into the upcoming NFL draft. You doing a lot of draft work at Established Run?
Yeah, so Evan and Pat Careen are our main draft guys. I don't consider myself any type of talent evaluator. I think that's kind of overrated in the way you win in fantasy. But it is important to get to know the guys, and I'll wait until I have the landing spots and start to work on usage projections and share of touches before I start to think about talent. So I don't have any hot takes on talent in the draft or anything like that. I saw Jonathan Taylor's measurables, which were out of control, but I try not to get too caught up on talent at all. I think that's like one of the biggest blockers for, at least for DFS, that people have in trying to win is thinking that talent matters too much when really it's really not that important, I don't think.
No, I mean, I'm similar to you when it comes to the college football and any offseason stuff. I kind of like to wait to see where the guy fits in with the team that he went to. And there's just people out here grinding a little bit harder than me and better than me and more intelligent than me when it comes to projecting rookies. And I'll just go off of what they say based on that.
Well, if you're playing Dynasty, though, I do think it's important because like talent's probably the most important thing in Dynasty, right? Because over the course of like, if you own a guy for 4 or 5 or 6 years, like his talent should bubble to the top. So I would still want to be betting on talent in Dynasty. It's just for DFS, I think people just overrate it a lot.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
But yeah, we have Dynasty. We have Corain's Dynasty rankings up, and he does have rookies in here. He actually has Jonathan Taylor as the 12th overall Dynasty pick right now, running back 6, which seemed high to me, but I guess it seems very likely he's going to step right into a 3-down job no matter where he lands. So I don't know.
I mean, that seems bold, but I like it. I mean, I have Jonathan Taylor as my easy 101 in rookie drafts, and kind of liken him to Nick Chubb, although he had the season his last year, his junior year at Wisconsin, where he had 26 receptions, which Chubb never had a season that he actually. I think the NFL kind of gets hung up on things where and we talked about this a little earlier, where they don't necessarily develop players. And so if they see a player do something in college, they're a lot more likely to have that player, continue that role, as opposed to, take a player like Nick Chubb, who was an adequate receiver. Everyone said, oh, he can catch. He didn't get put into that position until all of a sudden Duke Johnson was gone and he was the only guy there. With Jonathan Taylor, you've seen it a little bit. And so for me, I like that.
Yeah. Corain has CeeDee Lamb as the next rookie, 33rd overall wide receiver, 17, and then Jerry Jeudy right after that, 34th wide receiver, 18. So, yeah, and then he has Dobbins and DeAndre Swift, 40 and 41. So yeah, it looks like there's gonna be some rookies that I understand that the wide receiver class is allegedly once in a lifetime, and so I guess.
Yeah, we've had a bunch of guys who do Dynasty and stuff on today, and they're calling for 5 to 6 and possibly even 7 first round wide receivers in this draft this year.
Sure, but are they like Laquan Treadwell first round, or are they like?
I think although Laquan Treadwell would be, like Jerry Jeudy and CeeDee Lamb. Most of these guys miss in the first round. Most of these, if half the first round picks in the draft pan out, it's a high number. So, going back to some NFL players then from NFL free agency, let's touch on Melvin Gordon, who kind of did a faux pas last year and he regrets it holding out, and it did not pay off for him. And he ended up taking a 2-year deal in Denver, and he's going to be there. And how do you think that plays out for the backfield in Denver? Philip Lindsay is a guy who he's there, and he's a very capable player, and I think they'd be insane to take his touches away. So how does it fare for Melvin Gordon going into that backfield?
Yeah, I think a mistake fantasy players make is counting all touches the same. So let's say Philip Lindsay and Melvin Gordon both get 15 touches in a game. I'm very confident that Melvin Gordon's touches will be more valuable because he's the better pass catcher and he's more likely to be used at the goal line. So even if they split carries and touches evenly, I still think it's a reasonably good landing spot for Melvin Gordon. And I would guess that in Dynasty, people are probably downgrading Melvin Gordon too much. I mean, the Broncos have been adamant they wanted to get help at the goal line, and Melvin Gordon is so much bigger. Every coaching staff that Melvin Gordon has had going back to college has used him at the goal line. I think he'll continue to have that role. And then Philip Lindsay's, they've been loath to use him in the pass game. So Melvin Gordon is excellent out of the backfield. So yeah, I agree with you that Philip Lindsay's a good player. You can make a case that Philip Lindsay's a better runner than Melvin Gordon, but it just doesn't matter if he only gets carries and no catches, and if he only gets them between the 20s, you know. So I think it's a nice landing spot for Melvin Gordon.
Yeah, I do agree that he will absolutely get the goal line carries, right? I mean, that's been his forte in the NFL. After that first season of putting up legitimately none, Melvin Gordon has been one of the better touchdown scorers in the league. So I have him in a few places in Dynasty, so I'm hoping he gets the role. What do you think not Ronald Jones, Royce Freeman?
Yeah, they didn't cut him yet, did they?
He's still on the roster.
Yeah. I assume I can't imagine he has much value in the trade market. So I assume they're just gonna, I don't know, either keep him. I mean, he's on his rookie deal, right? So they can keep him for very cheap as their third back, or maybe see what they can get for him at the end of camp. But yeah, I wouldn't be too optimistic.
Yeah, you mentioned the Panthers. We talked about Cam. Let's talk about Teddy Bridgewater landing in Carolina. I mean, I understand why they let Cam go. It's new ownership, new coaching personnel. I still think Cam is better than Teddy, but I understand why. Fresh start over. You mentioned about Robbie Anderson landing there. What should we expect out of Robbie Anderson? I mean, is this a guy who can? I've always felt he's a boomer bust player. He's more of a guy I want in best ball. So as a DFS guy, you're gonna have to pick your weeks with him, right? So what do you think he could do in that offense?
Yeah, I mean, it's a question. Was Teddy Bridgewater's average depth of target lowest in the league last year because that's how the Saints play, or is it because those are Teddy Bridgewater's limitations? I probably think it's a little bit of a mix of both, but I don't think Teddy's going to all of a sudden be like bombing the ball all over the field. And that's obviously not great for Robbie. It's also not great that Christian McCaffrey's target share is so massive, that DJ Moore's target share is going to be big, that Curtis Samuel is still there and underutilized. And I like Ian Thomas too. I mean, they're absolutely loaded. I think the good news for Teddy's game environments is their defense on paper right now has to be one of the worst in the league. So I think that's good for Teddy. They also play in a division where I think that they will have to try to score a lot of points to keep up. And so there's potential for a bunch of shootouts. So I'm intrigued by Teddy just because he has really good weaponry. The defense is bad, and he's not overly mobile, but he's not like incapable of giving you a rushing touchdown here or there in 20 yards. So yeah, I'm probably more optimistic than most on Teddy's outlook right now. Robbie is probably not someone that I'd be like, if you were doing projections, it would just be really hard to give Robbie a lot of targets, given what you have to give to DJ Moore and Christian McCaffrey, and then you start giving some to Samuel and Thomas, and there's not enough left over for a guy whose catch rate projects to be, in the 50s or something like that.
Emmanuel Sanders, we brought up the Saints where Teddy played last year, but Emmanuel Sanders lands in New Orleans and gives them a legitimate number 2 opposite Michael Thomas. I don't know if Michael Thomas could be much better of a player than he's already proven to be, but Emmanuel Sanders at 33 years old, does he still get you excited?
No. He doesn't get me excited. I mean, he also had an Achilles tear. What was that, like 2 years ago, a year and a half ago? And, he had a couple big games. He had a couple big games for Denver, and then I think he had one big game for San Francisco, but he was just a total zero most of the other time. And this spot in the offense, they put Traquan Smith there, who actually liked Traquan Smith. They put Traquan Smith there, got nothing. They put Ted Ginn there, got nothing. So I think it's an upgrade in real life for them with Emmanuel Sanders, but I'd be surprised if Emmanuel Sanders had a big fantasy year. I don't think this is the same Saints. I don't think Drew Brees is a candidate to throw for 5,000 yards like he used to be every year. So, yeah, I would say I'm probably lower than most on Emmanuel Sanders.
Now, I know we touched a little bit on the Vikings, but Diggs is a player that intrigues me. I was wondering what you thought of him in Buffalo.
Yeah. I like Steph Diggs and I like Josh Allen. I don't know if I like them together that much. I mean, Josh Allen was dead last, 32nd in the league in completion percentage last year, and he kind of plays that like street ball style, and I'm not sure that's the style that fits best for kind of a precision route runner like Steph Diggs. I also think that they're really likely to run in the red zone. I mean, Josh Allen runs in the red zone, Devin Singletary in the red zone. So I don't think it's the best landing spot for Steph Diggs at all. I think when Buffalo was playing well, they'll be among the most run-heavy teams in the league in terms of run-pass ratio. So it's not the best, I don't think, for for Steph Diggs. I would actually give him a small downgrade, not a big downgrade, but I think a small downgrade off of what I would have had him at in Minnesota. Yeah, but he'll see a higher target share. I think it just won't be. They just won't throw as much as Minnesota projected to.
Yeah.
We had the New England guys on early in the show, Kevin and Mark Schofield. And so we did a lot of New England talk early. And now, Zach, you're on as a New England fan. Adam, how do you think that offense shifts this year with no Brady? Overwhelmingly today, people feel Jarrett Stidham will get the first shot at being the quarterback in that offense, that they won't bring anybody else in. Do you think that they shift? And they had already started to shift to a more run heavy offense, but do you think because he's a young player and they don't want to have the mistakes that, we get even more heavy run game out of New England?
Yeah. I mean, you can only really have a heavy run game if you're winning, So I think that a lot of that will depend on how Stidham plays. I thought Stidham was really good in the preseason last year. I mean, I watch and play so much preseason, and I thought Stidham was one of the better quarterbacks that I saw who got extended time last preseason. Does that mean anything for the regular season? Remains to be seen, but at least we've seen him play at the NFL level, albeit against backups, and play well. So yeah, I think he has a chance. The problem is like the same problem that Tom Brady had. I mean, their weapons are atrocious, and so it's hard to rack up big numbers when, I mean, I like N'Keal Harry, but it's just their weapons are just so bad. So I think that's like at least part of why Tom Brady, wanted to get out of there. If that's true, the story that he wanted to get out of there, it's like you give me Philip Dorsett and a rookie, and I don't have Antonio Brown, I don't have Josh Gordon, and I don't have Rob Gronkowski, and you're just giving me total dust. And now I see other teams get DeAndre Hopkins, I see other teams get Steph Diggs, and you guys get me nothing. And so how am I supposed to look good with these weapons? I check down to my running back on every play, and it's embarrassing. And now let me go play with Mike Evans and Chris Godwin and OJ Howard. So I get it from that perspective. I think it's a concern for Stidham, though. Even if he is good, like their supporting cast is just bad on offense.
Zach, do you buy into the possibility that Bill Belichick, I don't think it's in his makeup to tank for Trevor as a New England Patriots fan? People have brought that up today.
No, I don't think that he will actively tank, and especially since he has such a hand in the draft and the player personnel side of things. That's how you tank in the NFL is with your front office, with your GM. The kind of the model was Cleveland with Sashi, and then in Miami, you've seen them kind of do the same thing where you trade away players, amass picks. You lose because you don't have the talent. I don't see him doing that. And if he doesn't, it's got to be a rebuild with a Stidham or draft. I mean, you see him draft a quarterback late most years. I think you'll probably see that again somewhere later, just to have another guy in the pipeline and see what they've got. But no, I think they're going to ride with Jarrett Stidham, and they're either going to be okay with him or they're going to be pig spit with him. And if they are, I mean, it is what it is, and you go forward in next year's draft with a higher pick. I mean, that's I think kind of how I'm looking at it from a Patriots fan point of view. Is it all kind of rests on whether or not Jarrett Stidham develops into a better than serviceable NFL quarterback.
The one team, I'm trying to think back of 12 hours of football talk, and there was about an hour and a half in there with Scott Fish and the mini bull rush where we didn't talk any football at all. I don't think I've discussed Seattle Seahawks once all day today. Adam, do you see Tyler Lockett is a player that my co-host Kevin, who's usually on with me, has loved for years, and he finally had his breakout year last year. Do you see Tyler Lockett? Can he get any better than he's got, or has he reached? Did we see the limit of what Tyler Lockett could be last year?
Yeah, I don't think we've seen the limit of what Tyler Lockett can be, but I think we've seen that the scheme is not going to change. I mean, no matter how many people bitch, no matter how many fans complain, no matter how many people on Twitter talk about it, I mean, they're just not going to let Russ cook. So until they get into these games where they're down 21-3 at halftime and Russ ends up with 400 yards and 4 touchdowns. You're going to see more games where Russ ends up with 20 attempts and 25 attempts. It's just really hard to find a ceiling no matter how good you are when your quarterback only has 25 attempts. And DK Metcalf, I think, showed more than enough to take another step forward. And they signed Greg Olsen. So yeah, I think that Tyler Lockett's an awesome player. I'm not going to, it's not, people spend so much time like wasting their breath on what Seattle should be doing and complaining about it instead of just like evaluating what they are doing. Cause like our job isn't to coach the team. It's to figure out what's going to happen on the field. And at this point, I think if you're projecting anything other than them being extremely inefficient in terms of their play calling on offense, then you're just wasting your time.
Yeah. I picture another year of Chris Carson or Rashad Penny or who's the next guy up and just not being able to figure out on a weekly basis, who's going to get to run the ball and just being a mishmash mess. I just love Russell Wilson is another one of my favorites. And I love the guy. And I traditionally have him in a lot of my leagues, my redraft leagues every year. I think I only have him in 2 dynasty leagues, but you're right.
Only in 2. How many dynasty leagues are you in? Jesus, you said only in 2.
I'm in 9, but Zach, how many are you in?
I'm only in 7. I'm not too bad. I try to keep it to a point where I can actually like focus on my teams, and only one of them is a John Bosch league. So there's only one that's really crazy.
How can I ask you how? Yeah, you guys are gonna stress me out with this. How do you even like know like on this team like something happens and you're like, man, I could really use running back help. Like, do you have it in your head which teams need running back help already, or do you have to go through all 9 teams each time to be like, I should trade for this guy or whatever?
It's probably the reason why I don't do well in DFS because I can't put any focus on DFS on a weekly basis because I'm focusing too much. So maybe after this year, I'll drop a few of these teams and follow Established to Run a little bit closer and make some actual money because I'm not making any money doing Dynasty. You're right. For me, I was a redraft player. I started in the mid-90s, early 90s actually, as a redraft player. Did that for so long. And then 4 years ago or 5 years ago when I started potting, 5 years ago now, it's guys like John Bosch, all these guys, do this, do that. And before I realized, I'm like, holy shit. And I was in way more than 9. Believe me, I cut it back. But no, it's not easy. I got a general idea of who I own in these leagues, but when players become available or, I'll look on a weekly basis. I'll know where I got to make some moves. Some teams, where you're not competing this year and you could take a little bit of a lighter approach because you're just, waiting for players to develop. And in other teams, you're competing. So you'll know if guys come across waivers or people, you'll know when you need to make a move, which leagues to go to. It's all relative to what you focus on, I think, in fantasy, whether it be redraft or best ball or DFS. And I took a step back on best ball, recently a few years ago. I was doing a shit ton of best ball, and I didn't do almost any last year that I remember. So in DFS, I've always had those weeks where I'm like, damn it, I could really do this. And then I get my ass kicked and I'm like, I can't do this. So,
See, for me, it's process. It's the way I approach most of my teams is similar. So I'll draft types of players. And so all of my teams, even though they don't necessarily have the same roster construction, they'll be similar. And so I know that, and again, with Dynasty, I'm really focused on right now with the rookie drafts. And I know that part of my process is attacking running backs in a rookie draft, waiting for them to hit early and then trade them for receivers, that sort of thing. And I also keep notes. I mean, this was Leo Pasiga when I first started playing fantasy football, listening to him talk about keeping notebooks about not just your opponents, but also what you're doing. And I also try to keep track of my strengths and weaknesses, more weaknesses than strengths, and will listen to people who I think really compliment me. And so that's part of how I kind of keep things all straight.
That's crazy. Yeah.
I like when people compliment me too. Not too many of those people left in this world. But listen, man, it's getting close to the end of the hour. And as excited as I am to have had everybody on today, I'm excited to get this thing over with at this point. So, Adam, thank you again. You know, I hope you and your family, friends, everybody stay safe in this time and just chill out, relax. To everybody who's been watching all day, there's been a steady stream of people who have been here all day. And I couldn't thank you guys enough for helping get me through this and supporting me and just trying to bring a distraction to people. But Adam, why don't you close out with just tell everybody again what it is that you're doing and what you guys have going on, and hoping that there's an NFL season on time and everything continues well for you guys over at Established to Run.
Oh yeah, appreciate it. No, I don't have anything to promote or anything. I just thanks for having me and thanks for doing it. And yeah, man, it's good to do these things and try to raise a little bit of money and hope everybody's families out there and everything is safe. So thanks for having me.
Yeah, we blew away 500. We got it to 660. Thanks to a nice donation from you, Adam, and Bob Harris gave out a nice one at the end, and we got the $660, which is just fantastic for with the little thing we did here today. And Adam, I'll be reaching out to get you guys on for the podathon in July again, and tell Evan no excuses. He comes on this time.
All right, sounds good.
All right, guys. Thank you, Zach. Have a good night, everybody.
Hey, thanks, Sal.
Later.
Peace, brother.
Peace, man.
Goodbye, everybody.